Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, perfect. All right. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, that's good. It's just check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Oh. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee hearing, our first public hearing for this legislative session with regards to Governor Murphy's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. For those of you who have been here before, the members here will be rotating in and out throughout the day. There will always be representation here of Senate members and Senate staff. And we will do our best to hear from as many people as we possibly can. We will not be asking a lot of questions or any questions at all, because that will only take away from the opportunity for everybody to be heard in a timely manner. All of your testimony is being recorded. If you have written testimony, all that will be provided to all of our staffs and to our legislative staffs in Trenton as we go through this budget deliberation process. So work with us, be patient. We will call members up. We'll actually get people in threes. We'll call people up, but we'll let the people who are on deck and who are backing up them, if you could make your way to the front of the room, would be extremely helpful. With that, to the members of the Senate that are here, thank you to you and your staff for making it to NJIT. They're always gracious hosts, and we'll talk about them in a moment. At any point in time today, please, feel free to leave the podium. Just make sure we always have coverage on both sides. To you, those of you here today, we want to hear from you. I want to caution you, this is the beginning of the process for this legislature, hopefully in a bipartisan manner, to take a hard look at Governor Murphy's proposed budget. I'm quite confident the budget that has been introduced will be modified. There are certain fees and taxes that were proposed that I am quite certain will be eliminated. There will be I'm assuming some of the revenue forecasts will fluctuate, and the biggest unknown is what will happen to our federal funding, especially with regards to Medicaid and higher education and education. So there is a lot of moving parts here. I've been doing this a long time. I think it's my 16th year as budget chair. And the uncertainty here, I've never seen so much uncertainty heading into our budget deliberations. Unfortunately, we may not find out our federal cuts until after June 30th, so we may have to all reconvene later this year. So with that being said, I want to get this started. I'm going to first give Senator Scanlon an opportunity as the ranking member here on the Budget Committee to share some thoughts.
Thanks, Chairman. I'll be brief because we've got a lot of people that want to speak today. Really appreciate all of you coming out. I want to echo the chairman. We do work very well in a bipartisan manner. We don't always agree, but it's a good committee. I think there'll be much receptiveness to the things you guys are going to say today. He's right. We don't have a lot of time for give and take because there's a lot of people that need to speak, but our decisions are impacted by the testimony that we hear at these public hearings. So we're looking forward to hearing from each of you. You also, I will echo as well, don't panic, because this budget is not set in stone. It's going to be very different probably come June 30th than it is today. I know that's music to all of your ears, but I'm not committing that you're going to get every dollar that you want. We have a pretty significant structural deficit, $3 to $4 billion. So this year, next year, it's going to be tough. But we're here, and everybody, Democrat and Republican up here, want to make sure that our limited state funds are invested as wisely as possible. And all of you represent some really good causes. So looking forward to hearing from today. Me and the Republicans here are very interested, and I can assure you again that your testimony makes a difference. So looking forward to hearing from you.
With that, we are going to bring up our very gracious host, the president of New Jersey Institute of Technology, Tech Lim, to address the Senate committee and welcome us all here.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to NJIT for today's State Senate budget hearing, as Chairman Senator Salo just mentioned. First of all, I would like to thank Chairman Paul Salo, who is a very proud alumnus of NJIT, for hosting this hearing on campus today, and for giving me the opportunity to welcome all the Budget Committee members to NJIT, including our very own Newark representative, Majority Leader Teresa Ruiz, and also Senator Renee Burgess, who is here, but they're behind there. As a public university, we are very pleased to host this gathering on our campus and to provide the opportunity for members of our university community, our local community, and citizens from New Jersey with this opportunity to engage our elected representative and to share their thoughts and concerns regarding the state budget. I assume many of you know a lot about NJIT, but in case you are not familiar with us, we are New Jersey's only public polytechnic university. We enroll about 13,000 students, and majority of our students pursue a degree in STEM or technologically related fields. We are the only public polytechnic university in New Jersey that are R1 and are the greatest producer of technological knowledge and talent. We are also both an Asian American and a Hispanic serving institution. So NJIT, in my opinion, is a catalyst for technological innovation, social mobility, and economic growth. Our economic impact, we all like numbers, to New Jersey exceeds $2.8 billion annually. And we are the only public university in New Jersey to receive a 5-star rating in Money's Best Colleges list. The other one is Princeton, down the street here, not nearby. We are also one of only 3 R1 research university in New Jersey. The R1 designation means that we are among the top tier research universities in the United States. The other 2 R1 are Rutgers and Princeton. So I'll like to finish up soon because there are, as Senator mentioned, we have a lot of folks that are ready to give a testimony. All I wanted to say is it is our pleasure to host all of you today for this important event. And I thank our state representative as well as those who will testify today for their engagement in this important process. Good luck to everyone. Thank you.
I will just say this. I know I'm known as a cheerleader for NJIT, but I will tell you they are gracious hosts to have us here. The technology, always good to come to an engineering school to make sure all the technology works for a hearing like this. If you have a chance, folks, do me a favor, just walk around this campus today, see the unprecedented growth. A lot of New Jersey kids getting educated here. It's an affordable engineering degree where kids are coming out making immediate impact in our workforce. And to the members at any point in time today, Matt Benasia from the Dr. Lim's office is willing to take you for a quick tour and down to one of their newest projects they're looking at, which is right down the street here, Tiernan Hall. So members, feel free to do that as well at any point in time. I want to give a shout out to a very good friend of this budget committee on both sides of the aisle, former senator, former mayor budget chair, Senator Steve Arahal. We can clap for Steve. Okay, we are going to begin with testimony. Before that, I just want to recognize the majority leader, Senator Ruiz.
I want to take an opportunity to welcome everyone in this room to the greatest district in the state of New Jersey, District 29, the greatest city in the city of Newark. I want to thank NJIT and echo the sentiments of my colleagues for hosting us every year, and I look forward to listening and participating in discussion this morning. Thank you.
Okay. We are going to bring up a panel to begin of higher education. I believe this is going to be the New Jersey Council of County Colleges. Aaron Fichtner, representing the president of the New Jersey Council of County Colleges. Aaron, please bring up the presidents who are here with you and introduce them accordingly to the membership.
All right,
the
good morning.
The next panel will be a group of students from community colleges. So we'll move along accordingly.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to members of the committee for giving us this opportunity to be with you today to talk about community colleges, their tremendous impact, and the state budget. I'm joined by 5 phenomenal community college presidents who you will hear from as we go forward. President McMenamin of UCNJ, Union College of Union County, New Jersey, President Iacano of County College of Morris, President Pugh-Bassett of Camden County College, President Homer of Sussex County Community College, and President Rose of Passaic County Community College. So they will all get a chance to speak with you today. I do want to acknowledge that we are 2 blocks from Essex County College, and President Boyacci could not be with us today, but certainly one of our crown jewels of our 18 community colleges. They serve an incredibly diverse population in this county and this district, providing opportunity to so many people. It is an excellent institution. And you'll hear from one of their students in a minute. I want to thank this committee and the entire legislature for the work you did in last year's budget to restore funding to community colleges. This year's budget, unfortunately, is far worse, with devastating cuts to operating aid for community colleges, financial aid to our students, Student Success Initiative, among others. As you can see, I'm here today with a large delegation of presidents and students. In fact, we have 10 of our 18 community colleges represented here today. We are united on behalf of our 18 community colleges and the more than 230,000 students that we serve of all ages, backgrounds, and academic and workforce programs every year. I'd like to ask the students who are with us today, the student leaders, phenomenal student leaders, if they could just please stand briefly and be recognized. I want to thank them for being with us today. You will hear from them later, but we are truly inspired by their commitment to education, to the state, and all that they do. We are united in promoting economic mobility, in creating pathways to careers, empowering our state's economy. We are united in support of our opportunity agenda, which is our blueprint for the future, and we're happy to be working with many of you and members of the Assembly to advance a package of bills that will strengthen community colleges and broaden our partnerships with 4-year colleges and universities, high schools, employers, community-based organizations, and others. But we need the state investment that makes our work possible. Even before these proposed cuts, and you have a fact sheet in front of you that details all of the cuts in the budget, we rank 46th in the nation for state funding for community colleges, 46th out of 50 states. At the same time, we've been hammered by inflation, by a $13 million increase in health insurance costs, and by federal funding uncertainty. We appeal again to this committee, to the entire state legislature, and to the governor to support our efforts to move New Jersey forward by restoring critical funds for operating aid, student success, and financial aid. Thank you for this opportunity, and I will turn it over to President McMenamin.
Thank you. Good morning, Senators. I am Maggie McMenamin.
I'm going to let everybody speak. We have a 3-minute timer setting for everybody. When the yellow light comes on, it gives you about 30 seconds.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I'm Maggie McMenamin, president of UCNJ, Union College of Union County, New Jersey. Chairman Sarlo, Vice Chair Greenstein, and my own Senator Burgess from Hillside. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning regarding the governor's proposed budget cuts and its impact on community colleges broadly, but our students in particular. I appreciate your leadership and respect your understanding of higher education. About 15 years ago, I began as president, and we were challenged by the legislature to do better, to be more accountable, student success outcomes, and to deliver real measurable results for our students. Community colleges accepted that challenge. Every one of New Jersey's community colleges has turned their focus to improving student success outcomes and launching our students onto the path of social and economic mobility. Our student success initiatives, from guided pathways to student support services and academic tutoring, are working. We have all seen our graduation rates climb. At UCNJ, our graduation rates have quintupled. But these outcomes are not accidental. They are the result of dedicated faculty and staff working for their students, a relentless focus on student success, and strategic investments from this legislature, from the Senate, from the governor, and from the Assembly. We now need your help. The proposed $20 million cut to community colleges' operating aid threatens the very programs and initiatives that have funded our progress. Without adequate funding, we risk losing momentum, reducing student support services, limiting access to the very programs that continue to drive our state's economy forward. Senators, you have been champions for accountability and for student success. Today, I ask for your leadership, your support, and your advocacy in restoring this critical funding. Community colleges are working every day to advance the social and economic mobility of our precious students. Now we need your help in restoring those resources so that we can continue to deliver for the state of New Jersey. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'll turn it over now to my colleague and friend, President Tony Iacono from the County College of Morris.
Good morning, Senators. Each year we come before you and we ask for your support, and you have been very, very steady in that support. On behalf of the 240,000 students on our campuses, the thousands of businesses that we are the pipeline for well-educated, well-trained employees, and the millions of New Jerseyans who rely on our colleges, I thank you. We're back again this year, and we're hoping that you'll stand strong with us and help move our state forward. I want to tell you, these days, ever since the announcement came out about the potential $20 million cut, my phone is ringing off the hook. I chair our county's Chamber of Commerce, and I'm getting businesses hitting me constantly of, if that happens, what does that mean for my business? See, my college, like others around the state, provide 50% of the nurses working, 90% plus of the radiography and respiratory therapy assistants, and the overwhelming majority of manufacturers. And that's just some of the professions. My answer, unfortunately, is we don't know, but it could result in a serious decline in the number of students that we're able to produce and send to your businesses. Your businesses get hit hard. Their response is, we can't get hit any harder. In fact, engineering firms are hitting us constantly with, the shortage of engineers are so great now, we'll hire your students with associate degrees to assist the engineers just so we can run our companies. Now, we partner with great schools all the time. NJIT is one of our leading partners. Actually, they're our #1 school for our engineering transfer students. But that's how great the shortage is. So that $20 million cut doesn't simply hit our colleges, it hits our communities very hard. In fact, it is nothing less than a deep cut, a planned cut in tax revenues. So if we talk about, it's our choice, want to better next year or not, it's all about those 240,000 students. It's about making sure they have a great future, to make sure all those businesses can be in New Jersey, can do a great job, and we can all continue enjoying the very high quality of life that we've come to enjoy and expect. It's about being fair to our students and our communities. So we're back asking for your support once again on that. We know you see the value in every student that we have. Every one of those individuals is a leader for New Jersey. I thank you, and with that, I'm pleased to introduce my colleague, President of Camden County Community College, Dr. Pugh Bassett.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I echo my colleague's sentiment in thanking you for your support. I have a special thank you that I need to offer for my representative, Senator Cruz Perez. Thank you so much for your support of Camden County. Once again, I stand before you as an advocate for community colleges. Allow me to introduce myself formally. My name is Dr. Lavelle Pugh-Bassett. I'm the president of Camden County College. I speak to you today not only in my professional capacity, but as a daughter, a wife, and a mother of a community college student. Today, I invite you to consider the pivotal role community colleges play in the lives of the students we serve. My remarks will serve as an introduction to the voices of actual community college students who will share their own stories. Community colleges are unique in their ability to support a wide range of individuals, from high-achieving high school graduates to those whose lives have been profoundly altered by trauma. In a single classroom, you might find a recently divorced adult seeking a fresh start, a veteran navigating the challenges of post-service life, an individual who has faced incarceration and is rebuilding their future, or a 70-year-old grandparent proving that it's never too late to achieve their goals. Our campuses are enriched by the diversity of life experiences and backgrounds that each student brings. It is no secret that many of our students face barriers that would be insurmountable at traditional institutions. Community colleges serve as sanctuaries, provide refuge and pathways forward. We are the 2 steps forward in their journey, offering extraordinary support systems, a flexible and adaptive culture, and high-quality, affordable education with career pathways, no matter how rapidly their circumstances may change. With immense pride, I affirm that community colleges are often the last hope for some students and the first step for others. As the demand for diverse options and pathways continues to grow, I urge you to extend your support. Building on the P12 investments outlined in the proposed budget, I, on behalf of all 18 community colleges in New Jersey, ask you to think about individuals like my son, your neighbor, your plumber, or your favorite small business owner as you deliberate on our request for operational support. Community colleges are a lifeline for many. By restoring the $20 million cut from the budget, we can continue to provide access and opportunity to residents across New Jersey, regardless of zip code. I thank you for your time and consideration, and at this time, I will turn it over to my colleague, President Homer of Sussex County.
All right, good morning. Thank you to Chair Sarlo and members of the Senate Budget Committee for allowing us the opportunity to testify this morning. My name is Corey Homer, and I'm the president at Sussex County Community College, located in rural Northwest New Jersey. Sussex County Community College is the only institution of higher education in Sussex County and the choice for over 3,000 students each year. Some quick information about some of our students, as my colleagues had just mentioned. Over 750 of our students this year are from households that make less than $45,000 a year, and community college is their only option to pursue higher education. Over 600 of those students are also over the age of 25 and trying to get into a career, trying to start their life, or changing their career after a false start. 370 of those students are in occupational programs at my college, such as electrical line worker, diesel service technology, optics manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, and the list goes on and on. Over 125 of our students are veterans and active military. We have several students that are overseas right now continuing their education with us. And over 50 of our students have been diagnosed with an intellectual or developmental disability, and our programming at our colleges allows them to seek community college as an opportunity to advance their lives. So as I mentioned previously, my college is the only opportunity for educational advancement in our county. With many students of ours requiring childcare and working full-time, limited public transportation in Sussex County, if it's not for Sussex, they don't do anything. Over 20% of Sussex County falls within the Highlands region, which locks the county's ability to bring more economic development to the county. So that further drives home that Sussex County Community College is an anchor to the Northwest region of our state. In a recent economic impact study conducted by our college, over $73 million were added to the Sussex County economy over this last year. That equates to 1 out of every 44 jobs in the county is supported by operations from our college. Community colleges like Sussex County Community College are indispensable to New Jersey's educational landscape and economic future. We provide affordable education, strengthen the workforce with our close-knit partnerships with our industry partners, support lifelong learning, and promote community engagement. I urge you to continue supporting our community colleges and investing in the future of New Jersey's students and residents by reinstating the operational aid cuts that would drive higher tuition, cut academic and occupational programming, and reduce vitally important staff and faculty that each of our colleges and students rely on. So thank you for your time this morning, and I would like to introduce President Steve Rose from Passaic County Community College, who has been a cornerstone to the advancement of community colleges across the state for decades.
Well, thank you. You know, this morning when we were waiting here this morning, we ran into our old friend, Governor McGreevey, who happens to be here this morning. When he left office, I think in his last budget, the proposal was $169 million for operating aid for community colleges. Right now, this year, we're at $169 million in operating aid for community colleges. If this cut goes through, we're down to $149 million in operating aid for community colleges. You know, that was a little over 20 years ago. That's where that number comes from. Back then, if I go back to budgets from years past, we were receiving about 24% of our budget came from the state. Now, if this cut goes through, we're down to 12.5% of our budget from the state. You know, for a long time, and obviously we've been dealing with this for a while. You know, we were trying to do more with less. Then we started doing less with less. And I'm afraid what's going to be the next step if this cut goes through, there's just certain things we're not going to be able to do. So we are asking you to restore that $20 million back to just where we are right now. Thank you.
Okay. We were trying to avoid members speaking, but they want to speak. I just appreciate how organized you all were here today. We hear you loud and clear. I just want to put out that most of the cuts that you're all seeing were supplemental. A lot of it was supplemental funding that was added by the legislature. The introduced budget went back to the governor's base budget from last year. And that's what you're seeing. So it's supplemental funding. And I want everybody to think that was part of our base budget. I hear you loud and clear for what you do for our students. And you're right. I know so many students who come, get an associate's degree, Morris and all of them, Essex Community College, and then come to NJIT and other schools and get a 4-year degree. Or, as you said, the trades. It's very economical for mom and dad and parents. So we hear you loud and clear. But I just want to caution everybody, a lot of the cuts in the proposed budget were supplemental spending that we have added over the last few years. A lot had to do with excess monies that were built up from COVID. So, Senator Scanlon, Senator Ruiz.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. And very good point that your aid has been supplemental some years, not every year. The governor took very much pride in when he included it in the budget a couple of years ago about what a great return on investment it was. The very next year, it was all cut again and had to become part of the supplemental again. And Dr. Rose, you're right. I'm sorry, President, right? So elevating you at this point as the statesman you are is probably okay. Dr. Rose, now I'm a senator. I get to bequeath that. So powerful. But you've been a really articulate representative of what is an underappreciated and misunderstood asset to the state. What you folks provide and all the community colleges provide is amazing. As the chairman said, it is, and you all said, many of the folks that get degrees from your institutions could never go to college without them. So it's extraordinarily valuable. And Dr. Lacona, you mentioned that you provide vital workers straight out. The nursing, you mentioned stats. We have a tremendous nurses shortage, and you help fill that. Without you, and someone might want to do that math, back out the nurses that won't be served if we have these cuts over the next few years. How much worse will things be? And that could affect any one of us who have relatives or ourselves who might need those very nurses. Dr. McMenamin, you're also very articulate. There's a $20 million cut here. Your institution, Union Community College, was lucky enough to get a line item in the governor's budget, I think around $1 million. Is that going to help offset these cuts? Where's that money going to go?
At UCNJ, we're focused like a laser beam on post-completion outcomes. Once we get them across the finish line, are they matriculating at a 4-year college and earning a baccalaureate degree within a certain amount of years? And are they entering jobs in careers with family-sustaining wages? So we're focusing on trying to help our students get across the finish line first, graduate first, and then be successful after they graduate. So that's the new push at Union, is successful transfer and successful placement in good jobs.
I think that mission is probably shared by all of you. It might be nice if maybe everybody got $1 million, but I wish you the best with that. Was there a formula for this, an application? How did this money end up? How did Union get singled out?
Well, let me just, a lot of them were supplemental appropriations that were put in by the legislature. In all fairness to them, I don't think there was applications. I think it was supplemental appropriations by stakeholders who were putting the budget together.
Okay, I'm just, because this is a line item, and we may give everyone with the 20 million.
And I apologize, you weren't part of those discussions.
Well, and fair enough, to the majority goes the power, but I could still ask questions. Look, we're here, and despite our good-humored banter, there's tremendous bipartisan support for what you guys do, and Republicans look forward to helping with that.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, community colleges, there's bipartisan support at community colleges up here. I will tell you that. All right. Thank you. Okay.
Great. Thank you so much, Chairman Sarlo and the Senate Budget Appropriations Committee. We really appreciate you having us come and speak about this important issue. As student leaders for our students, this is something very important. We're the sole representatives for these students. They elected us, and now it's our job to fight for them. So to have this opportunity, it's a blessing. My name is Landon Tanieri. I'm the student government president here at the County College of Morris. I'll be graduating in spring 2025. In my own capacity, I also serve on Sparta's zoning board and environmental commission. So I can only imagine the world that you guys are operating in, and I appreciate you guys being here today. I graduated high school in 2023 with a 2.3 GPA in the bottom 10% of my class. I always prided myself as a good student. I understand what I'm doing and I have the quality, but my confidence was killed. I didn't believe that I could actually do what I wanted to serve back in my community and to rebuild my life. At CCM, I had that opportunity to get more than just education, but things that I couldn't learn back at my high school. Serving over 11,500 students at my community college, we focus on bringing back that educational confidence for a lot of the students. A lot of our students range from low-income housing, our veteran students, and other adult students as well. So it's been really an amazing experience for me and all of our student leaders to learn from all of the different perspectives of our students and all the utilities that they use at our community colleges. And in particular for us, we really pride ourselves in our transfer and career services. For me in particular, I've been accepted into Rutgers, New Brunswick, and I'll most likely be attending there in the academic year for 25-26. I feel more prepared than ever if I'm transferring now. I only had 1 year of a language in high school, so it would be unable for me to officially transfer. So coming to CCM, saving my parents' money so that they can pay that college for my two younger brothers behind me, and then going into a degree that I know that will be successful in my future career is the best thing I could have done. So I thank you, and I know that you guys hear us, and I just continue to hope and know that you guys will continue to support our community colleges. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Chair Sorlo, and the membership of the committee for letting me testify. I also want to acknowledge our local legislator, Senator M. Teresa Ruz. Love the red blazer, by the way. My name is Miranda Martinez. I'm a first-generation student representing Hudson County Community College in Union City and Jersey City, New Jersey, home of the nation's most diverse cities and Ladies' Liberty Light, baking us towards freedom, democracy, and hope. At HCC, I major in the liberal arts and serve as peer leader for student life and leadership. In this role, I get to witness student stories firsthand, while helping them navigate their academic journeys and connecting their our valuable campus resources. However, my journey wasn't easy. My story begins without guidance. Disinterest teachers, dismissed doctors, and disappearing family members. When others wouldn't listen, I did. I found teachers in the stories and the people of the streets. Their experience with addiction, abuse, poverty, and broken dreams became my education. I told myself to stay hidden to survive. After graduating high school, college was my only path forward. Then Hudson County Community College gave me the helping hand that I needed. They listened to me and showed me that my past did not define who I am today. At Hudson, we carry a message. Hudson is home. Faculty and staff work tirelessly to keep this message a reality by providing vital resources such as the honors program, accessibility service, mental health support, food pantries, academic support, career advising, mentorship, research opportunities, transfer assistance, internships, financial help, and a lot more. Education is not for the privileged, it's an opportunity. New Jersey Community Colleges challenges the notion of success, showing that every human being has potential and deserves a fair chance to shine. That's why I am asking you to restore the $20 million and the other cuts in the proposed state budget. I respectfully urge you to consider the significant impact that these budgets could have on vulnerable students and our education institutions. The decision before you affects not only the current students, but also the aspiration, the opportunities for future generation. I thank you for your time.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Edward Pien, and I would like to say good morning to Chair Saulo, Senator Reese, and Senator Burgess. Thank you for having us here. And like I said, my name is Edward Pien. I am proud of representing Essex County College today. I'm a finance major, and I am also a math tutor, and I also work part-time for a financial company, helping people pay off their debt, get their finances in check, invest for retirement. And I'll be honest, I'm an immigrant. I came here 4 years ago, and just to pursue a higher education. I chose Essex County because it was affordable. That was the first thing that attracted me to Essex County. But I stayed because of the community and because of all the support I got from the college. And if we're talking about support, I'm a finance guy. I like data. Let's talk about the 1.8 million that was granted to over 1,000 students when it comes to the community college grant opportunity. This is huge. All that money was given to students to have opportunity to have a higher education. And if you think about it, we're not just numbers. We're people. We are future workers, health workers, future business owners, future probably Wall Street workers. That's what I'm aspiring to. And I had this opportunity when I came to Essex County. So I urge you, please reconsider the 20 million budget cut because it's really important for us. I'm graduating soon, but I have a lot of students behind me hoping to achieve and be a bigger person, hoping to help their family, hoping to make more money, hoping to make their parents proud, hoping to achieve something in their life. So that's why I really urge you to consider the cut. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Senators and Chairman Sarlo. My name is Joshua Cole. I'm from Sussex County Community College. And I would just like to say thank you for having us here today. You know, I'm a high school dropout. I'm a combat veteran, and I'm a military brat. So my choice was basically be homeless or join the military. I chose not to be homeless. I joined the military in January 26, 2001. So I'm sure you can understand what came next. My entire 20s was spent overseas. You know, multiple free vacations thanks to the U.S. government, and not all of them were fun. So for me, higher education was something that I never thought was going to be attainable. Community colleges made that a reality for me. I'm currently studying environmental science, and I will be going on to renewable and sustainable energy program through Penn State, hopefully on through my bachelor's as well as my master's. So from high school dropout to someone who never thought I'd be able to achieve a higher education to, you know, making my family proud. I'm a father, I'm a husband, and I'm a student. I'm my school's president for our student government. I'm our Pi Theta Kappa Honor Society president. I'm on multiple boards at our school, as well as the environmental club president. So this is something that, you know, literally a homeless high school dropout is able to achieve because of funding for our community colleges. Don't take away the dreams and the futures of people like me. This is a pathway literally for all of us. And currently at a community college, we are partaking in energy research with the Rochester Institute of Technology and fusion energy research. So this is the power of your community colleges and what you and the state of New Jersey can potentially lose by budget cuts. Please don't take that away from us. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service, yes.
Thank you for your coverage.
Hello, board members. I would like to thank you for your time, especially Chair Salo and Cruz Perez. Thank you very much. So my name is Alejandro Ramos. I come from a family of trade workers. So my path going down community college wasn't really looked upon. I was kind of like ashamed of taking this path, but this path, and this doesn't just apply for me, this applies for every student who's walking the same path as me. It's so important that these budget cuts don't happen. Like, I know so many students that benefit from internship, mentorship programs, food insecurity. There's so many resources out there in community colleges, especially for our veterans. It's something that deeply resonates with me, and I feel like a lot of people need to support this. This is so important to me and our communities all across New Jersey. More importantly, me specifically, I wasn't the best high school student. I didn't really know what I was going to do in my life, really. But community college was an affordable option for me. And with this, I've had opportunities to visit DC. I got to advocate in DC for Pell Grant, taxation on the Pell Grant, and historically serving institutions. I got to advocate and I got to meet more politicians. Like, community colleges are so important for me and many students alike. And I want to thank you for your time.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Paul Sarlo and members of the committee for allowing us to testify. I would like to particularly thank Senator Declan O'Scanlan, representing Monmouth County, from which my family resides, and Senator Carmen Amato for representing Ocean County. I'm a mathematics major with aspirations to conduct research in the field of astrophysics. Currently, I'm an inductee for OCC's Tri Alpha Honor Society, Salute Honor Society, Delta Alpha Pi Honor Society, and our National Society of Leadership and Success chapter. I'm also a student veteran. But aside from being a student veteran, I'm also a disabled veteran, a first-generation college student, and a caretaker for my grandmother. I chose to attend Ocean County College particularly because of the veteran community and services fostered by the campus's Veteran and Military Resource Center. Last year, following my medical separation from the United States Navy after 5.5 years of service, I began my first semester of college ever at OCC. This was not an easy transition, not only because of my non-traditional path and my disabilities, but because of the loss of my grandfather last October. Growing up with a single father who was often away working to put food on the table, my grandfather was and still is a major contributor of who I am today. If it were not for the resources made available at OCC, I would not have been inclined to be here today, as I would most likely not be a college student. Thanks to the staff at the VMRC, I was able to obtain mental health support with OCC's disability services. Additionally, with the academic services available, I was able to receive a 3.6 GPA during this time of hardship. OCC's student life and success counselors were also crucial in me being successful in my personal and academic endeavors. Hardship befalls all of us. I do not share my story to seek sympathy, but to emphasize how vital these resources are. Resources made possible through the state's operational aid for community colleges and used by students across New Jersey's most accessible form of higher education. We must also acknowledge all the student financial assistance provided by New Jersey that will be cut in half or eliminated entirely from the budget. Governor Murphy stated, "This budget," quote, "reflects our ongoing and unrelenting commitment to building a New Jersey that is stronger, fairer, and more prepared for the future." Additionally, quote, "Our absolute top priority, as it has been since day one, is delivering economic security and opportunity to every New Jerseyan." The implications of this proposed budget for community colleges and higher education do not align with the governor's commitments. With that being said, I, as a student, a disabled veteran, and a proud grandson, respectfully request the restoration of funding being cut from community colleges and financial assistance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I know we heard from Joshua, and if you had mentioned this and I didn't hear it, I'm just curious if you can tell me what next steps are if you're going into career pathway or into higher ed.
So I have submitted my transfer application to Rutgers University, which they have accepted, and I want to stay with the New Jersey. I feel a calling here. This is my community. I don't want to be like the other high school students that are enjoying their time in Florida, California, or Hawaii, right? And I've also submitted a transfer application to Princeton University, and we're waiting results.
Okay. Chairman, go ahead.
Sir.
Of course. Yes, so I'm actually working, like I said, in a financial company and getting my financial licenses to be a wealth advisor. And my goal is to actually get to Rutgers, get my bachelor, and with all that, find a way to get into Wall Street.
Thank you. Chairman, I want to thank all of the students and obviously the presidents that are here. I think in a time where, the federal government with the whiplash policy on higher ed student loans and what we're seeing currently on, the state has to be more stable than ever in making sure that there's affordability for our students. You're going to see more and more students that are graduating and going into higher ed pathways consider our community colleges because of the affordability measure and the lack of federal opportunities that I think will not be available in years to come. So thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move along. Here we go.
Guess I can't speak to that.
To hear good stories to hear, so we're going to try to avoid all the clapping as we go forward. James McGreevy, please come up. Executive Director, New Jersey Reentry Corporation. Mr. McGreevy will be followed by Lisa Kirschbaum representing CASA, and then I'll be followed by Dawn Miller and Claudine Langford from Legal Services. That's our panel.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Senate Majority Leader, Senator O'Scanlan, and friends. I'll try to be, Senator Greenstein, mercifully brief. My friends from VOA are here as well. We understand in terms of the state of New Jersey, there's been a substantial reduction in our prison population. What I consider to be critically important is to have services for individuals when they leave state prison, when they leave county jail, when they leave addiction treatment, and our veterans, particularly our veterans who are other than honorably discharged. And I just want to share with you what happens nationally. Nationally, 66% of prisoners released across 24 states in 2008 were rearrested within 3 years. I'm proud to say that New Jersey reentry recidivism rate is approximately 8.8%. And I just want people, this committee, to realize, in terms of the Department of Corrections, the Department of Corrections' average annual cost has risen to $74,000 per incarcerated individual. That's literally a 12% increase over last year's cost of $66,000. So that means the cost of housing a prisoner is increased while the numbers of individuals in prisons has actually decreased, which I would argue that whether it's VOA or NJRC, what we do every day is critically important. Indeed, in terms of the number of program participants, back in 2021, Senators, Chairman, we had 12,786 clients. Now we have 25,000 clients. That means individuals coming out of prison are in our program and being provided services in the northern half of the state, VOA in the southern half of the state. And there's been a reduction in the cost of clients from $3,410 to $2,539, while prison costs have increased from $66,000 to $74,000 in a single year. Again, I just, we do all these great things, and Calvin's going to say something. But I just want to say we have a 100% compliance rate with Salesforce. RSM, the sixth largest auditor in the nation, has said no financial notes operationally or financially. And we just want the same amount of money that we had last year. And whether it's providing basic benefits on federal, state, and local, whether it's Medicaid, SNAP, TANF, employment training, or providing medical and behavioral services. And I'd like to give a shout out to the Senate Majority Leader for her work, particularly on women, focusing on those efforts. Our numbers, they're in the testimony. Legal services that we provide. And just lastly, with our Reentry and Training Employment Center. And again, I just wanted to thank former Senate President Sweeney, is that basically we've had 17,000 people go through employment. By the way, I can shout out to the county colleges because they're the ones, only give a shit about our clients in terms of providing training, whether it's phlebotomy, whether it's HVAC, whatever. And we have a great partnership, whether it's in Brookdale and Monmouth, whether it's in Hudson, whether it's in Essex. And I just want to say thank you. And with that, Cal, you got 40 seconds.
Yes. Good morning, Senator Ruiz, and to the entire committee.
Don't play to the North crowd.
No, but that's where I'm from, so I have to acknowledge my senator. Again, my name is Calvin Bass. I came home 3.5 years ago after serving 38 years, 6 months, and 12 days. I was incarcerated at the age of 14 years old. And I can honestly say, being a part of New Jersey Reentry, I like reentry. It's meaningful because when the men and women come home, we don't have no identification. We don't have certain things. And New Jersey Reentry is designed with individuals such as myself in mind. And what they do, they meet us where we at and they bring us along the way. And I can honestly say, not only am I an employee there, but I'm also a client because a lot of things that I didn't know, New Jersey Reentry helps me along the way, and they stick with you each and every day. And it's also a safe haven for individuals to go, because understand something, when you, as that saying goes, idle time is the devil workshop. But when you're around individuals that says, We believe in a second chance at life, and there's no excuse. And we're trying to move forward. To be around them individuals is a positive thing. And I can honestly say New Jersey Entry is a meaningful program and is needed and is necessary. And thank you for your time.
Thanks, Cal. And now Joanna, and by the way, I'm Joanna's Uber driver, and Joanna lives in Union City. Don't hold that against her. Brian Sack actually has been a strong supporter, but can just share. And what's so important is people that go through our reentry training center have a 72.4% employment rate.
Hello, I'm Joanna Catano. 3 years ago, I was confused, didn't know what to do with myself. I reached out to Brian Stack and asked for, some type of workforce. He sent me to a location, and that location sent me to the reentry program. I'm very much grateful. I was confused, like I said, I have a crazy life, and I thought that there was nothing else, and they gave me a second chance. I am employed now, and I'm able to give my child a better future and myself, and I'm very grateful.
Thanks, Joe.
Yes, good morning. My name is Ulysses McMillan. I just got finished serving a 22-year sentence in FBOP. I've been home for 2.5 years now. New Jersey Reentry helped me to reintegrate back into society in totality. And I'm talking about in regards to simple things like birth certificates, social security cards, ID, motor vehicles license, built my credit up tremendously. I have a job where I'm actually adding money to the income. I'm not costing you money by being incarcerated. And I just humbly ask that if I can be the voice for my community to let you guys know that New Jersey Reentry, it works. And it works for real. And that's all that the people in my community are talking about right now as in regards to having a safe haven. It also makes our community safer. So, if I can, I would just like to be a voice to express that to you guys.
Thank you. And I'll just conclude. I'll leave my testimony, Mr. Chairman, but for people coming home, which are largely because of any number of circumstances, poor African-American, Latino, Caucasian individuals, reentry, VOA are their only options when they come home. Just think what it would be to come home without a license, without a bed, without a meal, without somebody who loves you, without a job, and say, good luck and God bless. I would go back to hitting the corner bodega, because the bottom line is we do what we know, and people who legitimately want to change their lives need to have options. So when I look at the Department of Corrections budget, and God bless them, with the increase in cost per person as opposed to their cost, whether it's VOA or NJRC, at the end of the day, we're providing a service, God willing, that's going to allow people to stay independent, healthy, and law-abiding and employed. So again, I just want to say thank you. Please remember all those individuals, and I know this committee does, on the bottom or marginalized, so that they have an opportunity to the American dream, which is so critically important. And I was just individually, I want to say thank you to all of you for your support. And I also want to say thank you to my partners at VOA.
Governor McGreevy, I'm a firm believer in the reentry program, and thank you for having me speak on a panel a couple summers ago in Jersey City. And I know what a presence the trades had there for so many individuals who were previously incarcerated. And you're absolutely right that these individuals need to be given a chance at life, because once they're released from one of our correctional facilities, they're in our communities, and we want them to be productive members of our communities. And Mr. Bass, it's good to see you again. You and I sat on that same panel together, and you were much more recently had been released from the Department of Corrections. It's good to see that you are in fact thriving, and you couldn't have a better mentor seated to your right.
Absolutely.
So keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you. And Senator, I just want to say, like Senator Tester was helping guys coming out of prison, 3 prisons, making sure they could get a job and get a driver's license at a Cumberland dairy. I'm glad to see Cumberland has technology. They now have indoor plumbing. But in a special way, no, Michael, sincerely, you gave a damn about those guys. They got their driver's license and they're working. And that happens because of partnership and people hands-on. So thank you.
So Governor, myself and, Senator Greenstein, we co-chair the manufacturing caucus. We should expand the reentry program, as I've said to you many times before, from the trades into the area of manufacturing. And I know that Dr. Iacono, if he's still here, who does a fantastic job at the County College of Morris with that manufacturing wing, I think we could certainly partner, and especially Rowan College of South Jersey now just got $7.65 million signed into law for manufacturing. I think that we could do a lot more with reentry. So thank you. Let's look
Thanks,
forward
Senator.
to things on the horizon.
And Testis South Jersey is hoping to get electricity next year. Governor, the work you do, I'm a big fan, and it's amazing work, what you've done in North Jersey with folks down in South Jersey, to see recidivism rate go down, to see the participation in society and the giving back of these folks that have paid their dues and served their time. It's amazing. And it doesn't just help the folks that you're serving. Us as a society, we as a society benefit. So thank you. It's been an amazing run. You're going to stick with it when you're mayor, right?
This is what I'm going to die doing.
That's what, hopefully a long time from now. Yes. Appreciate it.
Thank you. But thank you. Senator, when we had a guy who messed up his life, got into culinary, but thank you for the support with the prosecutor's office. I shouldn't say that. Yeah, no, Senator Chairman.
Chairman?
Hey, Gord.
Hi, how you doing there?
Hey, brother.
Years ago, we tried to, as part of your program, try to get these individual CDLs, which was
and we're doing
very
it.
difficult back then. But see, you faced a challenge and overcame it, because now these young people now are able to get their a driver's
Commercial
license.
driver's license. They come
Yeah.
out, Senator, they come out and they're making like $64,000.
Yeah.
And then if you're willing to go over the road, if you're willing to go to New York to California, God forbid, you can even bump that up. So, I mean, these are real jobs.
Yeah.
And so one of the things is like county colleges, what everybody here, it's giving people a second chance, but you can't let people out of prison and say, good luck and God bless. It doesn't work.
Right.
Can I have a witness?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
I'm with you on that.
Thank you for that.
They need options.
All I want to say is keep up the great work, Governor. You're
Thanks.
doing a fantastic job, and it's great to see all of your colleagues here.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor. Soon to be mayor.
No, that's right.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, I think. Okay, we have encouragement, first found, court-appointed special advocate from Jersey, followed by legal services, followed by the state chamber of commerce.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of CASA, Court-Appointed Special Advocates, and thank you all for your unwavering support throughout the years. We need that support now more than ever to restore CASA funding to $4.175 million. The budget proposal cuts our funding in half. While we understand the budget challenges that the state is facing this year, a cut of this magnitude would devastate our programs. It would devastate our ability to serve New Jersey's most vulnerable children. Without restoration, we cannot maintain our current level of service to children or continue important programs and initiatives to help them. Children will be cut. CASA is a critical part of our state's child protection system and a model public-private partnership. Unlike other discretionary programs, we fill a unique statutory role, providing trained volunteers to help the court and child welfare systems by advocating for abused and neglected children. Without restoration to $4.175 million, the partnership that we have will falter and children and youth will suffer. I'm asking you to please read the written testimony I submitted for more information about CASA and our ROI, because I want to cede the rest of my time to a young man, an extraordinary young man whose life was changed by CASA.
I'm Bryce McLeod. Sorry. I'm Bryce McLeod, and child welfare has long been a part of my life. My home was more violent than stable growing up, and things got far worse when I was 12, and I had found my father's body, who had hanged himself. After that, homelessness. By age 15, I was a blackout drinker, smoking 2 packs a day and only surviving on stolen food. Ultimately, I was placed into foster care. The division has improved since then, but back then, I was not provided with a therapist. At 17, I had to find an apartment of my own. The division would come and inspect the place in exchange for 1/3 of my rent. The stats paint a bleak picture, pardon me, for aged out foster kids like myself. Homelessness, addiction, incarceration, that's where I was headed. My rent went to cigarettes never clear. I had regular unprotected sex with intravenous drug users. I had lost interest in the basics. Luckily, I was appointed a CASA, Abby. On her first visit, she'd asked if I had been eating. I thought, what does she care? Nobody around me ever had before, and one day I would just starve or drink myself to death if no one cared. But Abby did, a lot. Abby cared about everything. We saw each other or spoke many times each week, and she'd always ask if I had been eating, sleeping, or had anything good to report at all. Invariably, I had not, but being asked began to feel good. Someone caring felt good. And Abby wanted me to go to college, too. I wanted to as well, but I wouldn't have without her. I had no money for the application. I had no computer to complete it. I had no idea what I had to submit. But Abby helped me so much that I got a full scholarship. Everyone had ideas back then about what I should have been doing, but no one had ever helped me do them until Abby. My drinking relaxed. Unfortunately, I had to care for my mom until she passed away, so I left school and lost my scholarship. I might not have made it through that year, but things had changed. Before, the world was out to destroy me, and I figured I would always help. But Abby and Casa showed me that there was more than destruction. There were also good guys, and instead of destroying myself, I could help them help me. It took a while to get to where I am today, but I credit Casa with teaching me to accept the support and with giving me hope that has gotten me here. Casa gave me a path that led me to graduating with honors and awards at the top of my Ivy League class. Now I'm preparing to become a Juris Doctorate. I've returned to Casa, but not to receive support, instead to provide it. And that's because of the invaluable work that I know from personal experience that CASA does. They do more than advocate for the best interests of a child. CASA saves children's lives, like they saved mine. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for all the volunteers who are here. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Take your time. Take your time from your busy schedules.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and for your past support over the years. My name is Dawn Miller. I'm President of Legal Services of New Jersey. We've provided written testimony. Our remarks today will be made by retired Associate Justice Janie LaVecchia. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman Greenstein, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing me today. I'm on? Yeah. Is it a little closer? Is that better? Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about the challenges facing legal services. As you know, our organization provides free legal services for low-income individuals across the state of New Jersey. Currently, 34.8% of our population in New Jersey, or more than 3.1 million people, live in true poverty, which means they can't afford basic necessities without sacrificing other basic needs. Since it was founded in 1966, Legal Services has served more than 9 million people in over 2.8 million cases, helping with eviction prevention, safety net benefits, domestic violence issues, and family reunification. But despite best efforts, the gap in resources necessary to provide legal services to people who need them and are eligible remains vast, and the demand continues to increase. Sorry about that. In just 2024 alone, we opened 64,000 new cases and assisted over 192,000 individuals. 40% of those cases were housing related, 20% were family related. And I want to drill down on the housing related cases because historically in New Jersey, if you look at court records, 90% of landlords are represented, but only 3.8% of tenants are. When our organization is involved, we have an 80% success rate in helping people avoid or prevent eviction. That results in a per case savings for the state of between $8,500 and $14,700 plus in avoided costs. It's a form of return on investment. But despite the growing need that we're facing here in New Jersey for services from legal services, The governor's proposed budget has proposed a cut of 24% or $9.2 million. That is on top of the cut of $3 million that we experienced last year, bringing our funding level to $28.8 million, which is less than the amount that legal services received and worked with in 2021. And critically, this is coming on top of the time when all of our other major funding areas are also at serious risk. The 20th Century Fund, which allocates up to $10.1 million from court filing fees to legal services, is yet again projected to fall short of that amount. The IOLTA program, which is always volatile, as you know, is down. This quarter alone, it is down 14% or $1.6 million, and we are told to project at least a $10 million reduction in IOLTA funding. For federal funding, we receive about $20 million statewide for legal services provision across the state. That is, to say the least, at risk. And it's more than just a tentative supposition. On Friday, we received notice that $1 million program's funding has been terminated as of that date. So we did not get a lot of notice. We make every effort to secure additional funding. We try to be efficient. We use technology where possible. But state funding is a cornerstone of our planning ability and our total ability to provide essential services for people who need them. So our request is simple. You have been provided strong commitment to equal justice for people. We ask you to restore the $9.2 million for our budget so that we can properly plan and provide equal justice for people regardless of their level of income. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Justice. And members, this is for the members. A lot of their funding does come from interest on lawyers' trust accounts, court filing fees, and federal dollars. So as you said, Justice, those are down, which also reduces.
Thank you very much, members of the committee.
Michael Egerton and Tom Bracken representing the New Jersey Chamber of Commerce. Also, I'm going to have Donna Custard come up, President of Jersey Chamber of Commerce Foundation. They will be followed by the following folks. Kathy White and Tashia Clark-Reed from Volunteers of America, followed by Julia Kramaric and Pat Gerds, Bayada Home Health Care.
Chairman Mike Eganton with the State Chamber. You all hear enough from me at the State House in Trenton, so I'm going to defer my time to our President and CEO, Tom Bracken. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Chairman and members of the committee. First of all, let me say that the budget proposal you are considering represents a continuation of increased spending, growing support of the state's progressive initiatives, and virtually nothing to address our fragile economic future. This formula must stop. There are many deserving organizations here today with valid funding needs. I am sure that if you had the available resources and funding, that you would honor most of those requests. The issue is revenue, however, which we do not have. One of the most prominent reasons is the lack of growth in sustainable, reliable, organic tax dollars coming from a growing business community. In fact, the most recent revenue numbers show the corporate business tax decreasing. The reason this situation exists is because for the last 7 years, and continuing with this year's budget, we have dramatically underinvested in our business community. Not only underinvesting, but adding new taxes and decreasing the budgets of those state organizations whose mission is to help business. This year, proposals to increase taxes on online gaming, the logistics industry with a $2 truck tax, the luxury real estate tax, which includes corporate real estate, and the cannabis industry, to name a few, all attack thriving growth segments of our economy. And significant decreases in the budget of the NJIT, the New Jersey Business Action Center, and New Jersey Business Development Centers reduces those agencies from being able to provide much needed support to struggling businesses. Plus, cuts to higher education, as you heard earlier, hurts the ability to train employees to adapt to the changing job environment. Also, I must mention that all of these are exactly the opposite of what is needed if we want to begin a much needed economic revival. In the governor's business address, he emphatically talked about the lack of investment in the pension system from prior governors, which is causing him to invest $7 billion a year in our pension as catch-up. What I would say about the budget system is mirrored by what has transpired regarding the care and feeding of businesses in New Jersey. 7 years of lack of focus and investment has caught up to us dramatically. Significant investments in our economy by assisting our business community to become more affordable, competitive, and business-friendly must start now. It is way overdue. Each of our many candidates for governor agrees that our economy and business growth needs to become a priority, and they emphatically say that, and they all have plans to address that. Let's give our next governor a head start in accomplishing their growth goals this year by eliminating new taxes and cuts in budgets to vital departments that assist business and the higher education system. If we don't, the hole we need to dig out of our economy next year will be much deeper, and it will require much deeper cuts in budgets to many more deserving organizations. A healthy, vibrant, and growing business community assists every citizen, business, and nonprofit in our state. But you need to begin that transition now by honoring the requests that I'm making today for the cuts that I just mentioned. I will close by giving you a quote I heard last week from a gubernatorial candidate. If we don't begin new job growth now and sustain that, our state will die a slow death. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Sarlo and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'd also like to give a special thank you to Majority Leader Ruiz and Senator Testa for taking time out of their busy schedules on Monday to meet with our Jobs for America's Graduates New Jersey students at the State House for our very first legislative day. My name is Donna Custard. I'm the president of the New Jersey Chamber of Commerce Foundation, the warm fuzzy side of the Chamber of Commerce. And we've been dedicated to workforce development since 1996. And I'm here to urge you today to reinstate the $350,000 appropriation in support of the Jobs for America's Graduates New Jersey program. JAG New Jersey serves young people facing significant barriers to success, students who are at risk of dropping out and struggling to find pathways to economic independence. The program provides critical support, helping them graduate from high school and transition successfully into college, employment, and military service. Thanks to last year's funding, we expanded to serve nearly 200 additional students this academic year. But without reinstating the appropriation, we'll be forced to selectively cut programs from Passaic, Newark, Camden, New Brunswick, Plainfield, Little Egg Harbor, Rahway, Willingboro, Woodbury, or Vineland, directly impacting at least 300 students who need the support most. JAG New Jersey works. Our students graduate at rates between 93 and 100%, compared to district rates as low as 36%. These students are overwhelmingly from low-income families and communities of color, where the need for targeted intervention is greatest. Without JAG, many of these students would join the ranks of those who leave high school without a diploma, a challenge that comes at a significant financial cost. In Vineland alone, more than $6.6 million was spent educating students who did not graduate in 2023. There's a paragraph in your testimony that has all of those details. The cost of not funding JAG New Jersey is far greater than the investment itself. More importantly, the human cost is immeasurable. Students who do not complete high school are more likely to face unemployment, incarceration, and reliance on public assistance, costing the economy at least $272,000 per dropout over their lifetime. JAG New Jersey changes this trajectory, helping students become productive, contributing members of New Jersey's workforce. I urge you to act today to reinstate the $350,000 appropriation for JAG New Jersey. The future of our students and our state's economic strength depends on it. You have demographic and outcome data in the testimony that was provided, as well as student testimonials. Thank you so much for your time.
If you guys make your way up towards the front when they wrap up. Thank you. Ladies, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Chairman Sarlo, Vice Chairman Greenstein, and the rest of the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee. My name is Kathy White Thomas. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Volunteers of America, Delaware Valley. We are a nonprofit services organization headquartered in South Jersey. And actually, I'm sorry that Governor McGreevy left because I wanted to remind him that I am from Cumberland County. And we do have lights and water. You're welcome. We provide an array of services from everything, including affordable housing, homeless services, veteran services, reentry services, addiction and mental health treatment, legal services, and human trafficking services, to name a few. Last year alone, we provided services to 13,000 individuals. Governor Murphy's proposed budget contains catastrophic cuts to our funding. The appropriation used to support our reentry services was zeroed out. And the funds we use for direct services such as housing, addiction and mental health services, and emergency assistance were cut by 70%. Absent the restoration of both of these funding sources, we would have to close down all of our outreach social services programs statewide. We would also have to shutter the one-of-its-kind law enforcement program through which we partner with 27 police departments to ensure prompt service delivery while also diverting individuals from the criminal justice system involvement. I can tell you a quick story about one of those involvements out of Pine Hill, New Jersey with Chief Winters, where a mother picked up her son from the county jail and not knowing where else to go, she actually came to a police station because she knew that Volunteers of America Delaware Valley was there and they could help him, and which we did. And now he's working, productive in school, and also contributing to our tax base. We would also have to shut down our statewide human trafficking program, which conducts human trafficking operations alongside law enforcement, while also providing immediate direct services for survivors of human trafficking. At a time when we struggle on a daily basis to provide housing and critical social services to our most vulnerable community members, these proposed cuts would essentially force us to shut down a substantial part of our organization. I ask you to please take a look at the information we've provided and see the wide range of services that we provide and the outcomes data that we collect to continuously ensure that our programs are meeting our clients' needs. And I invite you to come and visit anytime to see our programs and talk to our clients and our dedicated staff. I know that you have an arduous and long process before you, but I respectfully urge you to restore both the Volunteers of America Delaware Valley's funding cuts so that we would continue to provide the essential services to those most in need and to ensure that our most vulnerable community members are given the opportunity to thrive. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Sarlo, Vice Chair Grindstein, and members of the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Taisha Milagros Clark-Reed, and I am the Public Policy Director in New Jersey for Volunteers of America Greater New York Region, serving clients in Northern New Jersey, New York, and Westchester County. VOA GNY is an anti-poverty organization that aims to end homelessness in the region through housing, health, and wealth-building services. As service providers for low-income New Jerseyans, we are very familiar with the affordable housing crisis. Data indicates that the state presently has a deficit of approximately more than 200,000 affordable and available rental units. This crisis requires significant investments, a multi-pronged, collaborative, whole-of-government approach, co-designed solutions, and a sustained commitment to developing and preserving affordable housing. The governor's proposed budget diverts money from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. While we appreciate and support the need to foster families' abilities to build generational wealth and legacies through home ownership, diverting money from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund poses a threat to the infrastructure and social safety net in place to address the challenges of unstably housed and homeless constituents. Rather than diverting these dollars, we must add to them so that we can balance the needs of all New Jerseyans. In similar vein, the Department of Community Affairs and HMFA have been key pillars in addressing the affordable housing crisis, yet DCA particularly is critically underfunded given all that they do. We request that the budget provide increased funding for DCA and its affiliate, the Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency, HMFA, so that they may continue to do their part in addressing the needs of New Jerseyans and bring their programs to scale. It is often stated that our budgets reflect our values and commitments. The governor's proposed budget falls short of providing the relief and investments needed to meaningfully tackle our affordable housing crisis. We urge the legislature to increase its fiscal commitments to housing by investing in key social safety net agencies such as DCA and HMFA, and not raiding the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to have Julie Kramerick and Pat Gertz, both mothers to clients of Biota Helm Healthcares, come up. They will be followed by Chris Emma. Nope, hold on. We're going to be followed by the president of Rutgers Camden, correct?
Yeah, number 46.
46. Hold on. Be followed by, Bob McKee, Senior Vice Chancellor, Rutgers University Camden, followed by Ed Jimenez, University Hospital.
Thank you, Chairman Sarlo and members of the committee. I'm Louise Lindenmeyer, Deputy Executive Director for Beata Hearts for Home Care. I want to thank Senator Johnson, who was co-chair of the New Jersey Home Care Caucus. We appreciate all that you do, so thank you. We're here today to speak on behalf of our clients or their voice. They were unable to attend due to illness in the home. Our ask this year is that the private duty nursing program, an increase of $4 an hour for our LPNs, and this is a really vital service that we provide on behalf of over 4,200 clients in the state. So my colleague, Shelby Myers, is going to speak on behalf of Julie.
Thank you. And thank you, Chairman Sarlo, as well as committee members. Per Julie, my husband and I live in Norwood with our 2 children, Emmeline and Xander. I apologize I cannot be here in person today as we have limited nursing coverage. Emmeline is my medically complex 9-year-old child. Among her diagnoses, Em has a rare genetic disorder known as 9P-, congenital hyperinsulinism, a seizure disorder, and a host of other complexities. She requires a feeding tube, insulin pump, ventilator, and other specialty medical equipment. Em is developmentally delayed, nonverbal, cannot sit or stand independently, and requires a wheelchair. Emmeline needs constant nursing supervision. She is currently authorized for 112 hours of nursing care per week, but on a good week, we only see half. Approximately 58 hours are covered. When they are there, our nurses administer G-tube feeds and medications, monitor her for aspiration, conduct specialty medical equipment maintenance, and more. In short, they keep my precious child alive. The nurses are busy from the second they walk in the door until their shifts are over. Em is not able to attend school without a nurse. This means if our nurse is sick or calls out, Emily misses school. Last year, she missed more than 75 days of school because she did not have a nurse. She has not been able to go to school on Wednesdays for 16 months. This is unacceptable. Emmeline deserves a consistent education. She loves school, and when she misses school, she misses out on socialization and speech and occupational and physical therapies. Not only is the lack of accessible nursing care disruptive, but call-outs and missed shifts send my family into a tailspin. We miss family events, outings, doctor's appointments, and more. I literally cannot go grocery shopping, sleep, or meet my own basic needs on days we don't have a nurse. My husband and I have been out to dinner only twice in the last 5 years. The only time we were away from Em overnight was when I gave birth to Xander. Though Emmeline is medically complex, it does not mean she does not deserve anything less of a typical child. Over the last 9 years, we have lost more nurses than I can count to higher paying jobs in hospitals and nursing facilities. I am begging you to do your duty to ensure that PDN funding keeps pace with inflation and other costs. With better funding, the nursing pool will expand, nurses already in home care will stay, and we could potentially have more of our hours covered. Thank you for your time, and please remember Emmeline when discussing PDN funding. Thank you.
Thank you.
McKee, Senior Vice Chancellor for Administration and Finance, Rutgers University, Camden. Come on up, sir. Followed by Ed Jimenez, President, Chief Executive of University Hospital. Followed by Peter Chen, New Jersey Policy Perspective.
Good morning, Chairperson Sarlo, Vice Chairperson Greenstein, and the members of the committee, as well as Rutgers Camden's own Senator Nelsa Cruz Perez. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Chancellor Antonio D. Tillis today, the 5,700 students, 1,100 faculty and staff, and our nearly 60,000 alumni from Rutgers University Camden regarding the need for investment in our students and, by extension, their families and the communities. You have copies of our full testimony today. I'd like to just provide a few highlights. Rutgers Camden predominantly serves first-generation students. We're the place in New Jersey where students and their families have the opportunity to grow and succeed. Programs such as EOF and TAG are immensely important to our students, and we urge you to continue the program for the programming for these vital systems. As first in their families to go to college, our students require additional levels of support to become the next generation of leaders and innovators in the state of New Jersey. We are seeking the restoration of the $3.21 million in support of Rutgers Camden students that was removed in the governor's FY26 budget. During the current year, we're using the state's investment wisely to provide new learning experiences for more than 1,000 students, supporting our students who are veterans or on active duty, and we're delivering programs to support much needed student mental health. We're also using the investment to support our community engagement activities. We provide 200 Camden children with after-school programming every day, led by 50 of our Rutgers Camden students, and we deliver one-on-one college access support for 11th and 12th graders in Camden. These learning opportunities help us retain students and encourage them to graduate. We are not asking for additional funding. We're asking for the restoration of the $3.21 million that was provided in the FY25 budget. We certainly recognize the challenges for this budget year, and our requests for continued support are important. I'd like to thank all of you for the important work that you do, especially Senator John Baricelli, Senator Nelsa Cruz, and Senator Testa for your leadership on behalf of South Jersey. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today.
In a row, Ed Jimenez, University Hospital, followed by, is that here? Yep. Followed by Peter Chen from the Jersey Policy Perspective. That completes page 1. Followed by Hillary Kuchawi, representing New Jersey Center for Tourette Syndrome. Followed by, fourth will be Chris Emicoltz, BIA, and Hillary Shebra, Chamber of Commerce, Southern Jersey, could come in together.
Good morning, Chair Sarlo, Majority Leader Ruiz, members of the committee, Senator Burgess. My name is Ed Jimenez, and I'm the President and CEO of University Hospital. Thank you for letting me speak today. Everybody here knows that we're the only public acute care hospital, the only public trauma center, the only public academic medical center connected physically to a medical school and dental school. But you know that already. Before I go too far, I have to say that I'm definitely giving time to these kids that I heard first. As a kid from Patterson, whose life has turned out okay, man, those kids are inspirational. So my speech is going to be filled with enthusiasm, not because I'm enthusiastic about what I talk about, because I am, but those kids lit something in me different today. Everybody on this committee has been part of supporting University Hospital. We have come to you year over year with basically the same ask. Can you help us have a hospital that every one of you have in your communities? And when I mention that, when I say that, I'm talking about the facilities. Many of you have come to see patients. And I have to imagine you are leaving there in awe that doctors, nurses, technicians, housekeepers do what they do in spite of what you see around you inside the hospital. Years ago, you started with great support. And we have lived up to our commitment to use that support to build a new campus. And we've never asked you to help us build something that's state of the art, that we're going to write books about, of being different, about being so special that we're going to put other places to shame. No, all we've asked for is what everybody else has, what every one of us wants when you walk inside of a hospital. And so this plan is in motion. Rutgers University has put out an RFP to build the first building on our campus. The EDA has done a great job of helping us get the campus ready through all of the pre-development. Annually, you support us for things that are basic. We've replaced CAT scanners, a roof, ultrasounds, plumbing. Nothing has been awesome and amazing. It's been just what you and I want. And along the way, I hope we've made you proud. University Hospital has the #1 survival for liver transplantation in the United States, not in the Northeast, in the United States. University Hospital currently has 18 bedside nursing vacancies, and my colleagues here will tell you I don't pay the most. We must have the lowest vacancy rate in the United States. I don't know that for fact, but we're not going to find another hospital with 18 vacancies in nursing. We're here to make you and our citizens proud. And all I ask every year is help us just do the basics. It's a lot of money, I get it. But we just want what everybody else gets in New Jersey. Thank you for your time.
The next person is Peter Chen from New Jersey Policy Perspective.
Someone left some phones up here, if you want to. All right. Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thanks so much for allowing me to testify today. I'll note last year, the chair said that I could get 10 extra seconds because I finished right at 3 minutes. So we'll see if I get those 10 seconds. Look, we've all heard about all of the critical programs that are facing cuts, everything from community colleges, to legal services, reentry services, and yes, even the programs supported by the Chamber of Commerce, like programs through the EDA for grants for small businesses. But these services and all of the programs that you all and we all care about are funded through revenue, which comes from taxation. And without higher revenues, we're going to find ourselves in this same position or worse position every year with different groups, all of whom have great worthy causes coming up to say we shouldn't be cut in this year's budget because we should be getting funding. And many of those might be legislative ads. But the reality is, without higher revenues and without progressive revenues, we're going to be stuck in the same position we're in, where we're going to be trying to cut our way to prosperity, which we've seen both at a national and a state level does not work. And I'll note that when we look at the structural deficit, which many folks have mentioned, the governor's budget makes some strides to closing that structural deficit, to helping raise more revenue, and cuts back on many of the programs that we're talking about here. But restoring those cuts means we need more revenue in order to keep that deficit from growing. Otherwise, we are really at the mercy of some of the federal cuts that we know are coming. Even a small cut to Medicaid would be devastating for the state budget, and that's what we potentially face. And instead, what I'll suggest is that we look at the prosperity of the state as a whole as a shared vision that requires taxation of the wealthy and powerful corporations. When we, and jokes aside about Cumberland County, Salem County, and Essex are places where 1 in 5 children under the age of 5 live in poverty. In a state with as much wealth as New Jersey has, that should not be the case. And we can do that. We can end child poverty. We can end some of these structural problems if we have the courage to have more progressive taxation and fund all of the great services that we know work for families and for kids. Thank you.
Any question? Thanks. All right, the next person is Hillary Kruchawi, Executive Director, New Jersey Center for Tourette Syndrome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jordan Fleischman, and I'm an 18-year-old senior at Livingston High School in Livingston, New Jersey. I had my first tic when I was 5 years old and was diagnosed with a motor tic disorder when I was 7. After several years of different types of tics, I was later diagnosed with Tourette syndrome by a physician my parents found through NJCTS, the New Jersey Center for Tourette Syndrome. NJCTS has been there for me every step of the way, offering the clinical and emotional support I needed throughout the process. Along with my blinking tic, I also have a neck tic, which involves jerking my head in a certain direction. During this tic, I tend to blink my eyes and clench my mouth, which creates a lot of fatigue. This, in turn, leads to several challenges I face as a teenager with motor tics. Sports, for example, require a significant amount of physical activity, and it becomes much harder for me to run for long periods of time when I'm constantly ticking. The tics make me extremely tired and unfocused. Another challenge I face is taking tests at school. High-pressure situations make me tic more, so I tend to tic heavily during tests, especially as time winds down. When I experience my neck and eye tics, I lose focus on the question I'm working on, which only adds to the pressure, especially during timed assessments. I also want to mention one more challenge. I'm fortunate enough to have great friends who support me for who I am and never make jokes about my tics. Unfortunately, there have been many instances where others have made rude, making fun of something that I cannot control. That said, I love my life. Despite these challenges, I've done very well in my classes and remain near the top of my class. Although my tics have made things more difficult, I'm proud of who I am. I wanted to share my story because NJCTS has been incredibly supportive, not only of me, but of many young people with Tourette syndrome and other related tics. The organization has played a critical role in my life, and I'm grateful for the support they provided. That's why I'm deeply disappointed with the NJCTS's funding has been cut. In 2004, NJCTS received funding from the state of New Jersey to create a center of excellence. This would provide programs and services to support families and offer education for schools and healthcare professionals across the state. 20 years later, that funding has helped NJCTS expand its reach with initiatives such as educational webinars, youth development programs, support groups, the Tim Howard Leadership Academy, and the NJCTS Family Retreat Weekend. Their state funding has remained stable at $800,000 since fiscal year 2018, with an additional $55,000 for 2025 to support the TS clinic at Rutgers. However, if their funding is cut in fiscal year 2026, NJCTS will be forced to eliminate staff positions and scale back their programs. They're extremely frugal and focus their resources on serving families, but state funding still represents 2/3 of their budget. Despite their creative fundraising efforts, they cannot continue this vital work without the state support. I'm here today asking that you reinstate their funding of $855,000 so they can continue to support kids like me. NJCTS is the only organization in New Jersey dedicated to supporting people with Tourette syndrome, and they can only continue their critical work if they receive necessary funding. I ask that you please continue supporting NJCTS so they can keep helping kids like me learn to live with Tourette syndrome and, more importantly, to excel. Thank you so much for your time and have a great rest of your day.
Just real quick, I think there's going to be bipartisan support to reinstate those funds. Fought for this organization since the beginning of my career because the representatives over the years have been great, and you did a wonderful job here today. Is this proud mom? Maybe both parents over here. Pride is well placed. You did a really great job. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Senator, if I may, yeah. Young man, appreciate you coming forward. Very well spoken. I thought your comments were articulate and on point, and you did a great job delivering in a certainly a little bit of a pressure situation. So well done, and I appreciate everything you had to say. So thank you.
Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Next, we have Hillary Chebra from the Chamber of Commerce, South Jersey, and Chris Emigholz, New Jersey Business and Industry. Hello, how are you?
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Hillary Chebra. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Chamber of Commerce, Southern New Jersey. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Last year, this chamber testified before this committee in strong opposition to the corporate transit fee, highlighting that South Jersey remains a transit desert with limited access to public transportation. South Jersey-based businesses are being taxed for public services that they desperately want and need, but have limited access to. The region continues to lack the infrastructure necessary to meet its transportation needs. For example, at a recent chamber event, we heard the story of a Salem County College nursing student who would walk 30 minutes to a bus stop for a 6:30 a.m. bus, as that was the only option to get to campus in time for her 8 a.m. class. There are countless stories like this that highlight the need for more investment in transit in South Jersey. Our chamber proposes that of the estimated $815.5 million generated in the fiscal year 2025 corporate transit fee, 15% be dedicated to South Jersey specific projects. This dedication would ensure that residents in South Jersey have access to transportation to get to employment, education, and essential services. This dedication could provide crucial investments for extra bus routes in the EDS and Med corridor, microtransit to assist in that last mile gap, and additional services for the River Line. Additionally, while the proposed budget includes a fiscally responsible allocation to the state pension, as well as a robust surplus, we remain deeply concerned about the budget's reliance on increased taxes that could hinder economic recovery in South Jersey. Many of the $1.1 billion in new taxes will disproportionately affect South Jersey. Specifically, the proposed increase in internet gaming and online sports wagering tax rates threaten to harm Atlantic City's brick and mortar casinos and deter future investment in this growing industry. Additionally, a tax on drones risks stifling innovation in a sector that has significant potential for the region. Last year, just the proposal of a $1 truck excise fee was enough for one of our member businesses to lose a warehouse project to another state. The reintroduction of the truck fee, now at $2 a truck, will not only make New Jersey a less favorable place to do business, it will make all goods more expensive across the state. So in conclusion, we remain deeply concerned about the massive increase in spending over the recent fiscal years and the increases in taxes that will make life less affordable for businesses and residents alike. We urge the legislature to allocate dedicated funding for transit improvements in South Jersey to ensure our region has access to transportation resources. Can confirm South Jersey does have electricity and plumbing. However, we are deeply in need of more transportation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Sarlo, Vice Chair Greenstein, and members of the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee. My name is Christopher Emigholz, and from the New Jersey Business Industry Association, representing thousands of job creators across our state. And I wanted to express how disappointing this budget is to the business community. To do that, I wanted to try something a bit different with my testimony this morning, because you generally know where BIA comes from. Opposing tax increases that make us less affordable and less competitive, concerns about unsustainable spending growth, and supporting pro-growth investments in workforce development, innovation, and infrastructure. To get your attention and highlight the budget's flaws and unrelenting tax burdens, I want to tell you a story about a fictional regular Joe taxpayer who could be in all of your legislative districts. Joe's an employee at a 35-person manufacturing plant making products for the defense industry in North Jersey. The new 6.625% sales tax on needed cybersecurity digital services for that firm, plus the loss of the manufacturing voucher program that they hope to use to reinvest in equipment, but was zeroed out in the proposed budget, plus the loss of NJIT consulting services, which was also zeroed out in the budget, has led the company to increase prices and lose on some bids to manufacturers from other states. Joe will see less of a raise and less of a bonus because his employer became less competitive. Joe's not happy at work, but he doesn't get any better at home. Joe has to buy a new car, but the trade-in of his used car does not help as much because it now costs 6.625% more because of the new tax. Additionally, the county college that his daughter goes to is more expensive because of their state aid cuts in the budget. The increased college costs and car costs and the issues at work lead him to cut back on his usual Jersey Shore family vacation, especially when he sees that mini golf and water park prices jumped up because of the new sales tax there as well. And he can't get the same Atlantic City comps he used to get because we're now taxing that as well. Joe is stressed because of these added costs, and the less nice vacation that he can provide for his family. Plus, he's stressed that his widow mom is having trouble selling her home in North Jersey because of the higher real estate transfer fee. To just de-stress, Joe likes to gamble on his iPhone, which is now more expensive. Drink scotch and have a cigarette when he gets home from work, which is now more expensive. Golf on the weekends, which is now more expensive. And when he's really stressed, engage in some adult recreational cannabis, which is, you can guess, more expensive now. To top it off, his wife orders something online and he sees a new line item in the bill for a truck tax. So while sadly paying the higher costs for the vices he enjoys, he daydreams about a possible beach vacation in another state where these higher costs next year won't be. We're chasing away customers from New Jersey, we're chasing away businesses, we're chasing away vacationers with these higher taxes. I give you this story as a plea to help all the taxpayers like Joe, both residents and businesses. Get rid of the taxes, restore some of the manufacturing and higher ed cuts, and avoid adding so much spending. These increases and these cuts make us less competitive and are going to hurt our organic economic growth, which is really how we get our revenues up, not chasing them away with taxes. Thank you for considering BI's perspective, as well as my written testimony, which you all have, which goes into much greater detail. Thank you.
As I said in the beginning, I think a lot of those fees will not make it to the final budget. And I think we all want to hang out with Joe. Sounds like a good guy to hang out with.
Here. More than welcome.
Joe's a fun
He's
guy.
doing better than me.
Joe gets comps at the 18. Wow.
I'll even pay for it.
Active guy.
Having a good time, but we can't do that in New Jersey without paying more now.
He lives in Bergen County.
Okay, here we go. Sean.
There we go. All right, Steve Beatty from NJIT. I'm a high school social studies teacher, currently serving as the vice president of the NJIT. So thank you all for your time. I know you have copies of my written testimony, so I'll just explain a few things overall. And really, listen, I'm a high school teacher, and the last few days I spent on the phone with my colleagues around the state's fellow local presidents, talking about the cuts that they face, talking about selling off schools, right? Getting rid of properties, because every year, it's become like the gender reveal party. And Bridgewater Raritan, you get $2 million or you lose $2 million. No organization can fully function effectively when they cannot look to their budgets in the future. We have to find a better way of stabilizing how we look at funding public schools. There's just no other way of talking about it. I know the CIFRA is a thing we talk about, and we are fully involved and want to help to come up with something that works for everybody. I'm a teacher, I'm a labor leader, I'm also a taxpayer and father of 2 students that go to public schools here in New Jersey. I understand that but every child deserves to have a great school that's clean, that's healthy, that tells them when they walk in the door, people love me here, right? I'm wanted and taken care of, regardless of what goes on outside in their real world. So we have to work together to get to that future. And there's a couple things I would echo the sentiments of my friends from higher education to restore the funding and go beyond what we know from years past, because that really is an on-ramp for so many students in so many ways. I've had the opportunity to work there and really see, you saw for yourselves, why that is so critically important as an investment in our education. And of course, I said about the funding of the schools, you know, my favorite bumper sticker growing up in the 70s was the one that said, I long for the day when schools have every dollar they need and the Air Force has a bake sale for a bomber, right? I know we talk about healthcare costs and the exorbitant rates and how that goes up, and we have to figure a way to do that. I'm not an expert, but I'm proud of the work we did as an organization to really rein that in with our Chapter 44. Looking forward to more of those health-saving costs. But, you know, again, I'm biased. I'm a teacher. I'm a father. There should never not be enough money for our public schools and our kids. Well, thank you.
and all of our staffs for cooperating and being patient. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, David Pringle, representing Empower New Jersey, the state's largest coalition of over 100 faith, labor, business, environmental justice groups, and more, with hundreds of thousands of members. We're also a member of Dealing with the Climate Crisis, and we're also a member of the For the Many Coalition, many of whom are testifying today. Also representing MCA, the Mid-Atlantic Solar and Storage Industry Trade Association, 76 member companies doing business primarily in New Jersey, but also Delaware and Pennsylvania. It's well known we're in an affordability crisis. It's less well known the climate crisis is an important part of that. The science is damning. Humankind burning massive amounts of carbon is causing increasingly frequent and increasingly severe extreme weather. Just last week, St. Patrick's Day, it was announced that 42 people died from powerful dust storms, wildfires, rain, and tornadoes, storms throughout the Midwest and South and the Northeast. We suffered it too. In the 21st century, New Jersey suffered billions of dollars of property damage and economic damage from hurricanes. New Jersey's not alone. Too many names now have a negative association to them: Sandy, Ida, Helene, and so on. We've had wildfires, not just in California, in Highlands and the Pinelands in the last year, in the Meadowlands, that's doing property damage, making folks sick. We all smelled what happened in Canada, came over here in 2023. The science is now coming out that the air pollution in New Jersey was several-fold above the health standards from that stuff in Canada. And it's not just wildfires. The burning of those pollutants, the burning of carbon is causing all these additional problems. The healthcare costs, and it's whether it's oil, coal, plastics, gas, whatever you want to call it, natural, bio, renewable, low carbon, carbon neutral, net, however you make it, drill it, frack it, landfill, corn, burnt French fry oil, it's all causing the same problems, and it's co-pollutants. We need to do a lot more. You're hearing lots of testimony from lots of folks. We have massive needs in this state. The state budget does a good job to some degree, but it has to do a lot more. We need to better fund New Jersey Transit. We need to stop raiding the Clean Energy Fund. We need to increase funding for BPU and DEP. DEP has 25% less staff and 25% less budget when inflation is adjusted than 20 years ago, yet you all keep asking them to do more and more, but giving them less and less. We need to also continue to invest in squeaky clean energy. So how do we pay for it? Three very quick options. One, pass the Climate Superfund Act. Many of you are sponsors of that. That will shift costs from consumers, ratepayers, and taxpayers to the folks that profited from it, very appropriately so. Taking off my MCA hat, two additional recommendations. Keep the revenue enhancers that are already in the proposed budget and add to them by having the wealthiest individuals and corporations pay more of their fair share. For the Money has suggested several options totaling over $3 billion. And finally, stop the wasteful spending. There are better options than having the New Jersey Turnpike spend $11 billion for 8 miles of road. There are so many needs. You can and must do better. Have the wealthiest pay their fair share. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, David. Tom Bafuta, come on up, sir. Arc of New Jersey, followed by Matt Binder.
Good morning, Chairman Sarlo, members of the committee. I'm Tom Bafuto, Executive Director of the Arc of New Jersey. Thank you for the chance to testify today. And thanks to everybody on this committee for your many years of support for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We thank Governor Murphy for increasing two priority line items in the FY26 budget: $18 million to increase direct support professional wages to stay ahead of New Jersey's minimum wage, and funding to move 318 people off the state's priority waiting list. And we also appreciate there was no cuts to the Medicaid fee-for-service system that funds all adult services. We did, however, get two devastating cuts in this budget: $497,000 in grant funds within the Department of Human Services to the Arc of New Jersey, which we use to operate our Planning for Adult Life program. In the past 12 months alone, this program has served 7,000 students with intellectual and developmental disabilities with transition planning, helping students as they leave the school system, preparing them and their parents for the future. When that school bus doesn't show up when they turn 21, it's a very difficult time for families. The ARC of New Jersey helps them plan for their future. We urge this legislature to reinstate this funding. Without it, thousands of children will be unprepared for what happens when their educational entitlement ends, unable to access services in the adult system and chart a plan for their post-school life. The second devastating cut, I have Bob Angel, Executive Director of the Arc of Monmouth, here to discuss that. Bob?
Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The Arc of Monmouth is a non-profit community provider agency providing psychiatric and behavioral health services to more than 500 individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, IDD. Our services are both unique and desperately needed. Often psychiatric and behavioral needs of these individuals go unrecognized or unmet. There are not enough practitioners who have the expertise to educate, to serve these individuals. Coupled with low Medicaid rates, it's a disincentive for doctors to treat them. Now the care we deliver is in jeopardy because of the $295,000 cut in the proposed budget within the Department of Human Services, which fund these critical services. For over 35 years, the Arc of Monmouth has been providing psychiatric services to the IDD community to fill the gap in care, not just in Monmouth County, but across the state, because these services are so specialized and so scarce. Our psychiatrist and our psychiatric nurse practitioner are experts in the field of IDD. The services they provide are not easily replaceable. Some of those we serve have cognitive and communicative differences that can mask or mimic psychiatric symptoms, making diagnosis particularly challenging. With respect, I urge the legislature to reinstate the $295,000 in grant funding to the Arc of Monmouth so that hundreds of individuals with complex psychiatric needs don't lose access to the treatment they depend on. Thank you.
Hi, I am Matt Binder with Easter Seals, New Jersey. We serve over 4,000 adults across the state in a wide variety of disability and mental health services. Thank you, Chairman Sarlo, Vice Chair Greenstein, members of the Senate Budget Committee for holding this hearing. I want to start with a message of gratitude today. We are grateful that this proposed budget does not contain deep cuts as was feared. We are grateful that this budget will allow for over 200 individuals with developmental disabilities to continue living in the community by updating the per member per month rate in the agency with choice self-direction model. And we are grateful for the $18 million allocated for direct support professional wage increases in the DDD system of care. Together, we can achieve a lot. Last year, 131 of our participants got a job, and 96% of people in our mental health community living services successfully transitioned to independent housing. We must keep this momentum going. We live in a time of great uncertainty. We urge the legislature to use state funds to offset any federal cuts to Medicaid as much as possible. These proposed cuts would have a devastating effect on the 1.85 million New Jerseyans who have Medicaid, on our economy with thousands of jobs and billions of dollars of economic activity at risk. If the state finds itself in a better financial position, I know, Chairman, you mentioned the situation is fluid. There are a number of critical areas to be addressed. We ask that $3.4 million in grant and aid be restored, and preferably to the higher level it was the year before, to Access New Jersey. That is distributed to members like us that help people with disabilities get jobs in the community. If that funding is not restored, there'll be cuts at our work centers in Millville and New Brunswick. We ask that you consider, if you are able, a cost of living increase in DDD and DMHAS fee-for-service rates and contracts to be able to keep up with rising costs. I want to thank Senator Greenstein for being the prime sponsor in S 1032 to do just that and have the state consider it each year. Senator Cruz Perez, Senator Johnson, Zwicker, Burgess, Diagnan, thank you for your sponsorship. We also must look at partial care mental health rates, transportation and rehabilitation, and DVRS supported employment rates, which are below DDD rates. I've included the specific number amounts in my written testimony, but in conclusion, I just wanted to say thank you. We live in a time of great uncertainty, and your partnership is greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
City Jackson, Jersey Symphony, followed by John Mahal on KSAA.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Sarlo, Vice Chair Greenstein, members of the Senate Budget Committee. Thank you for what you do for our state's children. It is important and we appreciate it. The children with whom we work at New Jersey Tutoring Corps are typically 2, 3, 4 grades behind their peers. Working with us helps them to close those academic gaps and increase their belief in themselves as learners. Senator Greenstein, we see the difference that education makes in the lives of children every day in Hamilton Township. Senator Berzicelli in Salem City, Penns Grove, Carneys Point, the Boys and Girls Clubs of Glassboro and Paulsboro. I am going to cede the remainder of my time to our Director of Program Evaluation and Impact and Newark resident, Amir Wallace.
I appreciate your introduction, Catherine. Thank you so much. As a permanent and longtime community leader in Newark, particularly through my coaching at Central High School, I have witnessed firsthand the impact of education on my community. NJTC is not just a tutoring program. We are redefining what education infrastructure can look like when it's data-driven, career-focused, and community-rooted. Thus far, NJTC has assisted over 12,500 scholars across New Jersey, and the results demonstrate the effectiveness of our approach. For example, we've seen a 550% increase in math performance, and reading proficiency for students at or above grade level has increased from 46% to 64%. These aren't projections. This is proof of what works. Now, our mission goes beyond academics. We are developing a statewide educator apprenticeship pipeline that transforms tutors into future teachers, mentors, and leaders. Our program not only supports students, but also creates job opportunities. Since its inception, we've created over 700 jobs. Tutors gain practical experience in curriculum alignment, behavior strategies, and real-time data analytics. NJTC is the only statewide nonprofit delivering high-quality, high-impact, in-person tutoring. So far this year, we have provided 578,272 minutes to 1,500 scholars. We are currently operating in 12 districts with over 100 on-site staff members across those locations. These figures highlight both the growing demand for our service and our expanding reach. Senator Ruiz, I know she's not here at this moment, your fight for equitable education access inspires our mission. Senator Greenstein, your dedication to workforce development lives in our apprenticeship model. And Chair Sarlo, our outcomes directly reflect your vision for wise, measurable investment into New Jersey families. We operate with a scholar-first approach, guided by real-time data, from attendance trends to curriculum engagement to direct scholar feedback. One student told us, "I wish I could have my tutor every day." So do we. To scale this success, we seek continued stable funding. With your support, high-impact tutoring can move from a recovery effort to a permanent pillar of New Jersey's education future. Thank you for your time and commitment to the youth of our state. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Sarlo, Vice Chair Greenstein, and members of the Senate Budget Committee. Thank you for your service to the residents of New Jersey and especially the students of New Jersey. My name is Dr. Chelsea Collins. I am the 2016 New Jersey State Teacher of the Year, and I am currently a partner and co-founder of Connected Workforce, an education consulting group that provides direct services to schools, districts, and education nonprofits across New Jersey. I am also a proud South Jersey resident, parent of 4, despite some of the jokes around the recent addition of electricity and in South Jersey. I'm definitely a proud South Jersey resident. I am here today to advocate for continued funding for the New Jersey Tutoring Corps. The New Jersey Tutoring Corps is the only statewide nonprofit providing students with high quality, high impact in-person tutoring. The New Jersey Tutoring Corps has had proven success, as you just heard, in raising student achievement in both math and English. Additionally, the organization provides much needed training and experience to its tutors, many of who go on to join our ranks as New Jersey teachers. Connected has had the privilege of training and supporting tutors across the state since the program's inception, and I have personally supported many of the South Jersey locations, including the Glassboro and Paulsboro Boys and Girls Club locations. Since 2023, New Jersey Tutoring Corps has created over 730 new jobs across 19 counties in New Jersey. Building on that momentum, the U.S. Department of Labor recognized New Jersey Tutoring Corps as the first tutor apprenticeship program. This designation is critical because it recognizes that the New Jersey Tutoring Corps and their partners follow national standards and guidelines for developing, training, and growing tutors. Our team at Connected Workforce provides related technical instruction to the apprentices that work for NJTC. Over an 18-month period of time, we'll ensure NJTC's apprentices have support navigating instructional frameworks. We will build their content knowledge in math and ELA, develop their competencies in planning and professionalism, and support them in navigating post-secondary coursework at New Jersey City University. The training we provide upskills individuals who are looking to join the educator workforce. In fiscal year 26, I'm here to ask that you continue your direct support for the New Jersey Tutoring Corps. In closing, by reinstating New Jersey's Tutoring Corps' appropriation, you're making an investment into New Jersey's future. It is first an investment in the students of New Jersey who need support attaining grade level standards, and with the help of our tutors will grow exponentially. Next, it is an investment in New Jersey's workforce, creating new job opportunities and training for tutors that prepare them for current jobs and future careers in New Jersey schools. Thank you for your time and continued support of the New Jersey Tutoring Corps and New Jersey's educator workforce.
Marie here. Okay, Marie, come on up and be next. Julie Gorst.
Good afternoon, Chairman Sarlo and honorable members of the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee. My name is John Mulholland. I'm here with the organization called ASSA. We're New Jersey's Association of Special Education Partner Schools, and I'm here to testify today about extraordinary special education cost aid. The governor's budget proposal proposes to flat fund this line item for the 4th straight year at $420 million. And as you often hear from advocates, flat funding is really a cut. But it's not a cut here just because the costs of salaries and therapeutic aids have went up, among other costs involved with special education. It's a cut because the needs continue to increase. It's widely reported that developmental disabilities, including autism spectrum disorder, are occurring with a higher occurrence. Behavioral disabilities are on the rise. There are severe physical disabilities. And of course, there's more co-occurring disabilities. We see students with any of the above having anxiety, depression, school phobia. So what ultimately happened? So this school year, school districts submitted $680 million worth of requests for reimbursement, and they're going to be prorated down to $420 million. So what does that actually mean for a given student? The resources aren't necessarily available, but school districts still do their best to comply with state and federal law requiring free and appropriate public education. They are then stuck making the hard cuts to either increase their local tax levy, to sunset programs and create friction in their school districts between typical students and those with special needs, or they choose to contest placement decisions and support decisions, creating needless acrimony with parents just trying to get support from the state. Obviously, $680 million, the difference between $420 million and $680 million is considerable. The state has significant budget issues. So I would encourage the committee to consider what's been proposed by Senator Gopal in his school funding reform bill, where we would increase it by 20% of the difference. So an increase of $52 million would put us in a good position to get back to full funding. So to go from $420 million to $472 million in this budget, and then perhaps we do 20% to get back to full funding. That would make a huge difference in the lives of these students, their families, but also the school districts that are, in an uncertain time, they need every dollar they can get. And of course, taxpayers that are already being expected to pay more than their fair share. Thank you for seriously considering this request and for everything you do. And you have a difficult budget ahead. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Julie Borst. I am the Executive Director of Save Our Schools New Jersey Community Organizing, the Board Chair for the New Jersey Community Schools Coalition, and the new co-director of the newly minted New Jersey Institute for Community Schools at St. Elizabeth University. This is the 13th year, I believe, that Save Our Schools New Jersey has provided testimony to this committee. We represent about 38,000 families across New Jersey who believe that all children deserve a well-funded public education. There are some proposals in the governor's budget that we support, obviously, including an additional $400 million towards pre-K-12, an additional $10 million to expand pre-K, which we think is extremely important. We also applaud the attempt to reduce the number of districts who are receiving cuts and what those cuts would be. So holding it at 3% is certainly helpful. However, I'm hearing from districts that they're also sort of getting clobbered in the local fair share calculations, even though in this budget, they are using a 3-year average. And some examples of that, and why I think it's also important that we really do need to be talking about providing property tax cap relief where necessary. South Brunswick, for instance, every one of their major expenditures is going up this year. Just to give you an example, salaries up by 3.5%, transportation by 5%, energy by 11%, benefits by 11.5%. The 2% cap, which they will have to go to, leaves them in a $5.5 million hole. Toms River, and unfortunately Anna Palazzo from their Board of Education is not able to be here today, but she wanted to remind you all that Toms River is operating at a $133 million deficit in local fair share, and it went up $40 million this year. How are schools supposed to operate like this? And as Steve Beatty from NJIT mentioned, there are districts obviously that are looking to sell off property. Well, that might close a gap this year, but what happens next year? And of course, we're very concerned about what the federal cuts are going to look like. For schools here in K-12, we're talking about $1.2 billion-ish, but that results in multiple millions of dollars in some of our districts. And how are we going to support those students that need this? This is nothing new. You all know this. I do want to ask again, we ask every year for this, that there be some third-party look at SFRA. So we're operating at 2008 numbers. Our standards are different. The amount of testing costs different. All of these things are not taken into account. Even this year's education adequacy report talks about teacher salaries, but they're looking at the number of teachers that currently exist, and we know we have a deficit of teachers. It should be an aspirational number, not what's currently happening. Hello, Senator Scanlon. Fully fund special ed, extraordinary aid, and let me just get to this last part. We just opened up the New Jersey Institute for Community Schools at St. Elizabeth University. The governor has very kindly put $3 million into the budget for the last couple of years, and this year it's not there. we could help any single school district in New Jersey who wants to become a community school. And for the districts that exist, so Paterson, Jersey City, and Trenton, nobody has been telling those stories. Nobody's collecting that data. Our Department of Education is not involved in this way. And by the way, New Jersey is behind 30 years in this policy space compared to our neighbors in New York and Pennsylvania. We need to be doing this. And Senator Ruiz, if she were here right now, would be able to tell you that Newark has a new program with our national partners communities in school. In the first year last year, they were able to drop chronic absenteeism in double digits in the first 5 schools that they used. It was so successful that Roger Leon, the superintendent, started pushing out that framework into other schools mid-year, and they weren't even part of the pilot program. It works. It doesn't cost a lot of money to do this, but we need the support. So I'm asking that $3 million be restored. And I have to be a little snarky here because I'm amazed that he put in $3 million to buy cell phone bags. We can service an awful lot of places. We can train a lot of people. We can bring in resources. We can connect nonprofits and organizations that want to do work inside of schools. And we can be that bridge between those places. So thank you very much for your time. And as always, I left you with something from Dr. Bruce Baker talking about why money in education is so important. And this is not something that's debatable. Thank you. I know I went over.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you. We're doing our best with S2 to try to balance.
S2 is done.
I know.
It's over.
I know it's over, but we're doing our best. It's still in place, actually, because we're still working off of that. We're doing our best. And there's some changes in the budget this year that tries to level off some of the ups and downs for those 140. Ross Whiting, Clayton Public School District, followed by Shalom Oshore, followed by Nicole Morello, followed by Reverend Sarah Lilia.
Good morning. First, thank you to the committee for convening this hearing and for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Clayton Model Pilot Program. A special thank you to Senator Cruz Perez, who is prime sponsor, and Senators McKnight, Johnson, and Wimberly, who co-sponsored a budget resolution in the prior year that kept this adequately funded. We appreciate it a lot. I'm Dr. Ross Whiting. I'm the former principal investigator and current strategy and communications consultant for the Clayton Model Pilot Program. The Clayton Model Pilot Program is a flexible, proactive, trauma-informed, social-emotional learning program established in the New Jersey Department of Education that improves students' readiness to learn through direct supports provided by SEL specialists, who include social workers, child life specialists, and behavioral therapists. The governor's FY26 budget allocates $1 million to the program, down from $2.25 in the current fiscal year. I am here today to request an appropriation of $2.35 million in fiscal year 26 in the final year of the pilot to support a final comprehensive report from the Senator Walter Rand Institute for Public Affairs and a cost-benefit analysis. The Clayton Model Pilot Program also includes a training center in the Clayton Public School District and a shared service model provided by the Gloucester County Special Services School District. Since the start of the pilot, 1,463 students have received specialized supports via small group activities and coaching, while another 1,184 students received individual supports via counseling, behavioral supports, and individual external support coordination. The results from the evaluation are strong. The Senator Walter Rand Institute for Public Affairs at Rutgers Camden write that caregivers report statistically significant reductions in emotional problems, conduct problems, and hyperactivities for their kids, while teachers report significant reductions in peer problems and increases in prosocial behaviors. Teachers and caregivers both report significant positive impacts on students overall and reductions in total social emotional difficulties in schools. Teachers report being able to focus more on instruction and curriculum, the acquisition of new skills to address student needs, improve teacher well-being, and feeling so immensely supported that they have chosen to remain in the profession. Finally, schools report improved climate and morale as SEL specialists provide student and staff supports and professional development opportunities. Speaking to you as a person, I want to be clear. The impact of the Clayton model spans a wide spectrum, from students who are able to engage independently in school to students who are literally alive today as a result that these SEL specialists provide. I ask you to continue to invest in the future of New Jersey's children through this Clayton Model Pilot Program. Thank you for your service and for your time.
Good morning again. My name is Maria Pilar Paradiso, and I serve as a school leader for Link Community Charter School, serving students from Irvington, East Orange, and Newark in grades kindergarten through 8th grade. Both of our local senators have stepped out, but I wanted to thank them for the work that they do in our communities. Our school operated as Project Link and Link Community Schools since 1969, and then in 2014 converted to a public charter school. We are a tuition-free public school with no admissions testing. We serve a vast majority of students receiving free and reduced lunch, nearly 80% this year. We also serve 12% of our students as classified, students receiving special services. Link scholars are outperforming the state in English language arts in our middle school grades. We have yet to take the test in the earlier grades as we have been growing our elementary school, but we expect strong performance there as well. Our students are outpacing their statewide peers on the NJSLA. Facilities, though, is one of the greatest challenges for public charter schools in the state of New Jersey. We know that all public schools in Newark and other communities face real need to upgrade their facilities, and we support a long-term funding solution for all public schools, charter and district alike. Since conversion to a public charter school in 2014, we've been located in the same building we are today, and we leased that building from a nonprofit at a below-market rate. Up until last year, that building served all of our students, but as we have continued to grow, we have needed to locate an additional site. That space today serves our middle school, while our original building serves our elementary school. That original building was constructed in 1908, when schools looked and felt very different than they do today. We work hard to create a space that is well-lit, organized, clean, and welcoming to our students and their families. We have utilized every square inch of our facility, creating a strong learning environment for our scholars. But there are real limitations. The cafeteria is too small and does not allow for service of all of our students. We can't provide the kinds of breakfast and lunch that we know our children deserve, especially those in our low-income communities. The classrooms are likewise too small. They were created when rows of students were the only configuration in classrooms. Today, particularly in a post-pandemic environment, we must have large classrooms that provide for small group intervention as well as whole class instruction. We also need additional classrooms as our school continues to grow. And we need additional upgrades, new windows, more environmentally sustainable systems, and an elevator to support our special needs students, as well as their family members when they visit the school. The inventory of available school buildings in Newark is scarce, and the prices are on the rise. We need additional support, and I'm here this morning to urge you to restore aid to the charter school emergent projects and capital maintenance to last year's funding level of $9 million. The current budget calls for a cut to $5 million. Secondly, please fund the charter school loan program so that it can become a sustainable funding solution for public charter schools. We are simply asking for fairness for all of our New Jersey public school students. Thank you.
Director, Legislative Affairs, and Activist Israel of America. Folks, remember, it's going to be 3 minutes, please. A lot of people still need to speak, so good morning. It's a lot more energy and excitement now.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and the honorable members of the committee. My name is Shlomo Shore, and I'm the Legislative Director for Agudath Israel of America's New Jersey office. We are a 100-year-old national advocacy organization dedicated to representing the interests of Orthodox Jewry in America, and we have the privilege of representing Orthodox Jewish families across the state, including tens of thousands of students in the non-public schools. I appear before you today to address the budget allocation for nursing services and programs in non-public schools. The ultimate goal of the law is to allow every public and non-public school student access to a full-time state-funded nurse. However, many smaller non-public schools still lack this essential resource. Unlike public schools, which receive a combination of funding sources that allow for a nurse to be present throughout the school day, the cost of nursing services for non-public school students is controlled solely by annual budget language. When the non-public school nursing services program was first established for the 1991-1992 school year, the per pupil allocation was $60 per student. Today, more than 30 years later, that amount has only increased to $130 per pupil, despite rising healthcare costs, inflation, and additional responsibilities imposed on school nurses by legislative mandates. To adequately address these challenges, we urge you to increase the per pupil amount to at least $150 per student. This adjustment is necessary due to several factors, including A, the increasing reliance on third-party providers, such as educational service commissions and private entities, which has driven up service costs. B, a critical shortage of available school nurses, leading to higher salary rates charged by providers. And C, the expanded role of school nurses who are now responsible for administering life-saving medications, such as Narcan, EpiPen asthma treatments, as well as handling additional health-related legislative requirements. I would note that there are additional remedies other than asking for additional funding sources, such as the potential use of security funds, which the state already provides for pupils, being that nurses are at the forefront. If there is ever a security situation, they should be allowed to use those funds. And also to allow schools to use an LPN as opposed to an RN, which is allowed by state statute, but not allowed by DOE regulations. Ensuring that every student has access to a nurse during the school day is not a matter of public health, but also a critical safety measure. I urge you to take action this year budget to provide the necessary increase in funding to support the well-being of the nearly 150,000 non-public school students in New Jersey. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Reverend Sarah Lillian. Okay, you're next, and then Robin. Robin, you here?
Good afternoon, Senator and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Nicole Morella. I'm co-executive director of the New Jersey Coalition to End Domestic Violence. NJIT EDV is a statewide nonprofit with a membership of 33 domestic violence and culturally specific organizations serving victims and their families impacted in all 21 counties. We're grateful to Governor Murphy for continuing to prioritize housing for domestic violence survivors in his budget with a proposed increase of $2.6 million. Housing funding has allowed our programs to add housing navigators to their team of advocates, ensuring that housing advocacy is a primary part of domestic violence support that survivors experience. This funding has also provided direct cash assistance, allowing programs the flexibility to meet the needs of survivors. We appreciate the focus on housing, and we also need the legislature's support to ensure we don't lose focus on supporting our core crisis services. Last year, domestic violence programs across the state served over 70,000 survivors through 24-hour hotlines, emergency shelters, domestic violence crisis response teams, legal advocacy, counseling, services for children who have experienced domestic violence. In addition to providing direct service, our programs educated over 71,000 community members and professionals and educated over 30,000 young people through youth and school-based programs to help prevent teen dating abuse and increase access to services for students. While our programs continue to have an incredible reach, the number of unmet requests for services increased by 18% when compared to 2023. COVID mitigation funds made available to programs during and immediately following the pandemic allowed our programs to serve more survivors. Unfortunately, as those funds are coming to an end, our programs are now limited in the number of survivors they can serve at one time, or even shorten the length of stay that a survivor might need in shelter. Last year, we shared with you that domestic violence programs would be impacted by the 43% reduction in Victims of Crime Act funding, which is now resulting in cuts and reductions to programming. In addition to VOCA, our programs also rely on funding allocated through the Violence Against Women Act and the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act. These funding streams support shelter and transitional housing, domestic violence crisis response teams, legal advocacy, counseling, services for children, and culturally specific programs that provide expertise in serving the various communities represented in New Jersey. Cuts to these federal programs would total a loss of well over $20 million for our domestic violence providers. A loss like this would drastically reduce the services available for survivors in New Jersey. We need the legislature's support to ensure survivors and their children continue to have access to the life-saving services they need in their communities. We are asking you to support a $7 million legislative add-on to the governor's proposal for domestic violence services. This would protect the $2.2 million add-on provided by the legislature in the fiscal year 25 budget, allow programs to supplement their federal funding to support domestic violence crisis response teams, and help ensure programs can keep their doors open despite the uncertainty of future federal funding. We are grateful for your support.
Thank you. Reverend Sarah, Lilia, engaging advocate, followed by Robin Hughes. Robin, come up.
Thank you for inviting me and allowing me to speak to you this morning. My name is Sarah Lilia, and I work for the Lutherans Engaging in Advocacy. I also work for a coalition of religious leaders. And I want to tell you, I'm a normal New Jersey, I'm an average mom, got a couple kids, daughter who's an EMT, who is using community colleges to get certified as a paramedic now, full-time and working and in school. I've got a sister with disabilities living in supportive housing here in New Jersey. I'm a parish pastor. We serve community in Camden County. And I just want to tell you about my real life, because not a fictitious guy, but a real life. Last week, a woman came into my office needing support for domestic violence, and we were able to refer her to help and safety for she and her family. As I was leaving church on Sunday, a gentleman pulled up in his truck. He lives in his truck with his dog, and was having chest pains, needed assistance to get care that he could save his life and make sure that he was going to be able to eat for the day. We constantly in the faith community see people in need. You've heard story after story this morning of incredible programs and incredible needs around our state. This is normal. This isn't a made-up person. This is real life for all of us. What we're asking you today to do is to support the fact that tax fairness needs to be across the board. Everybody needs to pay their share. Even people like me who are average income earners and the wealthiest of New Jerseyans, corporate business, all of us have to pay our fair share to support this democracy and to make sure everybody can thrive here. So I'm asking you today to not give a pass to those who can most afford to spend a little more, because those at the bottom who can afford to spend the least are the ones that often get burdened with cuts in services, with more challenges in their daily living, with more stresses. We need to work together for the common good. We need to have a sense of fairness for all people. And we specifically need to ask those who make the most, who are the most comfortable, to pay the most, because that's what a good democracy looks like, and that's how all New Jersey thrives together. Thanks so much for your time. Nope.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Sarlo and Co-Chair and Vice Chair Greenstein, and all the members of the Senate Budget Committee, Appropriation Committee, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Robin Hughes, and I'm here to share a little bit of my experience with domestic violence. There is forever a stigma and a sense of shame that exists in being in an abusive relationship. I know this to be true because I'm here today as a survivor of domestic violence, and no matter how many years pass, I still feel the shame and the stigma. The first time he hit me, it was with a closed fist to my face. It was because I hadn't done something he told me to do when he told me to do it. He had taught me to believe everything was my fault. He told me his abuse was his effort to make me a better person. I felt helpless and alone. I had no support system and no family to run to. I thought if I married him, he would feel more secure and stop hurting me. I thought if I had a baby with him, he would love us both and stop hurting me. What I had was perpetual hope. It took years of slaps, punches, and kicks from him. I covered up bruises, I lied at my job, and I lied to my few friends. Over those 14 years, what happened to me was the whittling away of my soul and the erosion of my spirit. It got so I couldn't make any decision for myself, including what to do with my own body. I still remember lying there after one assault, feeling my ears fill up with tears, and in the muffled silence, I prayed to God to die so that I could finally get away from this man, yet I lived. During one of the last beatings, my husband grabbed our 4-year-old daughter by the collar of her pajamas, and he pushed his fist tightly into her little face. And I ran across the room and I grabbed her like a football, and I locked us in the bathroom. And as we sat there crying, I knew I had to get away from this man. Not for me, but to save my daughter. I remember sitting in the police department where the detective sat me down and told me if I didn't get away from this man, they'd be taking me out in a body bag. In my heart, I knew he was right. Shortly after, I left my home with my daughter and 2 garbage bags of clothes, and we entered a domestic violence shelter. Through the people at that shelter, I found my strength. I found the courage to move forward. It was there that I was connected to resources to start my new life. I could never have escaped without services offered to me at shelter and without that building to offer me safety. I take pride in being able to share my story here today because it's one of hope and resilience. Every day, survivors of domestic violence turn to shelters and organizations for safety, support, and hope, and this work cannot be done without funding. I implore your support of the New Jersey Coalition to End Domestic Violence request for the restoration of the $2.2 million allocated by the legislature to FY25 and an increase of $2 million to support funding for domestic violence crisis response teams that assist victims in emergency rooms and police stations across this great state. Every dollar makes a difference in protecting those in need and
can I
helps
ask
break
you
the
to
cycle
begin
of
to wrap
violence.
up?
Yeah, I'm done.
Thank
That
you.
was it. That was my sentence. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
And I want to say your story was very moving, and thank you
you.
very much for telling it.
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah. Hey, the next person is Richard. I think it's Unjack. Read it. President Bridges Outreach. If I
It's UNIAC, but I'd get to that, no problem. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. My name is Richard UNIAC. I'm the president of Bridges Outreach. We're working to solve homelessness, and we currently focus our work on Essex and Union counties. Our teams are currently on the streets 24/7 right here in Newark, for example, and we also serve all 21 municipalities of Union County. Around the clock, we are working with people, families, single parents, individuals who are experiencing homelessness or facing imminent homelessness. We are the largest street outreach operation in the state, and we're seeing significant increases. As you know, the last point in time count report showed a 24% increase in homelessness year over year. This snapshot should be considered the canary in the coal mine. The number of residents experiencing unsheltered homelessness, as identified by that point in time count, was 1,737. I'm sorry to tell you that the actual number of people who experienced unsheltered homelessness in 2024 was 10,655, as documented in the state's HMIS system. At Bridges, we were responsible for documenting about 20% of that total. As of today, we're seeing a 45.7% increase year over year in unsheltered homelessness. We're talking about thousands of people in our state who were not homeless last year, but they are homeless today. We need to commit more resources to solving homelessness in the state, and we all lose when we fail to do so. Diversion programs, street outreach programs, supports for people to exit homelessness into permanent housing must be bolstered. After all, the only thing that solves homelessness is a home. And we need these programs to prevent imminent homelessness at all costs. Last year, the number of people who engaged with the homeless services ecosystem for the prevention of their imminent homelessness was 134,126. That's very nearly the population of Elizabeth, our 5th largest city. Just so far this year, the number 2 reason someone has called 211 is because they are homeless or at risk of homelessness. This has so far amounted to more than 18,000 people who are worried about their housing situation in just the first 2 months. We must continue to invest in homelessness prevention services, including diversion, comprehensive eviction defense and diversion, and more. We need to make it more expensive for landlords to evict households, and we must not allow the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to be raided. There simply is not enough deeply affordable housing in New Jersey to ensure that every resident has a stable place to call home. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anyone have anything? Thank you very much. Okay, the next person is Quinton Law, American Cancer Society.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair and the entire Senate Budget Committee. Thank you for your support. And I know that there's many folks up here that are planning to meet with our American Cancer Society volunteers in the coming weeks. So thank you. My name is Quinton Law. I'm the New Jersey Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. And our mission is to advocate for policies that reduce the devastating impact of cancer. And I did send written testimony, but today I'll highlight our key priorities in this year's fiscal year budget. Cancer remains a leading cause of death here in New Jersey, with an estimated 60,000 new cases and over 15,000 deaths expected this year. To strengthen our state's fight, we urge you to maintain the $5 million in funding for the New Jersey Cancer Education and Early Detection Program, also known as NJIT. We appreciate the governor's proposed budget sustains this critical program because it has provided hundreds and thousands of free cancer screenings to uninsured residents over the past decade. By ensuring early detection and treatment, NJC dramatically improves outcomes and continues to serve as a vital safety net, especially as we work to close screening gaps exacerbated by the pandemic. We also ask that you increase the cigarette tax revenue dedicated to tobacco prevention and cessation programs from 1% to 3%. Youth tobacco use in New Jersey remains a serious concern, with e-cigarette use among high schoolers significantly higher than the national average. This trend drives an overall higher youth tobacco use rate in our state. And at the same time, the tobacco industry pours $161.5 million annually into marketing its products in New Jersey, aggressively targeting young people with addictive and harmful products. We cannot afford to ignore this growing crisis. And what we need is a well-funded, evidence-based prevention program, and that's essential to counter big tobacco's influence and protect our future generations of New Jerseyans from addiction. And finally, we urge you to continue allocating the $4 million for the New Jersey Commission on Cancer Research. This commission has awarded more than $40 million in research grants, successfully leveraging $10 in federal funds for every $1 invested. While we appreciate the ongoing funding in the governor's budget, we believe it's crucial to ensure that these funds remain non-lapsing, and this will provide the stability that we need to continue the innovative research that benefits patients and reinforces New Jersey's reputation as the leader in medical innovation. Every dollar invested in prevention and research translates to lives saved, healthcare costs reduced, and a healthier future for our communities here in New Jersey. We urge you to support these policies, protect the youth, prioritize prevention, and advance scientific progress in the fight against cancer. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, the next person is Amber Reed, Co-Executive Director, Asian American and Pacific Islanders, New Jersey.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senators. I'm Amber Reed, the Co-Executive Director of API New Jersey, our state's largest 501c3 nonprofit, advancing the health and well-being of our state's over 1 million Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. We are here today to ask your support for 3 key programs. First, increased funding for the Office of New Americans Vital Detention and Deportation Defense Initiative, also known as DDDI, as well as legal services for unaccompanied minors. In New Jersey, 1 out of 5 undocumented immigrants are Asian, and we desperately need this access to free and low-cost legal services. The people who are using these services are your neighbors, small business owners, taxpayers. Some have escaped grave danger, totalitarianism, and religious persecution, only to find themselves alone in a courtroom, defending themselves against a very well-trained government lawyer in a language they might hardly understand. So programs like DDDI have been vital, and we urge you to increase investment to $19 million during this difficult time. Second, we ask the legislature to invest a little more in implementing New Jersey's landmark language access law, which requires state agencies to translate vital documents in several languages and provide interpretation services. We are among the most linguistically diverse communities, and full implementation will help more of us access visionary and life-changing programs like SNAP, Anchor, or Stay NJ. Currently allocated just $1 million in the budget, we urge investment of at least $3 million for this fairly labor-intensive work. Finally, 3 years ago, when Asian American elders were being assaulted in the streets, when our kids were being teased in schools, including my own little guy, this legislature responded by passing landmark legislation requiring Asian American history to be taught in our schools, passed unanimously in the Senate. Thank you for that. To say that we're going to fight racism at its roots in New Jersey by making sure everyone knows that Asian Americans have been living and dying here, fighting in the Revolutionary War, the Civil War. There were farmers, scientists, artists. And since then, we've supported implementation of that bill by partnering with our educators on trainings, with curricular resources. The first Asian American map of map of Asian American history in the Garden State that's gone to over 1,000 teachers and hopes to reach more. You've supported this work for the past couple of fiscal years with a few $100,000 each year. We've tried to do a lot with a little and urge you to continue this. Again, our families are hearing the message that we don't belong here, we'll never belong here as much as other families. And I just ask you to stand strong with us in this work. So thank you so much for your service.
Okay, the next few people are Matthew Hirsch, then Dina Matola Jaborska, Terrell Myers, Tara Augustine, and Nikki Baker. So I'll start with Matthew Hirsch, Housing and Community Development Network. Are you here? Is he here? I can't see. Okay, then I'll go to Dina Matola Jaborska. Dina? Not here? Okay. Terrell Myers. It just says state director. Which group is this?
New Jersey Mentor.
What is it?
New Jersey Mentor.
New Jersey Mentor. Okay.
This afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Mr. Chair in his absence. My name is Jordan Russell. I'm a regional director for New Jersey Mentor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today on behalf of New Jersey Mentor and the member agencies represented by the New Jersey Alliance of Children and Families. I have the distinguished duty of advocating for more than 100 youth in our care who require out-of-home placement support that serves as a lifeline as they navigate trauma, IDD, autism, and mental health challenges. I also have the honor of representing over 73 mentor parents who have graciously opened their homes to support these youth over the past year. Last year, we supported the treatment outcomes of nearly 250 youth in care in the state of New Jersey. The Department of Children and Families budget has recommended a budget cut of $74.6 million. As many have said, I understand the concerns of protecting the state's surplus, but this has taken away the care of some of the most vulnerable youth in our state, the majority of which are in need of care at no fault of their own. Today, I come before you with a request that greater action be taken to support youth provider agencies. Specifically, I urge that the Department of Children and Families budget include an across-the-board budget increase for pediatric provider agencies of 8%. Over the years, this committee has made gradual adjustments to support the essential work of our youth service providers. However, the cost of living and consumer expenses have continued to rise significantly, outpacing the available resources. Our mentor parents have faced substantial increases in household costs, yet we lack the resources to adequately adjust their stipends. We have struggled to recruit, and the cost to recruit more mentor families continue to increase. In our group homes, rising overtime expenses, along with necessary repairs and maintenance expenses, have created budget challenges that could take years to correct. 4 years ago, New Jersey Mentor made a decision to significantly invest in our direct workforce by doing a significant pay increase for our staff. This was to ensure we had a clear message to send to our staff that their work is not merely minimum wage work. Our goal was to be able to continue to offer these sort of increases and offset early expenses through hopeful pediatric funding. However, the funding did not continue. As the provider network continues to navigate these financial realities, the cost of doing business only grows. With necessary funding adjustments, we risk being able to unsustain the vital services that so many vulnerable youth rely on. I urge you today to take action to ensure we can continue to provide this critical support to our youth in our care. Thank you for your time and your continued support.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks. Next person will be Tara Augustine from Youth Consultation Service. You here, Tara? Not here? Okay. Nikki Baker. What does this say? I can't see. I'm sorry. New Jersey. Oh, New Jersey Work Environment Council.
Thank you. Good afternoon to Chair Sarlo in his absence and Vice Chair Greenstein and esteemed members of the Senate Budget Committee. My name is Nikki Baker, and I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the urgent need for greater investment in school construction. I'm here on behalf of the Healthy Schools Now Coalition of 135 organizations representing a diverse set of stakeholders, including public school advocates, parents, social justice and faith leaders, and environmentalists dedicated to ensuring that all New Jersey children and school employees learn and work in safe, healthy, modernized school buildings. I want to emphasize that the proposed $50 million in new funding allocated for emergent projects and no additional funding for capital construction grants is woefully inadequate in addressing school construction needs across our state. I will not read the entire testimony, you do have them written, but I want to go on and state that last year's budget included the same money, $50 million for the same appropriation, which was immediately used. Right now, the money that does stay in the Schools Development Authority is already allocated for projects from 2019. We are still waiting for a new assessment expected this year to assess all of our facilities. At most, we want to see creative funding solutions for a long-term solution for schools throughout New Jersey to address the school facilities needs. At minimum, we're asking that the $75 million that was 2 years ago and the budget be added back. And I know this is a challenging budget year, but each year we tell our students we value them. We love to hear our students come up and see all of their progress, but then they're in buildings that are degrading. So we want to show them that we do value them where we put our money in their education. Thank you.
Much appreciate it. Okay. I'll just call the ones one more time on this page. I don't know if we got them. Did we get Sydney Jackson? I think we may have. Okay. Anna Peloso, did we get you? Okay. Matthew Hirsch, not here. Dina Matola-Jaborska, not here. Okay, that's that page. All right. Next, we'll have Rachel Silliman Cohen, Child Abuse Research Education, Rowan School of Osteopathic Medicine. Then we'll have Teresa Connolly from Nourish, New Jersey. And then Janice Relford Afolo from Clinton Hill Community Action. So we'll start with Rachel Cohen. Are you here? Okay, great.
Honorable members of the Senate Budget and Appropriation Committee and Vice Chair Greenstein, thank you for all you're doing to support the amazing organizations and initiatives that have come here today. And thank you especially for having me speak today. My name is Dr. Rachel Silliman Cohen. I'm a child abuse pediatrician, and I'm the director of the CARES Institute at the Rowan Virtuous School of Osteopathic Medicine. CARES is one of New Jersey's legislatively mandated regional diagnostic and treatment centers, providing medical and mental health care to over 1,500 children annually. Children who have endured unimaginable trauma, including physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, and human trafficking. Our mission is simple but critical: help these children heal. And you have supported us in the past, and we so appreciate it. Unfortunately, the governor's proposed budget includes a $1.85 million cut to our state appropriation for next year. That's all of the appropriation. And that's added to the $850,000 cut we sustained this fiscal year. And in total, that's a reduction of $2.7 million, which is 40% of our annual operating budget. With these funding cuts, CARES will not be the same. I wanted to tell you about two of our patients. These are adapted to protect their identities, so you can get a sense of what we do. First, baby A is a 3-month-old infant who came to the hospital with sleepiness. A CARES pediatrician evaluated him and identified that he had severe brain injury, multiple rib fractures, and a liver injury. All signs of life-threatening physical abuse, which was missed by other agencies. Thanks to CARES, baby A was moved to a safe environment before it was too late. R is an 8-year-old boy who came to us after years of unnoticed severe physical abuse. He was withdrawn and barely able to speak when he arrived, but through therapy at CARES and support of his amazing foster mom, he began to heal emotionally and physically, and today he is thriving. A testament to what is possible when we intervene in time. These are not isolated examples. These children represent thousands of children whose lives are transformed by CARES every year. Without full funding, these children may never receive the treatment that they need. So I implore you to restore our funding to $2.7 million. This investment is not just in CARES, it's an investment in New Jersey's future. Extreme child abuse correlates directly with long-term societal costs, including incarceration and chronic health issues, and generational trauma. Supporting CARES now prevents these devastating outcomes later. So thank you so much for your time and for all you do for our state's children. Together, I know we can ensure a brighter future for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, next is Teresa Connolly. Okay, thank you. One of the things I was going to request is when I call out, say, 4 or 5 names, if the people could come up front here, and then they'll be all ready to testify. Thanks.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you. My name is Teresa Connolly. I'm the CEO of Nourish NJ, located in Morris County. I'm here representing the New Jersey Community Kitchens Coalition, which is comprised of 7 community kitchens located across the state, including Nourish NJ, the Trenton Area Soup Kitchen, Elijah's Promise, Cathedral Kitchen, Eva's Village, Lunch Break, and the Vineland Soup Kitchen. Today, 1 in 10 New Jersey residents, or over 1 million people in New Jersey, experience food insecurity. This includes 263,000 children, and this number has increased by almost 20% over the past few years. As organizations working on the front lines every day, our coalition sees the impacts that it has on New Jersey families, children, seniors, and veterans. Food insecurity negatively impacts childhood development and educational success, increases rates of chronic disease, and contributes to mental health disorders. In 2024, our coalition collectively prepared and distributed 1.7 million meals to New Jersey residents. It's a 25% increase over the previous year. As a group, we spent $11 million providing this vital service, with an average of only $400,000 coming from government funding sources. In addition to the safety net that our organizations provide, SNAP is our first line of defense to fight hunger. SNAP helps 850,000 people in New Jersey put food on the table, including 350,000 children and 15,000 veterans. And SNAP supports working families. 85% of SNAP households have at least one person who's working. I'm here to thank you for keeping funding SNAP funded at the same level in the budget this year, but to unfortunately tell you that it will not be enough given the increases that we're seeing. On the front lines, we're seeing more people than ever before, and they have more complex issues by the time they make it to us. So the flat level of funding essentially equates to a cut, given the increases that we're seeing. So we ask you to increase funding for SNAP to cover this need. SNAP is a proven, cost-effective program that reduces food insecurity, supports the health of children, older adults, and veterans, reduces healthcare costs, improves educational outcomes, and supports local economies. We ask that you support New Jersey families by continuing to support SNAP. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. The next person is Janice Relford Afolo, Clinton Hill Community Action. Are you here? Can you see if she's here? I can't tell. Is she walking? They're coming. I don't know. Unclear. I guess so. No. Is Janice here? Okay. The next few would be Ben Haygood from Isles, Eric Blumgren from New Jersey Gasoline C-Store, and Tony Trongon, Executive Director, Great Schools of New Jersey. So we'd start with Ben Haygood.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Oh, you're there. I'm like looking all around, not at the seat.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Good morning, Chair Sarlo, Vice Chair Greenstein, committee members. It's good to see you all. It's Ben Haygood. I'm the Director of Policy at Isles. Isles has served the city of Trenton and the state of New Jersey for 44 years as a community development and environmental nonprofit, working to foster self-reliant families and healthy, sustainable communities. Throughout our time, we've had deep partnerships with the state, which have kept residents throughout the state and led safe, more efficient, more energy-efficient homes. We've prepared 3,500 people to enter good jobs, graduated over 2,000 previously disengaged youth from high school, trained thousands of healthcare and community advocates in healthy homes, provided fresh produce through over 70 community gardens, reduced violence through the Trenton Community Street Teams, and with the state's support, provided over 50,000 rides to those who work and live in our capital through Go Trenton, the all-electric rideshare service. Isles understands the current budget situation. It is what it is. However, we know that a dozen kids are still being poisoned by lead every day in New Jersey, and we ask you to reinstate some essential funding to address lead through healthcare, including advancing maternal health efforts to screen pregnant persons, a critical advancement to our efforts to reduce maternal mortality in New Jersey. The lead poisoning obviously doesn't go away as the funding is cut. Interventions will go away, only growing the issues. But we also hear constantly from community members about an inability to get to jobs, to access healthcare, to shop for those everyday needs. The Mobility and Transportation Innovation Pilot Program changed that. We strongly urge you to reinstate the state funding for microtransit models. We have proven in the first pilot awarded for Go Trenton that microtransit is a cost-effective strategy to enhance our public transportation system. In fact, microtransit allows public transit to flourish, often serving as the final crucial piece to the puzzle as the first mile, last mile solution. This is a challenge that will no longer be overcome with a complete loss in funding for the Mobility Pilot Program. We have come to understand that microtransit models require between 2 and 7 million, depending on the geographic footprint. It is critical that the funding be reinstated to not just stop the current projects, but to open up more throughout the state. So we humbly ask that you reinstate the 20 million in funding for the Mobility and Transportation Innovation Pilot Program, PL 2023 C184. For 5 programs across the state to connect their residents to jobs, transit, and their healthier lives. In addition to specific funding requests, we urge you to rectify the ongoing issues with payment distribution and contracting for nonprofits. Partnerships with state government have often been riddled with inequitable and inefficient practices, which force organizations to redirect already scarce resources to costly administrative activities and have placed nonprofits with undue financial burdens. This includes delays in payment and contracts and a full reimbursement model. In 2024, ILS paid over $50,000 just in interest on credit lines alone in order to deliver work for the state of New Jersey. These financial burdens are anticipated to be only worse with the federal landscape. We urge you with this budget to rectify these issues and ensure nonprofits are granted to do the important work to receive their funding in a timely manner. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay. The next is Eric Blumgren.
Thank you, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Eric Blomgren from the New Jersey Gasoline Convenience Store Automotive Association, representing mostly small businesses. And we just wanted to express our concerns with 4 of the proposed tax increases in the budget. The first is the cigarette tax increase. Currently, our rate is just 10 cents a pack higher than Pennsylvania's. Increasing that gap to 40 cents a pack or $4 a carton creates an incentive for current purchasers who live near the Pennsylvania border to make a point of making their purchases there instead of from New Jersey convenience stores. When they do, there are 2 losers. One is the retailer who not only lost that sale, but also the cup of coffee or snack that the person otherwise would have bought. The other is the state, which in an effort to squeeze $3 from a pack, instead loses the $2.70 it was already getting, plus around 77 cents in lost sales tax. Second, we're concerned with a vaping products tax increase, which works out to about 35 to 50 cents more per cartridge, which means it's effectively a larger tax increase on these products than the proposed increase on cigarettes, despite the fact that after extensive review, the FDA itself has formally approved the sale and marketing of several products as being, quote, appropriate for the protection of public health, unquote. Also seems doubtful that the state is going to be able to collect the $10 million from this increase that it expects, because as a consequence of the state's ban on all non-tobacco flavored vapes, a massive proportion of the market is being sold illegally. In fact, a recent survey of discarded items from the Newark area found 96% of them were illegal for retail sale in our state. I think the people selling these products are generally not paying the proper taxes. In fact, one of our members even went to a competitor, purchased an illegal product, and found that they were not even charged the sales tax. Unenforced prohibition is proving to be the worst of all policy options. We've seen that state and local enforcement officials are largely uninterested in enforcing the ban. Honest retailers are left feeling foolish if they do stay in compliance. The current law is hurting small businesses, foregoing state revenue, and doing nothing to reduce consumption. The third increase we're concerned with is the increase on real estate sales. The average price to buy a gas station in this state is now over $2 million. Some of our members are multi-site owners looking to expand their business, employ more people, provide essential goods and services. The greater the burden to transfer these businesses, the more likely they are to become abandoned and a source of blight. But our biggest concern is the impact on the small business who has a single location that they work for years and then sell it off as the cornerstone of their retirement plan. This would force the purchaser to spend another $45,000 on average for it, which winds up hurting those businesses. Someone looking to cash in on a lifetime of hard work should not have the state be making it any harder for them. And then finally, our concern is the warehouse excise tax, especially as it relates to our auto repair members. Auto parts have seen sharp increases in price the last few years and are expected to see even bigger increases because of the coming tariffs. These are small warehouses delivered through vans and small box trucks. So depending on how that tax is structured, it could increase the already too high cost of auto repair. So I submitted written testimony with more details, but those are our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Labouti, Rutgers Cancer Institute, please come forward. They'll be followed by Tony Trungone, Tony Pina Cirillo, and Liana Kandwala. They'll come up together. Labouti. Let's just continue down. Tony Trungone. Tony? Okay, the folks from Rutgers Law School here? Yes. Come on up. Is 21 plus in here? Yes. You're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Leena Khandwala, and I'm the managing attorney for the Detention and Deportation Defense Initiative at Rutgers Law School. An immigrant myself, I've been practicing immigration law for over 20 years. But since the past decade, I have chosen to focus my efforts on representing indigent indigent residents in detained removal proceedings for 4 reasons. Detained removal proceedings move very rapidly. On average, a detained case takes 6 to 8 months to be scheduled for a final hearing, allowing very limited time to prepare for trial, especially when folks are detained in jail-like facilities, often out of state. Second, removal proceedings are exceedingly complex. Nationally, only 3% of detained non-citizens lacking representation have been successful. Number 3, the stakes are immensely high. Lack of representation often results in people giving up meritorious cases, and in many cases being returned to countries where they fear harm. And number 4, the positive ripple effect of having representation in detained removal proceedings is significant and extends throughout the state. This is important because New Jersey is home to nearly 2 million immigrants, and as many as 700,000 New Jerseyans are members of a mixed status family. These individuals are crucial parts of New Jersey's workforce and pay billions of dollars in taxes. I was incredibly proud when in 2019, New Jersey chose to recognize the value of creating a public defender-like program for detained New Jersey residents. I am grateful for the expansion over the years to its current 8.2 million that has made it possible in just the last year for us to represent nearly 400 New Jersey residents and provide consultations and information to over 900. This year, New Jersey faces tough choices. I know it is a tight budget year, but the need for immigration representation is more urgent than ever, especially when we are swept, when so many families have been devastated by sweeping ICE raids and an increasingly aggressive pace of detention and deportation. So I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Pina Cirilla, to bring it home for us.
And I will very quickly just highlight one of those families. So DDDI represents a woman named Larissa. That's not her real name. She had a 9-week-old baby when ICE detained her in New Jersey. That baby is a U.S. citizen and New Jersey resident. At that time, the government filed no paperwork against her. The initiating charging documents were just missing. So this apparent oversight caused a huge consequence in her case, which was extended detention for a nursing mother and her 9-week-old baby. So for Larissa, having a lawyer made a huge difference. Our attorneys filed a bond motion and reached out to ICE to get that process started. And so we are able to represent people like that and mentor Rutgers law students to become the future lawyers of New Jersey. So we are asking for full funding for the program, $19.5 million, so that our program can continue this client representation and law student mentorship. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate the ability to come and testify this afternoon. I'm Dr. Steve Labuti, the director of the Rutgers Cancer Institute in New Jersey, New Jersey's only NCI-designated comprehensive cancer center. This year, 2025, we expect approximately 53,000 new diagnoses of cancer in the state of New Jersey. And I'm here to speak about 2 important programs that have been funded in partnership with the state for several years that received dramatic cuts this year in the governor's proposed budget. The first is Screen NJ, which has been a program we have been running in partnership with the state since 2018. Over that time, Screen NJ has screened over 110,000 New Jerseyans, 85,000 of which are uninsured or underinsured. And among those screened individuals, we've detected close to 10,000 early-stage cancers or pre-malignant lesions, which are at a stage that we can actually intervene on and prevent them from progressing. Our budget, which was $4 million in fiscal year 24, has been cut to $1.5 million in fiscal year 26, which will essentially require us to lay off approximately 75% of our navigation team, 50% of our education team, 90% reduction in community grants, which will have a dramatic impact on our ability to continue to catch up after the COVID-19 pandemic. And so what we're requesting is a restoration to the $4 million to support this screening program. The second area that was reduced in the governor's proposed budget was our base funding allocation. It was reduced by $1.8 million. Those dollars are used to provide pilot funds to our scientists and investigators to compete effectively for federal grant awards. For every dollar of state funds, we return between $10 and $14 of federal funds. And given the challenges with the federal budget, this will drastically reduce our ability to be competitive against other states in the country for those federal research dollars. So we're requesting that that $1.8 million be restored to our base budget. Thank you, and I appreciate the time.
I'm assuming, right?
We've lost NIH money as well, but by losing the state funding, we're at risk for not being competitive for future NIH awards.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Rose, 21 Plus Inc. We continue moving down. Is Dossier Hammond here? Dossier, come on up, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and thank you so much for your endurance in listening to everybody's testimony. My name is Diane Hutton-Rose. I am the Executive Director of 21 Plus Inc. We provide supports and services for men and women with intellectual and developmental disabilities in residential and vocational services. I am also an executive board member for New Jersey Association of Community Providers, representing over 80 agencies that provide similar services. Our missions are being undermined by the ongoing rising costs without reimbursement, ongoing workforce crisis, and underfunding since forever, including the beginning of fee-for-service in 2018. We understand the budget is constrained this year, but the IDD community remains underfunded. And what we ask today is that you are able to support and maintain the government's budget for the IDD community, particularly the $18 million for direct support professionals. This will allow for CPI adjustment for inflation, increasing wages by 48 cents per hour. And I'll tell you why. I have so many stories, but I'll tell you two that happened in the last 5 weeks. A woman, B, lived with 21 Plus for 20 years. When she was nearing 80 years of age, she had some underlying medical conditions. Her brother and guardian said, no more. All I want is for her to be able to go to her home with her housemates who have become her family, with people that have cared for her, so she can die in peace. Our staff moved heaven and earth to make that happen, and she did. Within 5 days of coming home, surrounded by people that loved her, she was able to pass peacefully. Simultaneously, during the same period of time, we got a call by DDD. There is a woman who is going to be homeless. She's living in a hotel because her sole family member is in the hospital themselves and can no longer take care of her. Sorry. The same staff moved heaven and earth to place her in one of our vacancies because she did not have support and care for medication and diet. Her blood glucose levels within 24 hours, we had to call 911 for her to be in the hospital. She almost became insulin dependent, but through the advocacy and care of these direct support professionals, we advocated to stabilize her blood sugar, and she is now home and thriving. She attends a vocational program each day where she has the opportunity to earn a paycheck. She is living with her new housemates. She is gaining friendships and access to the community. It is a win-win. By having that money, our staff live a living wage, so they are less reliant upon subsidized childcare, food stamps, subsidized housing. It is a win-win. So please support no cuts to Medicaid. Medicaid saves lives. And in the governor's budget, the $18 million for the direct support professional wage of only 48 cents an hour. Thank you.
Lady Jimenez Torres, Montclair State University. Montclair here. Okay. Joanne Murad? Okay, Joanne. Is John May here? John, you'll be next. Is Mia Dempsey Stahl? You'll be third. Megan Tavermina? Fourth. Okay. Sister Pat Cody? 5. Okay. Good.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the community, our Representative Senator Johnson. Today, I've heard a lot of asks to this committee. I'm coming here with asks and also a solution. I represent Bergen Volunteer Medical Initiative, BVMI, a primary care, free primary care clinic located in Hackensack and soon in Garfield that utilizes volunteer doctors and nurses with a small staff to deliver healthcare to the uninsured. Each year, we provide 9,000 appointments to roughly over 1,000 patients, high-quality primary, urgent, specialty care, and this serves the patient but also avoids costly emergency room visits, alleviating financial pressures on the broader healthcare system. For every 100 people served, BVMI saves the community roughly $60,000 in ER visits. BVMI, and this is where it gets important with what's going on in our environment, BVMI is a lifeline for the inevitable impact of the new federal healthcare policy discussions about the potential cuts to Medicaid and expiration of ACA subsidies. If these changes move forward, as you all know, thousands will lose their access to life-saving healthcare and increase demand for services like BVMI, because where are these people going to go if they're cut from Medicaid? In Bergen County alone, 93,000 people rely on Medicaid. BVMI is seeking a restoration of our $750,000 grant in the New Jersey FY26 budget, and also to serve our current patients and hundreds more as we open our second clinic in Garfield this spring. BVMI Unity Health in Garfield will be a model for the state. This will be the first time in the state that there is a collaborative wellness facility that serves food insecurity, poverty, mental health, and public health under one roof, and will be a model for the state. In these uncertain times, this year more than any other, we're asking the state to restore our grant to support the lifeline for the uninsured and the potentially thousands who will lose Medicaid. So thank you for your past support, and we look forward to continued support from the state. Thank you, Senator. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. My name is John May, and I'm a volunteer tax preparer with the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program that's led by the United Way of Northern New Jersey. I'm here this afternoon to ask you to please continue investing in this critical statewide program. I appended to my written testimony a short letter from United Way of Northern New Jersey CEO Kieran Gaudioso, which outlines how your investment of $750,000 in the VITA program pumps $30 million of federal tax refunds into New Jersey's economy each year. The VITA program gives some of New Jersey's most vulnerable and at-risk residents an opportunity to improve their lives and to make better futures for themselves and their families. And I want to use my time this afternoon to share just a small sample of the stories behind the tax returns that I've seen during my 14 months as a VITA volunteer. We prepared a tax return for a single mom who made the brave but difficult decision to leave an abusive relationship and seek refuge with her daughter at a shelter for victims of domestic violence. Without the VITA program, she would have not been able to receive the tax credits that she was entitled to. She cried when I showed her what her refund was, and she told me that the money would help her regain her independence and break the cycle of abuse so that her daughter would never have to suffer the same experiences. We prepared tax returns for a mother and her teenage sons who needed them, so the boys could apply for financial aid to continue their education. By working with this family, we helped improve their chances for long-term success in achieving their version of the American dream. We prepared a return for a client who was recently released from prison, and he needed help to figure out how much he owed the IRS as he worked to get his life back on track. We prepared a return for a man who lost his job, and he was living in his car with his dog because the local homeless shelters would not allow pets, and he couldn't bear to let go of his one and only friend. He didn't have a computer or ready internet access, So VITA was key to him staying in compliance. And we prepared 3 years of returns for a woman who was so proud to tell me she was scheduled to be sworn in as a U.S. citizen later in the week and wanted to be current with her taxes before she pledged allegiance to her adoptive home country. When people leave our sites, they leave with more than just a tax return. They leave with a sense of pride and dignity and self-respect. And after experiencing the VITA program, they also leave with a sense that their government really is working for them. Thank you for giving me a chance to share these stories with you this afternoon. I hope you'll continue investing in VITA so that together we can make people's lives better. And if you're interested at all in seeing our program at work, we'll be at Senator Zwicker's office on Saturday. You are welcome to come in and see us prepare some returns. Thank you.
Followed by Megan Tavermina, followed by Sister Pat Cody. Numbers are good? Okay.
Am I on? Oh. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Sarlo. My name is Mia Dempsey-Stahl. I am the Executive Director of the Inspira Life Health Program, and I am also Vice President of the New Jersey PACE Association. I want to thank those of you who have visited some PACE sites over this past year to see the impact on our seniors, so including Senators Amato and O'Scallon. Thank you. PACE program is an all-inclusive care for the elderly. So it serves seniors 55 and older, clinically certified to be able to live in a nursing home, need nursing home care, but they can live safely in the community at the time of enrollment and reside in our PACE service area. The coordinated medical, social, and mental health care provided by the PACE interdisciplinary team helps keep participants in their home and as well as services in our centers. At the PACE Center, we support them to remain physically, socially, and emotionally independent as possible. PACE participants are on average 2.5 times as frail as the average Medicare beneficiary. They typically utilize high-cost services less frequently, including less than 1 ER visit a year, being hospitalized 24% less than most nursing home residents, and having a low risk of nursing home placement. PACE does this for 28% less than MCOs. While 2 previous budgets included funding for wage increases for direct care and professional staff, additional support for PACE programs was not included. We require the same nursing, dining, social work, medical, and recreation staff as other providers of similar services. The funding disparity between PACE and the Medicaid MCO capitation rates has grown over the past 5 years to more than 20%. For enrollees who have Medicaid benefits only. PACE is a significant disadvantage in today's healthcare labor market. Even while PACE saves 28 cents of every dollar in MLTSS, this contradicts the state's intended policy of having PACE capitation alignment with MLTSS MCO capitation. This is the 3rd year that the New Jersey PACE Association has come before you to request this, to address this ever-increasing disparity. The average cost per member per month without Part D drug costs has grown 35% since 2019. The capitation rate can be between $3,000 and $4,000 a month less of the provided care. This has made it difficult for PACE program organizations to compete with the same clinical support staff as nursing home and health providers. Other costs, such as transportation, which we are required to provide, has increased difficult for us to manage. We request PACE capitation rates be set at 95% of the amount that would otherwise be paid. We estimate this would require approximately $7.5 million, which would be matched by the equal amount of federal funding. We also request that capitation rates provide for increased support for the first 24 months of any new operating PACE program. Invest in a program that optimizes the state Medicaid dollars and maximizes quality care. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee. My name is Megan Tavermina. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy for the New Jersey Association for the Education of Young Children. NJAEYC applauds our state leaders for their continued support and commitment for children and families. As we look into next year, however, we are compelled to present our continued concerns of the early care and education crisis. NJAEYC recognizes the challenging budget decisions ahead. However, we know that avoiding these investments will have a negative economic impact on our state. NJAEYC is asking for childcare investments that will begin to create long-term solutions to childcare's broken market system and the workforce crisis. When speaking with providers, we continue to hear that the complex work requirements and the poverty level compensation that is offered for it are the root of the childcare crisis. In taking steps towards stabilizing childcare in New Jersey, we must address the critical issue of recruiting and retaining a quality workforce by improving their benefits and compensation. The inadequate compensation, currently averaging $32,000 per year, is directly resulting in high turnover and instability. In addition, the low compensation has decimated the early care education pipeline, diverting recruitment efforts towards other industries, creating an unprecedented staffing crisis. Current child care revenue streams are not sufficient enough to cover the true cost of care, leaving the ECE workforce earning poverty-level wages. Allocations in the FY26 budget for workforce recruitment and retention will stabilize the industry. NJAEYC asks the FY26 budget to include allocations for the categorical eligibility pilot program. By offering childcare subsidies for direct care employees, we can impact the retention and recruitment of early educators, which will both increase quality and help stabilize the industry. A continuous decline in the retention of early educators in New Jersey means fewer options for our state's working parents. Low wages and high turnover in childcare create a ripple effect of instability throughout all sectors of business and industry. Making the childcare subsidy more accessible for childcare employees can help address these challenges. New Jersey needs to implement a compensation strategy now to stop the rapid decline of our workforce. In order to keep the high-quality credentialed teachers in classrooms, we ask that the budget include a $10 million allocation for wage supplements for early educators. It is imperative that New Jersey begin to move the critical workforce beyond poverty wages. These supplements can help increase financial security for educators, reduce turnover, and attract more skilled individuals to the profession. By providing financial incentives, we show our educators that we value their work and that we are committed to improving the quality of early childhood education by investing in a high-quality workforce. The New Jersey Association for the Education of Young Children thanks you for the opportunity to speak and express our concerns for our state's children, families, and the early care and education workforce. Thank you.
Cody, Catholic Health Care Partnership of New Jersey.
Thank you. I'm Sister Pat Cody with the Catholic Healthcare Partnership. Thank you for your service and your commitment to the people of New Jersey. We believe healthcare is a basic human right that is essential to human dignity. We are concerned for the New Jerseyans if federal Medicare funds over the next 10 years are slashed by $800 billion, making it difficult for our hospitals to provide proper and affordable care for all. It would put our hospitals at financial risk, but more importantly, the safety net for New Jersey, for those who are most vulnerable. All of our Catholic hospitals provide care for all, but especially the poor, the underserved, and the vulnerable populations. Who are the most vulnerable by counties, according to DHS? Essex, home to where I was born, raised, and dear to my family heart, have the highest Medicaid population. Hudson, home to many of the Sisters of Charity, of which I am a member of, and in existence for 165 years. I don't look too bad for 165 years, right? Where many of our sisters have worked in schools, parishes, and healthcare facilities. Passaic, home to St. Joseph Health, which is #2 in the country for the most amount of emergency visits and where the ER is their primary source of care. Middlesex, where St. Peter's Healthcare System ministers to the whole persons body and spirit, preserving dignity and the sacredness of life, and where their family health care clinic has 60,000 annual visits a year. Camden, where Virtua, Our Lady of Lourdes, ensures local, healthier communities by having a mobile food van serving fresh vegetables and fruits in desert areas and providing maternal medical care for pregnant women. Union, home to RWJ Barnabas Trinitas, offering comprehensive breast cancer health services and a specialized campus for individuals living with development disabilities and mental illness. We should be allowing access in healthcare decisions when we make them, and it should be rooted in justice, compassion, and dignity. Why? Because your constituents, all New Jerseyans who we support and protect, deserve nothing less and everything more for the dignity to have access to healthcare in their time of need and to allow people to live with dignity. Because our hospitals and our patients need you. 1 out of every 4 hospital patients in New Jersey is on Medicaid. And if we can't serve them, our hospitals will see a substantial loss of revenue, and there will be an increase in the number of uninsured seeking care in our emergency rooms. Therefore, we are all in this together. And as Pope Francis recently said in his Lenten message, let us journey together in hope and ask ourselves, what can we do to help others change and heal their lives? Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to call up, this is the end of the first session. Natalie Tung, is she here? Homeworld, come on up and just give me a moment. Followed by Andrea Ozelbal and Juan Harris from LAN, Latino Action Network. If you guys come up. And then we're going to jump to the next panel will be Colleen Roach from New Jersey Statewide Independent Living Council and Don Campbell, New Jersey Association of Centers for Independent Living. Okay? Natalie?
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, Chair Sarlo, Vice Chair Senator Greenstein, and the Senate Budget Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here again today. I don't know if you all remember me. My name is Natalie, and I'm the co-founder and executive director at Homeworks Trenton. I had the opportunity to present in front of you at the 2024 and 2025 budget hearings, and with the support of Senator Greenstein, Senator Zwicker, Senator Burgess, Senator McKnight, and Senator Turner, we had the privilege to receive a $300,000 appropriation towards our new dormitory for Homeworks over the last 2 years. I also really appreciated to have met with other Senate committee members, including Senator O'Scanlan, Senator Reese, and Senator Cruz Perez, and always welcome additional co-sponsors. As you may remember, Homeworks is a nonprofit that I started in 2016 as a sophomore in college. We are bringing the boarding school experience to the public school system for high school girls in marginalized communities, starting right here, in our great city of Trenton. For all 4 years of high school, our scholars stay overnight at our dormitory from Sunday nights to Friday mornings, and every day we take them to and from their public schools, then provide programming such as daily tutoring, mental health counseling, family-style meals, programming, field trips, and more. And then they go home on the weekends to be with their families. Since presenting to you last year, I have some really exciting updates. Our very first official cohort of scholars are now juniors. They've been at Homeworks for 3 years now and just completed their internships and are set to graduate next spring. We've raised our collective scholar GPA average from a 2.8 in 2021 to a 3.67 in 2024. And our alum are now attending colleges at Montclair, TCNJ, Rutgers Honors College, Wesleyan, and more. And we also received our largest gift of $2.1 million last year, with $1 million towards our campus, which totals our capital campaign raised to $2.6 million. We had our groundbreaking in November, and started construction and aim to open our new campus this August. Thank you so much to every single one of you for helping us get to where we are today. As we complete our construction this fall, I am asking for your support again for $250,000 to complete our renovations and $250,000 towards our programs. Our dream is to expand chapters of Homeworks all over New Jersey and beyond, and where we're equipping our scholars with the confidence and the tools to achieve economic freedom, but also to be community leaders, where one day they might be sitting alongside of you to be making these really important decisions. So thank you so much for believing in me, for believing in our girls, and believing in our Homeworks community. Thank you so much.
So you started this when you were a sophomore at Princeton, I read, right?
Yes.
You were studying at Princeton when you started this program.
Yes, I did.
God
Yeah.
bless.
So, and with everyone's help here. So
Thank you. Very cool.
Thank you so much.
Senator Green.
I just want to say it's a great program, and I hope you get all the funding you need.
Thank you, Senator Greenstein. Thank you.
Okay. Andrea Alcohol and Juana Rivers from the Latino Action Network. Come on up, ladies.
Hello, I'm Jesly Dela Cruz with the Latino Action Network Foundation. We're here to inform you of the $2.5 million cut to our budget. We're currently in the budget for $535,000. That would require us to close several centers throughout the state. I'm not going to take up more of your time so you can hear directly what that would mean and what services we would lose.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Andrea Olazabal, and I am here to ask you to support the Spanish Women's Resource Center in the state budget. As an immigrant from Peru, I faced hardship in search of a better future. Many women face challenges, but with the help of the centers, we get the support we need. I have been a client at the Spanish Women's Research Center at La Casa Don Pedro for 2 years. At the center, I am taking English class. I am also completed the CDA certification program to become a teacher one day. The center is helping me achieve the goal. I am very grateful for this service and support. The service should not be taken away from women like me. The centers help many women move forward for a better quality of life for our family. Please, for the Spanish Women's Research Center in the state budget. Thank you for this opportunity to share my experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Donald Campbell. I am here representing the New Jersey Association for Centers for Independent Living. For those of you that don't know, Centers for Independent Living are community-based nonprofits that serve all of New Jersey. There's one that serves each county. There are 12 of them total. And what they do is provide resource support and advocacy for people with disabilities. So they help people with disabilities like me get jobs. I'm the director of the Atlantic Center in Atlantic County. And because of my Center for Independent Living, I'm able to work. I got off of entitlements, and now I'm paying taxes, which is very important because I know it's a very tight budget year. And unfortunately, our $3 million line item has been zeroed out completely, which is devastating to us. It's going to force us to lay off people, to end programs like food pantries, like walking groups that keep people's mental health well. And when people's mental health isn't well, what do? They go to places like emergency rooms, which costs the state money. Another big thing we do is we help people transition from nursing homes. One of the people I work with, she was in her 50s and in a nursing home she did not want to be in. I know there's been a lot of reports in this state about the poor conditions of nursing homes, and we were able to advocate for this person and get them home for Christmas, and now they're living with their daughter, which is a great moral victory, and it also saves the state money, which is very important. We help. The other thing to know about us is we serve everybody. I know a lot of people just think of disability as DDD, developmental disabilities, but there's people with spinal cords, with MS, with long COVID, who otherwise would not be served if it wasn't for us. Also, we serve senior citizens. If you live long enough, you're going to need our services. Somebody you love is going to need our services. Also, when we look at the federal environment, if there are Medicaid cuts, people are going to need our services more because we're the ones that connect them to resources, great resources like PACE and great resources like the ones behind me. So people are going to need us more. When these Department of Education cuts continue, we're the ones in the IEP meetings, in the transition meetings, making sure people know their rights. And if people don't get the education they need, they're more likely to not get a job, which does what? Cost the state money. So everything we do, we serve everybody, we break down barriers, we're a great, you get a great bang for your buck with us. And I know that in tough budget times, that's exactly what you guys are looking for. We employ people with disabilities, we serve people with disabilities, and we keep people with disabilities in the community, which again, saves money so you can have more money to help more people. And now I'm going to pass it over to my awesome colleague, Colleen, who's going to explain more.
Thank you so much, Donald, and thank you, Chairman Sarlo, for having us here to testify today. My name is Colleen Roach, and I'm a constituent of the 27th District. As the chair of the New Jersey Statewide Independent Living Council, I'm here to request, as Donald, that the $3 million line item in the Department of Human Services that has been allocated to the Centers for Independent Living be restored in the FY26 budget. The state's 12 centers for independent living, of which Donald is a director of one in Atlantic County, serve people with all types of disabilities throughout the lifespan in every single one of your counties, from Sussex to Cape May. And I'm here to say that all 12 centers have been exceptional stewards of the dollars that have been allocated to them thus far. Centers for Independent Living, as Donald said, are nonprofit organizations run by and for people with disabilities. They are consumer-controlled, community-based, cross-disability, non-residential agencies that provide independent living services that include, but certainly are not limited to, information and referral, independent living skills training, peer counseling, individual and systems advocacy, and services that facilitate people's transition from nursing homes and other institutional settings back into the community. The legislature chose to invest in all 12 centers by making this allocation in both FY24 and 25 because it knew that by doing so, the demand on state and federal entitlements would be reduced. And I'm here to tell you all that you are right. In the last year alone, centers like Donald's have provided over 102,000 consumer services. Each center is a trusted resource in their area, and daily they provide essential supports and hands-on skills training and programming that allow disabled people such as myself, who may otherwise have fallen through the cracks, to thrive and fully contribute to their communities of choice. The increased capacity that the line item has provided has allowed centers to expand their programming to meet the needs of their consumers, particularly those in the most underserved counties. Centers provide enhanced peer support groups, health and wellness activities, employment skills training, and mental health services. Additionally, a mobile center for independent living and many robust food initiatives, including top-rated food pantries, accessible gardening for children, and nutrition programs for seniors have been successfully implemented. Eliminating this line item is simply devastating to us. Programming and staffing will need to be reduced. This cut will directly affect and impact disabled center employees, as well as the thousands of individuals and families that depend on the unique services and independence that our services bring. Ultimately, cutting this funding will lead to higher long-term costs, which we all know New Jersey simply can't afford. 1 in 4 New Jerseyans, that's 25% of each of your constituencies, live with a disability today. As Donald mentioned, it's the only demographic that anyone can join at any point in their lives, and the centers are here to make sure that we're serving everybody in the community. Given the current climate of possible fiscal uncertainty and at the federal level, which could really disproportionately impact people with disabilities and their families, restoring this line item not only makes sense, but the last 2 years really have demonstrated that it will yield state savings far, far beyond the $3 million that we have been given the past 2 years. So we encourage you to reinstate the line item. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your advocacy and your testimony. You came up from Atlantic County?
Yes. Yep, I came from Atlantic County. Thanks to my staff member, Don, who drove me. I don't drive.
I just want to start off by, of course, thanking the Budget Chair, Sarlo, Vice Chair Greenstein, and all other members of the committee today for the opportunity to testify. My name is Madison Linton. I am the Policy Fellow at the New Jersey Alliance for Immigrant Justice. NJIT is the state's largest immigration coalition representing over 60 member organizations that fight for policies that protect and empower our immigrant communities. As such, we are well positioned to issue the following recommendations for key investments and policies to support the state's immigrant communities in the fiscal year 2026 budget. Investing $1 million towards the continued implementation of the Language Access Law, investing $19.2 million in the Detention and Deportation Defense Initiative, passing the Immigrant Trust Act, investing $6 million in the Unaccompanied Minors Legal Services Program. Since President Trump's inauguration, New Jersey has experienced an unprecedented increase in mass ICE raids throughout the state, and is accompanied by a new 15-year, $1 billion contract to imminently reopen Delaney Hall as an immigration detention center in Newark. Together, these actions signify a dramatic escalation in the federal government's efforts to detain and target immigrant communities across New Jersey. This would be the first new detention facility under the Trump administration, and it comes as the federal government is in the process of appropriating nearly $10 billion for ICE's budget, which is nearly 6 times their annual budget in previous years. Additionally, with the passage of the Lake and Riley Act, it's clear that the federal government is willing to rob additional communities of their due process rights. We are calling on the legislature to fully invest in the Detention and Deportation Defense Initiative in the requested amount. Currently, the program only meets about 40% of the need, and given the administration's aggressive deportation agenda, this funding gap could grow to a mere 10%, which is also why we reiterate our call for the Immigrant Trust Act. In response to this federal assault on immigrant communities, New Jersey must immediately implement its language access law. 1 in 3 households speaks a language other than English, and despite their crucial role in our communities, many immigrant families face barriers to accessing public services due to lack of resources and outreach. To date, no agency is in full compliance with the language access law, silencing the millions of New Jerseyans who could benefit from it. Even more critical, considering President Trump's executive order designating English as the official language, restricting the federal language access protections we once had, and will deprive many immigrants of essential services. In conclusion, we urge the legislature to act with the moral clarity that Washington lacks. We urge the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee to prioritize these investments in the fiscal year 2026 budget. Thank you for your time. I welcome any questions.
Okay. Chairperson Sarlo, Vice Chair Greenstein, and all the members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify on behalf of Care Plus New Jersey. My name is Anne Marie Z. Hall, and I'm the Senior Vice President at Care Plus New Jersey. I'm here today to request your support for critical budget appropriation increase to sustain and expand life-changing services for individuals with mental health and substance use disorders across our state. Care Plus New Jersey has been serving New Jersey since 1978 and is proud to be one of 7 original Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinics, or CCBHCs, that was selected as part of a federal demonstration program. This model has transformed behavioral health care by integrating primary care, mental health, and substance use treatment. The results have been clear. We have over 7 years' worth of data that shows improved health outcomes and reduced crisis-driven care. CCBHCs provide 9 essential services, including 24/7 crisis care, mental health and substance use treatment, integrated primary care, and care coordination with entities such as the National 988, as well as other health providers, and peer and family support. These services expand access, reduce ER visits, and improve long-term recovery outcomes. In the past year alone, New Jersey CCBHCs served over 26,000 individuals. Care Plus New Jersey supported nearly 4,000 people across Bergen, Passaic, Essex, Morris, and Hudson counties. Statewide, we've created 886 specialty behavioral health jobs, including psychiatrists, peer recovery support, coaches, and crisis specialists. But today we're facing a serious challenge. The federal demonstration program sustaining the CCBHC ends on September 30th of 2025, and the federal Medicaid match will drop from 85% to 50%, shifting a significant financial burden to the state. And while we appreciate the governor's proposed $2.4 million allocation, it is far from sufficient. To sustain the expanded services, we request a $10 million appropriation. Care Plus, along with the other 6 New Jerseys, is leading the way in transforming behavioral health care. And with your support, we can ensure individuals and families receive the care where they need it the most. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Daniel Dean, Associate Provost, Montclair State University. Hello, sir. Hello. Chris Irving, East Orange Board of Education. Chris. Okay, good there. Diane Williams.
Good afternoon. As an Associate Provost at Montclair State University and a proud Educational Opportunity Fund program alumnus, I stand before you to advocate for a critical investment in our state's future, a $25 million increase in EOF funding. Before EOF, my journey began in Newark, not too far from here, where instability defined my childhood. My family moved over 12 times and experienced homelessness, welfare, violence, and high levels of anti-intellectualism. The EOF program became my lifeline, transforming not just my trajectory, with my entire family's legacy. My wife, an EOF alumna from Patterson, became a registered nurse and a doctor, a journey impossible without EOF's intervention. Neither my wife or I could afford college, and we were both ill-prepared for the academic and social rigor of higher education. Thankfully, EOF addressed both issues. Currently, EOF operates across 41 participating institutions, supporting over 14,000 undergraduates and 350 graduate scholars. Statewide, despite limited family resources, EOF scholars are researchers, campus leaders, and change makers. EOF provides grant funding, academic and social support, residential pre-college preparation, ongoing mentorship, and targeted resources. But EOF is much more than a financial aid program. It is a comprehensive support system for motivated, limited income scholars with extraordinary potential. The state mandated income criteria determines financial eligibility, and for a family of two, the gross income must not exceed $41,000, with approximately $10,000 additional per family member. The higher education landscape is rapidly evolving, making income-based support more crucial than ever. A $25 million budget increase will expand summer academy enrollment, provide more rigorous pre-college preparation, and create additional pathways for scholars from under-resourced communities. Since 1968, EOF has been a powerful engine of social mobility, breaking cycles of poverty and creating opportunities for thousands of motivated scholars. As someone who has lived the EOF experience, I ask that you support this funding increase. Together, we can provide more scholars with the EOF advantage and a chance to transform their lives, families, and communities as a whole. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to all of us today. My name is Dr. Christopher Irving, Superintendent of Schools for the great city of East Orange. I sit here, to share with you a little bit about our district. At the start of the 2024-25 school year, East Orange Public Schools faced a projected shortfall of $7 to $8 million. However, through a combined difficult effort of layoffs of nearly 71 staff members, and the additional $9.3 million state aid we just received, we've been able to avert this crisis. While we appreciate the increase in state funding, while we appreciate the state funding, the progress that we've made is of course hampered by the additional $5 million in increase that we're experiencing in charter school payments and obligation for this year as well. To ensure the long-term financial stability and equity for our students, we urge the state to continue to provide support for our school district at the same level of support that other districts receive who are ABIT districts. Moving forward, our district has implemented several strategic actions to maintain financial stability. These include reassessing our district-wide coaches, exploring the sale of underutilized facilities to generate revenue, and aligning strategic planning efforts in our school facilities. Additionally, we continue to advocate for increased funding in order to meet the goals we have for the forthcoming year. It is our hope that through our continued effort and transparency and accountability, that we'll be able to continue to achieve the work we need to do for our students. We have strengthened our financial oversight in our district. We have consultants and experts with long-term strategies helping to guide us to ensure that we make the best partnership forward to minimize the burden of taxpayers. Additionally, we are developing a clear timeline for public budgeting reviews and hosting a series of community meetings to ensure that our stakeholders are informed and engaged in our decision-making process. Despite all these active steps, we still need the continued support of the state of New Jersey to ensure the future of our school district, and most importantly, to ensure the high-quality education our students deserve. In closing, East Orange Public Schools remain steadfast in our commitment to students' well-being, educational excellence, and transparency. While we've taken significant steps to stabilize our finances, we must continue to work together with the state of New Jersey and our community to support and secure the strong future for our students. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you.
Diane Williams, Jersey County Women's Service, followed by Megan Anderson Fisher, New Jersey Alliance for Children, Youth, and Families.
Thank you, Chairman Sarlo, Vice Chairwoman Greenstein, and all of the members of the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee for giving me the opportunity to give this testimony. My name is Diane Williams, and I'm the CEO of JBWS, formerly known as Jersey Battered Women's Services, the state-designated domestic violence organization for Morris County, the 12th wealthiest county in the United States. If the members of the audience would humor me, the first part of my testimony requires group participation. Please raise your hand and keep it raised if you identify as a woman. The CDC estimates that 1 in 4 women will be victims of domestic violence in their lifetime. If you identify as a man, please raise your hand and keep it raised. The CDC estimates that 1 in 7 men are victims of domestic violence in their lifetime. If you are a teenager, are raising a teenager, or love a teenager, please raise your hand and keep it raised. The CDC estimates that 1 in 3 teenagers will be victims of domestic violence in their lifetime. Look around the room. Domestic violence is a silent issue, and every one of us is impacted and should be concerned about funding these life-saving services. Domestic violence victims and their children need your help. If we do not adequately fund domestic violence programs, victims and their children are at risk of dying. In 2024, in Morris County, one of the wealthiest counties in the United States, JBWS responded to a record-breaking 1,300 victims needing legal advocacy services for restraining orders. That's a 17% increase from 2023. The JBWS Crisis Response Team dispatched to over 1,100 victims in police stations and emergency rooms in 2024, a 17% increase from the year before. There were 189 victims and children fleeing violence and needing emergency shelter in 2024, which remained consistent with the numbers from 2023, which had seen a 236% increase in volume from 2 years before. These are the highest numbers we've seen in the almost 50 years that JBWS has been providing services to families impacted by domestic violence. These are not statewide numbers. These shocking statistics are mirrored all over New Jersey, which is why I'm here to support the New Jersey Coalition to End Domestic Violence ask of the restoration of $2.2 million allocated by the legislature in FY25, an increase of $2 million to support increased funding for domestic violence crisis response teams responding to emergency rooms and police stations across the state. You can all put your hands down now. Thank you so much for supporting victims of domestic violence.
Good, how are you? Good afternoon, Chairman Sarlo, Vice Chair Greenstein, and members of the Senate Budget Committee. My name is Megan Anderson Fisher, and I am the Executive Director of the New Jersey Alliance for Children, Youth, and Families. As the voice of children, youth, and families in every county in New Jersey, we are here today to respectfully request your support for an 8% adjustment to Department of Children and Family contracts. Your partnership and
that I do, Glen T. It's a place away from home, a home away from home. At first, I thought it would be a lot of hours, and I found out this job was just right for me. Bruce M. CVR means to me to get to do a lot of different jobs, and it gives me a lot of confidence in myself. I would be lost without CVR. Jerry C. CVR gives me structure to my schedule while giving me a chance to contribute to the workforce and helps others as a result. Brian C. CVR gives me an opportunity to use my skills and energy and earn some income. Nancy L. Losing funding that our program relies on would negatively impact these individuals directly. They would have less choices, less options, and as a result, less success, purpose, dignity, and less community. Some of our participants expressed that they would be lost if it was not for their extended employment program. CVR urges you to restore the budget and make the choice not to take funds away from the population we proudly serve every day. Thank you.
Debbie White here? Yep. Okay. Carl Moran? Okay.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Sarlo and members of the Senate Budget Committee. My name is Melissa Acree. I'm the CEO of New Jersey 211, a nonprofit organization that has provided the 211 service for the past 20 years. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today about why additional support for 211 is not only necessary, but it's strategic for ensuring the stability, health, and well-being of our residents. We are facing an unprecedented period of uncertainty at the federal level as Congress debates significant changes to funding and policy. Our residents are bracing for potential disruptions to services that they depend on to survive. In moments like these, 211 becomes even more essential. Today, I'm here to request additional funding, and please allow me to highlight why. First, we're a trusted 24/7 statewide helpline during moments of personal crisis. Whether it's a parent trying to keep the heat on in the winter, a senior seeking prescription assistance, or a newly homeless family seeking shelter, we are their first call. In 2024, we met over 727,000 requests for help. Second, we manage the most comprehensive online resource directory containing over 6,000 government and nonprofit community-based programs. In 2024, there were 750,000 searches for help. Third, we are a lifeline during times of disaster emergency, whether it's a power outage, hurricanes, heat waves, or pandemics. 211 partners directly with the New Jersey Office of Emergency Management and other state entities to provide information and reassurance to the public. In the near future, our state will host the FIFA Club and then World Cup events. A strong, well-positioned 211 is an essential component of the state's emergency operation plan. And this leads me to my final reason. We are one of 3 critical dialing codes. You have this graphic in the back of my testimony. Every New Jersey resident should have quick and easy access to 911, 988, and 211. 911 for life-threatening situations, 988 for mental health and suicide prevention, and 211 for personal crisis related to housing, health, food, utilities, and other essential needs. These 3 household numbers form the backbone of our public safety and well-being infrastructure, and each requires consistent support. Like 911 and 988, 211 will be seeking a permanent sustainable funding source from the legislature in the near future. But today, I am here to request additional support in the fiscal 26 budget in the amount of $973,933. This amount will help us to remain fully funded because without support, we face layoffs of skilled, experienced staff. We risk losing our ability to operate 24/7, and most importantly, Callers in crisis will face longer wait times when they need the help the most. I thank you for your leadership and for your consideration today.
Am I up? Debbie White? Yes, okay. Thank you, Chairman and Committee. My name is Debbie White, and I am the President of Health Professionals and Allied Employees. We represent 15,000 healthcare workers across the state, including the 4,000 healthcare workers in public healthcare. And today, I'm coming to you as an advocate for public healthcare. And by the way, CEO and President Ed Jimenez was here earlier, and he put it very succinctly in that we have to support the only public hospital we have in the state. We only have one that is dependent on our funding them. UH has the highest population of uninsured, underinsured, and charity care in the entire state of New Jersey. And because of that, it has the least amount of revenue. The majority of UH payers are governmental. Medicare, Medicaid, and healthcare subsidies make up 80% of total revenue. With expected cuts to Medicare and Medicaid, cuts to DISH payments, ACA subsidies set to expire at the end of the year, and Social Security benefits threaten, UH will be forced to care for an even more underinsured and uninsured population with no hope of reimbursement. State cuts at this juncture in history are completely inappropriate. Unfortunately, as in the past years, New Jersey has appropriated millions of dollars to wealthy private hospital corporations, and this year is no different. University hospitals should be the first and the majority recipient of healthcare appropriations to hospitals. However, the proposed cuts to UH this year total $94.3 million, or 61% of the anticipated budget, even include the $2 million given annually to support the City of Newark EMS, which functions under UH. Public health care can't be on the chopping block while at the same time giving millions to private hospitals. Only after we do right by our only state-owned hospitals should we be giving money to private wealthy hospitals. Please do the right thing. Fully fund UH. In fact, you should fully fund every public health care institution in New Jersey. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chairman, do we have your written testimony? I think so. Okay.
Thank you.
Society, followed by Matt Edson. Matt Edson here. Okay, you'll be over that, and then followed by Suzanne Burr. Okay.
Thank you. Hello.
And I'm with him.
Yep. Yeah, we'll split the time. Chairman Sarlo and others, really respect and thank you for your work. The Huntington's Disease Society has been working along with other organizations, HD Cure and the Leisure Chateau, to promote a fiscal year 26 budget resolution of $700,000 for the HD clinic. So in the past 12 months, we have followed suggestions from many of you that we knock on every door. We've been to the Department of Health, Department of Human Services. We've been back to the legislators on key committees, gotten a lot of empathy and support concerning our goals, but no cash. So we return to this committee with what is a bold ask in a tight budget year, but we feel really justified by the following realities. The first reality is that Huntington's is a unique disease requiring, it's a combination, the symptoms of ALS, Parkinson's, and Alzheimer's, and it's fatal. It requires specialized integrated care, which the HD clinic, the source of our request, for years was able to provide, but the clinic has been weakened by budget cuts, and it's not providing the same level of care that it provided 15 years ago. Further, insurance reimbursement for services like social work and psychiatry is very low. The second reality is that further starving the clinic is going to cost the state money in the long run because there is no outpatient equivalent to the clinic's approach. Its continued decline in effectiveness is going to encourage more and more families to put their loved ones in a nursing home, and those bills are going to come due through Medicaid to the state, and they're going to wipe out any savings from not funding. Stacy.
Okay. I'm Dr. Stacy Waterman, and I was past president of, I've been a patient at that clinic for 28 years. And like Carl said, it is the only one in the state that has the comprehensive care center. This is a terrible disease, and I'm standing up here, but there are thousands of people that are like me that are fighting for this every day. And my mom had this, and I have my family tree. It just wiped out my family, completely wiped out my family. And it's just been really, really hard living with it. I forget everything. I'm a PhD by scientist. I worked in the oil industry for 20 years. I used to put on regulatory workshops, and now it's like I can't even multitask. I have colors for everything. I have Post-its everywhere. I forget everything. And I think the weird thing is because it's something that happens, it's in our brains, it changes. I mean, my mom was, she wore pearls and she had a little Buster Brown haircut, but she swore like a trucker when she was mad because it just changes your personalities, and it's hard. And my daughter doesn't go to the clinic because she goes to Columbia because it is so bad. And there's a new neuroscientist there, and he's we're trying to get into a brain surgery study for me, and that's the only reason why I think I continue to go there. It's like people manage meds, and it's because that's like the only thing I have going for me.
Real quickly, a third member who couldn't be here, John Stevens, our current president, he learned his wife had HD in 2008. As some of you know from personal experience, it's very hard to be a good at-home caregiver, and John did that until 2017 when it was becoming too dangerous and he had to move her to long-term care. That's even harder. But if you read John's written testimony, you see how the doctors and the full-time social worker at the clinic helped strengthen him enough to do the things to take care of his wife. And you'll see that tragically, as his own daughter at age 39 begins to show these symptoms, they don't have that support. You'll see the difference. And his daughter and her husband say that they now feel abandoned and lost. Thank you all for your attention.
Good afternoon, everybody. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for taking the time to listen today. My name is Suzanne Byrne. I'm the executive director of the York Street Project in Jersey City. We provide a continuum of housing and supportive services for women, children, and families living in poverty and experiencing homelessness, including an emergency shelter. Last year, we served nearly 400 unique individuals across all of our programs. 58% of those were children. Every day, we get calls from people in need of shelter and affordable housing, but our beds are full. We suggest Housing Help NJ and 211 as resources, but we know that there are not enough shelter beds to meet the need. There are not enough housing vouchers or affordable housing units to meet the need, and our systems are at a breaking point. As wonderful as York Street is, and as nice as we keep our buildings, families do not come to us because of how great we are. They come to us because they literally have no place else to go. They come because they're desperate. They do not have adequate support systems. They've exhausted all other options. But our ability to continue to offer safe shelter and quality supportive services is at risk. We are on track to accumulate $100,000 in uncompensated shelter stays this fiscal year because of how the state funds shelters. This is not a sustainable model, and we need a new system. But until a new system gets developed and implemented, we need more funding to support shelter providers so that we do not lose more beds in New Jersey. Shelters are the first line of defense when an individual or family loses their housing, and most shelters in this state provide much more than a bed. We provide services that holistically addresses a family's needs. We provide safety for victims of violence. We provide a moment of peace for people who are living with the daily trauma of homelessness as they try to fight their way out of a cycle that is drowning them. And that cycle is relentless. A parent needs to provide a safe and secure home for their children, but they cannot provide that home because rents are unaffordable and they don't have a job. But how can they have a job that pays them a living wage or even a decent wage if they don't have a safe place to sleep at night? So I'm asking you to support a $10 million budget resolution to provide critical funding to shelters. These funds will not address the $100,000 in uncompensated stays at York Street, but will allow us to give a much-needed salary increase to our frontline staff so that they do not end up needing the services of our shelter because we cannot pay them a decent wage. I'm also here to ask that you keep the Affordable Housing Trust Fund intact and do not move any of its funds to other housing programs. What's the point of providing down payment assistance if there's no affordable homes for people to buy? This fund is the largest dedicated source for construction and rehabilitation of affordable homes in New Jersey, and it is critical that it remains that way. The fund was not developed for eviction prevention or down payment assistance, and while funding for those services is critical as well, it should not be funded with this money. The Housing and Community Development Network of New Jersey has shared, or if they haven't yet, will share ideas for other funding revenue streams for those programs. New Jersey's been doing amazing work through the Office of Homelessness Prevention in addressing the homelessness crisis, but that crisis will never end unless we fully implement New Jersey's fourth round Mount Laurel and increase the affordable housing stock. Thank you very much for your time.
I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice today. I'm Matthew Edson. I'm the Dean of the Schreiber School of Veterinary Medicine. This is the first and only veterinary school in the state of New Jersey. It's also the 35th in the country, so there's not very many of us out there. Gloucester County, Glassboro, Rowan University. Yep. So this is a concept that came about in 2019. We've been working on this for several years now. The state has been very generous with funding for our program. We had $100+ million in capital expenditures to build our new complex, and we've had reoccurring appropriations for operations every year since. We've hired a staff, developed a curriculum. We've built our building mostly. It'll be done on August 1st. If anyone wants to check it out, you're welcome to come down, be my guest, and see our facilities. Just this month, we sent admissions letters to the very first class, the historic first class of DVM veterinary students in New Jersey. We're very excited to get started here. However, in this year's budget, our entire operational appropriation has been eliminated to zero. So after years of work and lots of investment and admissions letters to students who are supposed to join us this fall, we now have no operational funds for this new school. Another problem that raises for us is we have finally crossed the line for being accredited to admit these students, and I have to send reports to these accreditors every 6 months. If they have the, notion that we're not going to receive state funding, the accreditation is at risk, and we may not get this school off the ground. Really asking as best I can here to implore you guys to restore operational funding at the level of $16.5 million for fiscal year 26. We'd really love to bring this resource to the state and give students in New Jersey, for the very first time, an in-state option to reduce their student debt and bring the state some more much-needed veterinarians. Sorry, I'm probably hard to hear. I have a 2.5-year-old, and they bring all kinds of wonderful diseases home. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to submit my testimony today. My name is Lori Farris, and I am a survivor of domestic violence. It is an honor to be here today, alive and well, with my voice being heard, and not by being introduced to you in the cold, hard print of the newspaper as yet another woman and her children who lost their lives to domestic violence. We were on that path and very close to demise. Being forced into silence and submission, I was beaten from head to toe and every inch in between, from one end of the house to the other, and dragged up the stairs by my hair. His rage escalated to suffocation and then strangulation when I asked for a divorce. This man would sit on my chest and cup my mouth and nose with his large hand. And I often thought, this is it. This is how I'm going out. But there was the slightest opening, and I was able to breathe from a space much smaller than that of a juice box straw. Surviving the strangulation the numerous times is nothing short of a miracle. We were able to escape with the help of the police, essentially with the clothes on our backs. A CRT, a crisis response team member in Morris County, met us at the police station to provide comfort and to explain what to expect next before we were driven to the safety of JBWS and their safe house. Our basic needs of safety, housing, food, and clothing were immediately met in Safe House, and we began counseling there as well. We moved into their transitional living program and continued to receive services which got us on our feet, and we were able to go back out into the community and into our own safe home. Time spent under their roof and receiving comprehensive services and resources, 19 months. Always and everywhere be thankful. That is a core value of mine. To that point, I am so grateful JBWS was available to provide confidential housing, which gave us, my children and myself, physical safety, in addition to the multiple types of therapeutic and counseling services that helped us heal and to rebuild our lives. I ask and pray that you continue to fund these critical life-saving services, and I am here today to support the New Jersey Coalition to End Domestic Violence's ask of the restoration of the $2.2 million allocated by the legislature in FY25 and an increase of $2 million to support increased funding for domestic violence crisis response teams responding to emergency rooms and police stations across the state. Again, I ask and pray that you continue to fund these critical life-saving services so that the next survivor may come here and echo these words. Thank you. It is an honor to be here today, alive and well, with my voice being heard. Thank you for your time. God bless you all.
And thank you for your courage to be here.
Thank you.
Hello, committee. Thank you so much for welcoming all of us here today. My name is Susan Greenbaum, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker and CEO of Jewish Family and Children's Services of Northern New Jersey. We are a nonprofit social service agency and licensed community mental health clinic serving Bergen, Passaic, and Hudson counties. Today, I am here to highlight the urgent mental health and food assistance needs facing Northern New Jersey families. For decades, JFCS has served the most vulnerable members of our community through mental health services, older adult care, food assistance, and basic needs support. The demand for all of our services has risen, but especially for mental health care. Last year, we provided more than 13,000 therapy sessions, psychiatric evaluations, support group meetings, and advocacy calls for more than 1,200 children and adults. 25% of our therapy clients receive Medicaid or qualify for charity assistance. In the past, our mental health professionals helped those facing anxiety, grief, abuse, addiction, and behavioral challenges. Now these issues have intensified and cases have become much more complicated. Our therapists spend hours working through clients' complex needs on a scope and scale we have not seen before. This is especially true for children. So many cannot regulate their emotions or manage everyday challenges. Children as young as 7 now self-harm and contemplate suicide. At JFCS, our compassionate, experienced mental health professionals work with doctors, teachers, psychiatrists, occupational therapists, lawyers, translators, and child protective services to provide the highest quality of care possible. However, affordability remains an issue. Many clients earn too much to qualify for Medicaid. Others cannot afford to use their insurance because of very high copays and deductibles. We do not turn anyone away from receiving any of our services at JFCS, regardless of their ability to pay. However, the amount of funding needed to subsidize thorough, high-quality mental health services has grown beyond our capacity. Insurance does not cover the true costs of mental health services for service providers. Given the uncertainty of funding for social services, we are very concerned that people who need our help most will not ask for it because they believe they cannot afford it. And those who will be most impacted are already underserved, low-income families with complex mental health and social service needs. We know from experience that these mental health and social service needs also often result in families being unable to afford food, and it is impossible to change one's thoughts and behaviors in therapy when you are hungry. We established a food pantry at JFCS in 2009 because so many of the children we were treated were struggling to focus during their therapy sessions because they were hungry. Today, we serve more than 200 families through our food pantry. No one in New Jersey should worry about where their next meal will come from. I'm sure we all agree with that. Everything we do at JFCS is comprehensive and part of a plan for long-term sustainability. The mental health needs of our families is something that we are extremely concerned about. We have served our families successfully for more than 70 years, but we need your help now. We are requesting $250,000 in funding to ensure that we can continue to serve children and families in northern New Jersey with the mental health care and food assistance they need and deserve. Together, we can make a tangible difference in the lives of so many vulnerable families in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Axel Torres Marrero. I'm the Senior Director of Policy and Prevention at Hyacinth AIDS Foundation, New Jersey's largest AIDS service organization. We submitted our testimony through email, so I'm just going to go over some of the highlights. I'm happy to report that we are in agreement with the governor's proposed budget. We have worked 6 months prior to the budget to identify the programs most at need, and to be able to come with fiscal remedies. In the governor's budget, there's a $13 million allocation for the AIDS drug distribution program. That is not new money. That is some money that has been cobbled together from other existing programs at DOH. One of the reasons, the AIDS drug distribution program, one of the reasons that we're in a fiscal crisis is because that is a federal-state policy partnership. We've allowed drug rebate companies, pharmas, to decrease the amount of drug rebate dollars that come into the AIDS drug distribution program. We're not the only state that faces the same fiscal crisis. New York, New Jersey, Maryland, California, we're in the same boat. We've allowed essentially through the ADAP program for pharma to walk away from the table, although they're making enormous amounts of profits from these drugs. We need to be able to force those individuals, the pharma, back to the table and to ask the critical questions why they have decreased the funding for the rebates for the AIDS drug distribution program. That program is an absolute lifeline for individuals who cannot afford their medication or who do not qualify for other programs. It is the only way of keeping those individuals alive, and we need to hold all partners, elected officials, community members, consumers, but also pharma accountable for these programs. The second issue is Medicaid. We are in support of the governor's proposed budget for Medicaid, but we also acknowledge that every single time that there is an advancement in the treatment of HIV, the New Jersey's Medicaid department burdens and shoulders the cost for additional medications. We should be, again, renegotiating with the companies that subcontract through the managed care programs to cover the costs, which at this point are best practices. Every time there's an innovation, and the newest innovation is the single tablet regimen and the injectable form of the medication, every single time there's an innovation, the managed care companies require additional monies from Medicaid. We need to hold them responsible through the contract process, because this is clearly unsustainable. We cannot keep coming to the Medicaid and cannot keep coming to the state of New Jersey asking for additional funds. So although we're in agreement with the state budget as is, we look forward to a critical conversation about how to sustain these programs. The last issue is the issue around federal cuts that we have already burdened. We have received notifications from the CDC that either have paused our programs or have said that they'll be terminated. These programs serve as critical lifelines, again, for people living with or at risk for HIV, STIs, hepatitis C, and tuberculosis. And we look forward to coming back in the fall to have another critical conversation about what those federal cuts mean. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Asbury Park folks here?
Yep.
Okay. Michael Rowland, Barbara Adam Bork, and Dr. George Love?
There's two of us today.
Okay. They're going to be followed by Fred Weed, right here. Come on up in the front row here, in the front. Is Ann Marta-Bisky here? Up to the front. And Erica DeMarco. Okay, so we'll follow that order.
Thank you, Mr.
Motion
Chairman.
Senator in Asbury Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the Senate Budget Committee.
You got up.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Senate Budget Committee. My name is Michael Rowland, and I serve as the Executive Director at the Center in Asbury Park. I have one of our interns with me today, Barbara Ann from New Jersey's own Georgian Court University. And for over 30 years, the center has provided housing, supportive services, and compassionate care to individuals living with HIV. I'm here today to urge you to protect Medicaid funding and increase investments in HIV-specific housing programs, both of which are vital to ending the HIV epidemic in New Jersey by 2030. Medicaid is a lifeline for people living with HIV. It provides access to life-saving treatments such as antiretroviral therapy, which suppresses the virus and prevents its transmission. Cuts to Medicaid would reduce access to care, increase the incidence of new infections, and reverse decades of progress. Without stable access to treatment, people with HIV face worsening health outcomes and higher risks of hospitalizations. Equally essential is stable housing. Housing is healthcare. At the center, we witness every day how housing keeps people in care. Individuals with stable, consistent housing are more likely to adhere to their medication regimen, attend medical appointments, and achieve viral suppression, thereby reducing the risk of further transmission. Conversely, housing instability is associated with poor health outcomes and increased costs to healthcare systems. To achieve our shared goal of ending the HIV epidemic, I urge this committee to protect Medicaid funding at its current levels to ensure uninterrupted access to care and expand investments in HIV-specific housing programs, including rental assistance, supportive services, which are proven to improve health outcomes and reduce transmission. These investments save lives and make financial sense by reducing costly hospitalizations and promoting public health. On behalf of the Center in Asbury Park, I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Right. Policy Director of Jersey Consortium of Immigrant Children, Anna Marta, and then Eric. Good. All right.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairman Sarlo and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Fred Weed, Policy Director of the New Jersey Consortium for Immigrant Children. Our vision at the consortium is to create a just and equitable New Jersey where young immigrants can flourish and lead full, fearless lives. Just this past Friday, the federal government terminated nearly all funding for the Unaccompanied Children program, eliminating legal services to 26,000 immigrant children across the country. This decision is devastating to legal service providers and will cripple the ability of New Jersey to provide critical immigration services to our most vulnerable children, many of whom seek safety and stability in the U.S. after having endured persecution, abandonment, and other forms of violence. Facing seasoned ICE attorneys in court, we do not want our most vulnerable children facing deportation alone. That is why we are deeply concerned to learn of the $3 million reduction to the legal representation for children and youth program in the 2026 proposed budget. At a time where the federal government has shown no interest in protecting these children, it is imperative to fully fund this program. On top of the federal cuts, a reduction of state funding would have a devastating impact on New Jersey's ability to keep current immigration attorneys serving our children,
allowing them to be reunited with their families and communities. Yet despite the efficacy of this program, DDI, currently funded at $8.2 million, was only able to meet 42% of the need for their services last year, and absent additional funding, this net need will decrease to only 20%. We cannot underscore enough the importance of increased funding for this program as the Trump administration threatens to carry out the largest deportation effort in the country's history. We urge the legislature to increase funding to $19.5 million to meet increased demand for legal services. Second, as the legislature considers allocation of the $135 million in community reinvestment funding derived from New Jersey's cannabis legalization law, we urge legislators to create a participatory process to seek input from community about how this revenue should be used. None of these funds should go to criminal legal system stakeholders like law enforcement, and allocation should be publicly reported for transparency's sake. It is vital that these dollars are used to fund services and priorities that help communities thrive. Third, the ACLU of New Jersey strongly urges the legislature to restore funding to legal assistance for tenants for Seton Hall Law School and Rutgers Law School, which supports clinical programs that provide legal assistance to low and moderate income tenants. And lastly, we urge this committee to prioritize language accessibility in the budget by allocating the funding required to ensure the proper implementation of S2459 or A3837, the language access law enacted in 2024. Funding this law will move us towards a more inclusive and equitable state. We will be submitting this testimony in writing, which will include additional information. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, can I proceed?
And Castle, correct?
Yes.
Seton Hall University. You're up.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ann Cassello, and I'm the managing attorney for the Housing Justice Project at Seton Hall Law School. And I'm here today to ask you to restore funding for legal assistance for tenants at the 3 New Jersey law schools, Seton Hall Law School and Rutgers Law School in Camden and Newark. And thank you to the ACLU who just mentioned our program. Beginning in 2021, the legislature appropriated funds to our state's law schools to expand legal assistance for tenants. We received funding from the state for the last 4 years. Governor Murphy's proposed budget for fiscal year 2026 has eliminated funding for our programs. We have an ongoing housing crisis. The rate of homelessness in New Jersey has increased by 24% last year. In this time of economic uncertainty, it's more important than ever to invest in programs that promote housing stability. In our project, law students, under the supervision of lawyers, represent tenants in eviction cases, advocate for improved conditions in their homes, and fight for tenants to retain affordable housing. In the previous fiscal year, the project provided legal assistance to 736 New Jersey families across 18 counties. Earlier this month, I supervised a law student who was representing a client in an eviction case. Our client had recently lost her daughter to cancer and was facing eviction because her landlord said he was selling the property and the buyer wanted to live in her home. Through legal advocacy, the student was able to negotiate a fair settlement to give our client necessary time and money to move. Our client said their support changes lives and ensures those who need it have a fair chance at justice. But the program's impact extends far beyond the households we represent directly. For example, at Rutgers Newark, the attorneys have organized tenants and litigated a rent receivership case against a negligent landlord. The project at Rutgers Camden appeals cases of legal significance to shape the law by bringing cases before the appellate division. And at Seton Hall, we've launched the New Jersey Legal Design Lab to help shift power to local housing movements. The lab is creating a resource hub that will provide tenants legal information and a tool to advocate for themselves. Even with the investment in programs such as ours, few tenants have lawyers. According to recent New Jersey court data, there were more than 120,000 eviction proceedings in 2024, and tenants were represented by attorneys in less than 4% of those cases. The work we're doing is on individual tenants, but also on behalf of all tenants in New Jersey. We work with a statewide coalition of tenant advocates to advocate for effective change in our court process, and we work with the AOC to implement those changes. New Jersey has historically been a leader in tenants' rights across the nation, and the momentum we have now through this project will allow our state to continue as a leader. I ask that you restore funding to legal assistance for tenants at the 3 New Jersey Law School campuses. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Kate Ratner?
Yes.
Representing Monroe Township Board of Ed, your school board member?
I am, yes.
And Rocco Cooper's not here, correct?
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Kate Ratner. I am a member of the Board of Education in Monroe Township from Middlesex County. Last year, I came before the committee to express concern about the unfair way schools are funded in New Jersey and the heavy burden it's placed on taxpayers in Monroe Township. The need to revise the school funding formula remains a statewide concern, despite multiple bills proposed to create a school funding formula task force, as well as hearings held by the Department of Education regarding school funding. I hope that swift action is taken on this to ensure funding is equitable across all school districts, taking into account districts like Monroe Township, which are unfairly treated by the formula due to our unique demographics that include a high percentage of senior citizens, resulting in zero equalization aid in the last 17 years because of the way the wealth of senior citizens is wrongly calculated for our local fair share. Sadly, this is just one of the challenges that we have been facing. Various state housing mandates have caused our student enrollment to grow from 3,100 students in 2003 to 7,000 students this year. This has created a large strain on our infrastructure, and taxpayers have been forced to pay for a new elementary school and a new high school because impact fees are illegal in New Jersey to use for educational infrastructure. While we have been fortunate to receive an additional $1.3 million from our legislators over the last 2 years, thank you, Senator Greenstein, to fix a leaking roof in one of our schools, as well as other urgent issues, our school buildings remain overcrowded, and our district is unable to provide vital programs offered by many districts. So today I'd like to talk to you about one of those programs, which is full-day kindergarten. The funding formula is supposed to ensure all students receive an equally thorough and efficient education. Yet here in New Jersey, we have a very unfair situation where many children are receiving free preschool, while Monroe Township is one of a few districts left in New Jersey unable to offer this essential program. I was glad Governor Murphy said he would mandate full-day kindergarten during his State of the State address, and I was even more excited when the budget proposal included legislation to ensure that every school district would offer full-day kindergarten. Yet when reviewing the budget, I learned that while there are millions of dollars allotted for universal preschool, no money was allotted to support this proposed full-day kindergarten mandate. Many legislators have insisted that they will never support an unfunded mandate, and many legislators have supported full-day kindergarten, but that's what's currently happening in this proposed budget. Here is one solution to fix this. In the last 2 years, there were $75 to $100 million in appropriations added to the budget to address capital needs in a few school districts. If the goal of this legislature and our governor is to ensure every district has full-day kindergarten, I urge you to appropriate similar funds to the remaining school districts that want to offer full-day kindergarten, but don't have the space or the fair funding to address the lack of space. Let's ensure that this program, one that every legislator on both sides of the aisle believes is important to families living in New Jersey, does not become an unfunded mandate, but rather an investment in our children and our future. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Hi, how are you?
Hi,
How
I'm
you doing?
good.
I had asked this question of someone, but had not gotten the answer yet. Do you know how much would be needed by Monroe to put in the full-day kindergarten?
So from what we've been told by our administration, the full cost for the initial resolution would be approximately $15 million because of the infrastructure needs regarding toilets for certain stages and the additional infrastructure, because right now some of our school district buildings are already overcrowded, which, then it also includes staffing and all of the annual needs, but that first time has been a concern. And because we've had 3 failed referendums in the last 8 years, it's hard for us to do that again.
We'll have to talk more because certainly in terms of the resolution process that we have to get some money for our district, I know we couldn't, right off the top, I know we couldn't get anything close to that amount, but you're talking about trying to get for how many are there, 8 or 10 districts that don't have full-day
Right. So I know that there are
in the state?
11 that don't have it as
11.
of this year. However, there are 4 or 5 of them that have plans or have already taken the steps and will be starting it next year or the year after. So I believe when I did my research, there were 5 districts left that do not have a plan in place.
And Monroe is in that.
Monroe is one of those.
Yeah, we'll be talking more.
Sounds
about
great.
All this.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, folks, we're getting late here today. We're on the last, we're also here a page and a half. We're gonna ask everybody to try to summarize as you go through this. I know it's important for you to have your stuff recorded on the OLS website and provide to all members, so please work with them. Jennifer D'Antano, Board of Education for the Old Bridge. Come on up. Terry here, Berkeley College. Okay, Keegan Foster. Okay, Chris Daggett. Hey, Chris, come on up. You'll be third. Is Jacqueline Stabno here? Come on up. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Chairman and Vice Chair and all the senators for your time and dedication to today. My name is Jen D'Antino. I'm a parent of 2 girls, 9 and 16. I'm a PTA leader. I'm on the board of the NJPTA, but I'm here today as the president of the Old Bridge Board of Education. Old Bridge is a 42 square mile town in Middlesex County with over 8,000 students. We have 20% special education and over a 90% graduation rate. We offer about 300 courses in our high school, including 15 different industries in our career, technology, and trades education. We have about 18 AP classes, including dual enrollment opportunities for our students, 120 clubs district-wide from elementary through high school, 108 sports teams between middle and high school. We have a modeled multi-tier intervention and resource program that schools and districts around the state come to learn about. Award-winning schools, PTAs, and superintendents. We're one of the original S2 districts, and we thought we were almost done, but we just received another 3% in tax cuts, or in state aid, I apologize. We've been cut over $24 million over the past few years, returning us to the state aid of the early 90s, a time when technology, security, and mental health needs weren't as important. The latest cut is our late bus program, resulting in our economically challenged families to not take part in extracurricular activities. We've closed blue ribbon school districts as well as multiple programs. This year, we're looking at a $17 million deficit to our budget. When looking at our costs, we're resulting down to looking at graduation requirements only. No AP classes, no trade classes, looking at 14, 15-year-old kids on the streets at noon because all they have to do is do whatever they need to graduate. No good's going to come from that. The crime's going to increase in our town and the surrounding towns. We'd have no more kindergarten, resulting in your gap year being at 5 years old because we have state mandated preschool for our special education students, but kindergarten's not required. Our 108 sport teams would be reduced to 35 varsity only sports, no related arts beyond elementary. And this is only 13 million out of the $17 million deficit that we have. The state is punishing students, staff, school, and districts as a whole for something we have no control over. We have no way of increasing our income. The town council has chosen not to reassess the taxes as something the school board has no control over, and we're getting to the point that we can no longer provide a New Jersey constitutional right of thorough and efficient education. So I thank you for your time and enjoy your afternoon.
Come on, sir. Come on, Chris. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Chris Daggett, Board Chair, New Jersey Civic Information Consortium.
Thank you, Chairman Sarlo and members of the committee. You've introduced me, so I won't reintroduce myself. That's all right. To ensure the continuation of vital news initiatives, I respectfully requests an FY26 state appropriation of $3 million, maintaining level funding from the fiscal year 25 budget. The appropriation would be used to build on the pioneering work of the consortium and the foresight and support of the legislature and governor in establishing it in 2018 in response to the ongoing collapse of local news in New Jersey and across the country. With the $13 million provided to the consortium over the past 5 fiscal years, supplemented by over $3 million in foundation grants, the consortium has been able to, one, provide $9 million in grants to 56 organizations in 18 of New Jersey's 21 counties, with another $2.7 million still to be awarded this fiscal year. Second, to fill reporting gaps, one of the most important of which is funding a reporter to cover the work of New Jersey's congressional delegation after the Star Ledger in 2023 released the last remaining New Jersey reporter based in Washington. Third, to offer training programs to help more than 20 news organizations improve their use of technology and build revenues. Fourth, to develop journalism certificate programs in 4 community colleges in North, Central, and South Jersey. Fifth, to create a program to train and pay more than 200 residents across the state to document public meetings, the notes from which are made available to news outlets and others interested in the workings in their communities. Sixth, to initiate a $1 million local news and information development and support program in 5 South Jersey counties, including Salem County, the largest news desert in the state. And seventh, to offer media internships at each of the consortium's 6 member universities. Despite all these successes, New Jersey still has a fragile ecosystem of news, with a loss of advertising business model that has supported it for many decades, the end of print publication of the Star Ledger, and a growing number of news startups that need assistance. In short, New Jersey remains in a local news crisis. New Jersey's media ecosystem is being challenged as never before. This is no time for sugarcoating and no time to step back. Regardless of political party affiliation, we can all agree there is a tsunami of change coming out of Washington. Now more than ever, we need local news and information organizations to help residents interpret and understand these changes and how they will impact their daily lives. Unfortunately, the governor's proposed budget includes the elimination of funding for the consortium. As you have done in the previous years by adding funds to those the governor proposed, we respectfully request that you continue supporting the consortium's important, indeed vital work with a $3 million appropriation that will help inform residents and encourage them to engage in the civic life of their communities. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Great. Thank you much.
Jacqueline Stavner, come on up. Managing Director, Kids in Need of Defense. I'm going to rattle off 4 more. Solomon Middleton here. Come on, sir, to the front. Rosemary Becky. If you rose, come on over. Evelyn Sad. Evelyn. And Rashmi Kapta. Okay. Solomon Middleton, Jacqueline Stavner.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Stabnow, and I'm the Managing Director at the Newark Office of Kids in Need of Defense, or KIND. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the New Jersey Legal Representation for Children and Youth program. As the prime grantee of this program, working with 7 other community-based organizations, KIND applauds the state of New Jersey and the Office of New Americans' creation of this program and commitment to funding legal representation and social services for unaccompanied immigrant children and similarly situated youth. We respectfully request that the state renew and sustain the funding at $6 million for fiscal year 2026. On March 21st, 2025, the Trump administration canceled $200 million in federal funding for a contract under which KIND and other organizations provided legal services for more than 26,000 unaccompanied children, forcing these already vulnerable children to face the legal system on their own. Without this federal funding, New Jersey state funding is more important than ever. New Jersey is a top destination for unaccompanied children released to the community, consistently 5th in the nation in receiving the most. These children are not guaranteed attorneys in immigration or family court, but having an attorney often means the difference between a child's safety or return to danger. When an unaccompanied child has counsel, immigration judges are almost 100 times more likely to grant them relief. KIND's model of holistic legal and psychosocial support results in increased stability for these children and safeguards them against human trafficking and exploitation. Fortunately, this program has already reduced barriers to unaccompanied children obtaining legal counsel and provided crucial legal representation and social services to children who have experienced abuse, neglect, and other forms of violence. In doing so, we have served over 1,200 young people across the state of New Jersey. However, under the new federal administration, unaccompanied children are now a focus of increased immigration enforcement activity. ICE enforcement activity against children means that their legal cases become even more complex and time-consuming, as attorneys need to explain new risks and accompany children to ICE check-ins and monitor their risk of detention by ICE. In tandem, changes in immigration court practice will leave even children who have pending applications for status more vulnerable to deportation. This puts immense pressure on underfunded legal service providers to push forward existing cases with urgency while addressing these ever-changing developments and challenges. We thank the state and ONA for its commitment to ensuring that all immigrant children in New Jersey can be healthy and achieve their full potential. We hope to see the program's funding renewed and sustained. We are proud of New Jersey's role as a national leader in the welcoming and protection of unaccompanied children. Thank you.
I didn't mean to jump ahead. Go ahead.
You're first.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Rosemary Becky, and I am the founder and president of Jersey First. My background is that I'm a tax lawyer, and I've worked in public policy for over 30 years. Early in my career, I had the great pleasure of working at the United States Senate Finance Committee as tax counsel, where I co-authored the 529 college savings plans. I knew then, as I do now, that good public policy can make a difference in the lives of families. I founded Jersey First in 2018 with the mission of advocating for policies that will make New Jersey a better place to live, learn, work, and retire. Unfortunately, Governor Murphy's recent budget proposal does nothing to accomplish that goal, and in fact will make New Jersey more expensive by imposing $1.2 billion in tax increases. To be clear, Governor Murphy's record on affordability has been a disaster for New Jersey seniors, businesses, and families. Property taxes are up $6 billion. Business taxes are at the highest rate in the country, and the energy rates are set to skyrocket by 20% or more in the next several months. Is this the stronger and fairer economy Governor Murphy had promised us when he was elected? All New Jerseyans need to balance our household budgets each year and make smart spending decisions to help keep our households running. Yet this budget continues to spend more money while forcing taxpayers to foot the bill. The Garden State needs real reform in our budget process. It starts first and foremost with full transparency of the budget process so that taxpayers, families, and businesses can evaluate our spending. Jersey First and Americans for Prosperity have developed a series of recommendations that we believe will create the pathway to prosperity for all New Jerseyans. It starts with looking at pension and benefits reforms, overhauling the school funding formula, and auditing state government spending at every level. We must also embrace employment policies that provide opportunities for individuals to achieve success on their own terms. Burdensome regulations that prevent economic growth and improve frivolous monetary and compliance costs should be eliminated. Next, we should embrace fiscal responsibility and practice restrained spending when it comes to our infrastructure. Finally, mandates requiring continued development are overly burdensome and harmful to our communities. These mandates must be stopped to protect New Jerseyans from destructive overdevelopment. I, like you, love this state. I've raised a family here, and I hope to retire here as well. Through transparency and fiscal responsibility, we can make New Jersey affordable again. I look forward to meeting with you in the coming weeks to discuss my ideas.
Just want to switch seats. Yeah, it's all good.
Good afternoon, Chairman Sarlo, Vice Chair Greenstein and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Solomon Middleton Williams, and I'm representing Public Works Alliance. I'm here today to really address a critical issue, which is the dire state of New Jersey's EMS system and the transformative solution offered here by EMS Corps. Today, we're not here simply to ask for a budget allocation. We're here to talk about saving lives and building stronger communities. EMS systems across New Jersey are suffering from crippling workforce shortages. We've heard from municipal leaders across the state, and they have made it clear that the dwindling ranks of volunteer EMTs and the strain of existing services are creating a crisis that cannot be ignored. This translates to delayed response times, jeopardizing the lives of our residents. Public Works Alliance and our flagship program, EMS Corps, we stand in the gap, offering a solution rooted in the strength or resilience of our communities. EMS Corps is rooted in the belief that the most competent healers and lifesavers in our communities are those who have overcome challenges. We actively recruit and empower individuals facing barriers to careers in EMS, healthcare, and fire services, providing them with the life-changing opportunity to become highly skilled EMTs. EMS Corps is a national model that is operating in 4 states: California, Louisiana, New Mexico, and in New Jersey, in this great city of Newark, New Jersey. And we're just wrapping up our first cohort in New Jersey. I would say simply, like, what are we looking for? This is what we're looking for. We're looking for results that decrease EMS response times. We want to improve patient outcomes, and we want to reduce healthcare costs. And the way that we do that is by we increase the community resilience. We want to see individuals who were once overlooked become vital members of public safety workforce, and we want to see lives saved and futures transformed. Simply, we are requesting $3.5 million to launch 3 additional EMS Corps sites across this great state. We don't see this as an expense. We see this as a strategic investment and a clear return. Lastly, I will say that this investment will address the workforce shortage that we see in EMS and EMT. We'll elevate the standards of care. We'll create a re-entry opportunities to the EMT and EMS workforce. We'll support community visions. We'll support community visions. We'll fulfill, again, Senator Teresa Ruiz's idea of training individuals from community and then placing them into the workforce. We like to reduce the healthcare costs and increase revenue. Look, last thing I would say on this is that our graduates achieve a high first-time pass rate on the EMT and the national registry. We outperform the national average. We are working in healthcare and public safety professionals, and we're making a difference. The annual program costs approximately $900,000 a year, with approximately $23,000 going to the participants. 1/3 goes directly to the participants' monthly stipends earned by meeting program deliverables. 1/3 goes to the wraparound services, and the other 1/3 goes to the local administration and training. Again, we requested the $3.5 million over 2 years, and we anticipate over 500 graduates of EMTs ready to get into the workforce. And so with that, we thank you guys for your time, and we'll send out the testimony. Thank you. We'll talk.
Hello, good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm here with Ms. Evelyn, and I'm going to be her interpreter today.
Buenas tardes. Gracias por la oportunidad de dar mi testimonio este día. Mi nombre es Evelyn Sass. Soy organizadora principal para la Alianza Nacional de Trabajadoras del Hogar. La Alianza Nacional está liderando la coalición de trabajadoras del hogar en New Jersey, y esta coalición está conformada por organizaciones comunitarias de base que organizan y educan a las trabajadoras del hogar que durante muchas décadas han sido desatendidas y marginadas de sus derechos.
Good afternoon. My name is Evelyn Sass, lead organizer at the National Domestic Workers Alliance. The National Domestic Workers Alliance leads the Domestic Workers Coalition in New Jersey. The coalition is made up of grassroots community organizations that organize and educate domestic workers that for decades have been neglected and marginalized from their workers' rights.
La Carta de Derechos para las Trabajadoras del Hogar fue aprobada en enero del 2024 y esta ley otorga derechos laborales esenciales a las trabajadoras del hogar en New Jersey, incluyendo a ellas las niñeras, las limpiadoras de casa y también las trabajadoras del cuidado del hogar.
The New Jersey Domestic Worker Bill of Rights was approved in January of 2024 and confers essential workers' rights to domestic workers in New Jersey, including nannies, house cleaners, and home care workers.
Agradecemos al gobernador Murphy por haber incluido 1 millón en la propuesta presupuestaria para el año fiscal 2026 para la divulgación y la educación de las trabajadoras del hogar. Sin embargo, estos fondos son insuficientes porque las organizaciones comunitarias de base enfrentan múltiples desafíos para informar y educar a las trabajadoras del hogar y a sus empleadores.
We are grateful that Governor Murphy has included $100,000 in his budget proposal for fiscal year 2026 for domestic worker outreach and education. However, these funds are insufficient because grassroots community organizations face significant challenges to inform and educate domestic workers and their employees.
Algunos de los desafíos que enfrentan son que el trabajo del hogar está desagregado, lo que dificulta llegar hasta las trabajadoras del hogar. La mayoría de las mujeres son inmigrantes y temen presentar quejas al Departamento de Labor por temor a represalias de parte del empleador.
Some of the challenges are domestic work is desegregated, which makes contacting them harder. Most are immigrant women who fear filing complaints at the Labor Department in fear of retaliation from their employers.
Desde que entró en vigor la ley, las organizaciones de bases han realizado un increíble trabajo de educación y divulgación, informando a las trabajadoras del hogar sobre sus derechos. Las organizaciones tienen una estrecha relación con las trabajadoras del hogar. Las trabajadoras del hogar confían y recurren a las organizaciones en busca de ayuda.
Ever since the law came into effect, grassroots organizations have been carrying out incredible work outreach and education, informing domestic workers about their rights. These organizations have a close relationship with domestic workers. They trust and turn to the organizations seeking support, but funds are still lacking for the work that is needed to reach the 50,000 domestic workers in the state, and so that domestic workers' rights become a reality.
Por esta razón estamos abogando por fondos adicionales en el presupuesto del año fiscal para apoyar este programa, dadas las dificultades que enfrentan las organizaciones para llegar a las trabajadoras del hogar donde ellas se encuentran. Solicitamos que la legislatura mantenga el programa de cumplimiento de las trabajadoras del hogar dentro del presupuesto del año fiscal 2026 del gobernador Murphy y aumente la financiación en un total de 1 millón en el presupuesto estatal para la divulgación y la educación de las trabajadoras del hogar.
For this reason, we advocate for additional funds in the fiscal year 2026 to support this program, given the difficulties that organizations face to reach domestic workers where they are. We requested that the legislature keep the domestic worker compliance program in Governor Murphy's fiscal year 2026 budget and increase funding by a total of $1 million in the state budget for domestic worker outreach and education.
Gracias por su atención y gracias por seguir apoyando a las trabajadoras del hogar.
Thank you for your attention and for always supporting domestic workers in New Jersey.
Followed by Eric Cesaro, the Jersey Motor Truck Association, followed by Kathy Chinn.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the New Jersey State Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee. My name is Roshni Kamta, and I was born in Jersey City. I'm a proud Rutgers graduate, and today I stand before you as a young cancer survivor, advocating for increased access to essential healthcare services. At just 22 years old, I was diagnosed with triple-negative breast cancer. At that moment, not thinking about my fertility or the option of egg freezing, I was solely focused on fighting for my life. I was told that my insurance company would not cover fertility medical expenses. So the only solution I saw to have the option of having children after cancer was to charge the entire cost of nearly $20,000 for egg freezing on my credit card. a debt I knew I wouldn't be able to pay off. Thankfully, I was fortunate enough to learn about the Chick Mission, a nonprofit organization dedicated to ensuring that young women diagnosed with cancer have access to resources for fertility preservation. They provide grants to help cover the cost of egg freezing, which can often be prohibitively expensive. Not having cancer define the rest of my life is a privilege that many of my fellow young survivors are not as lucky to have to deal with a cancer diagnosis. Now, 5 years in remission, and as a Jersey City resident, I'm here to urge you to include the funding in the proposed state budget to enact Bill A5000. This bill represents a long-term commitment to building a stronger, fairer New Jersey where every family, regardless of health insurance provider, has an equal opportunity for a better future and access to comprehensive health care. By supporting Bill A5000, we can ensure that young adults like me have access to fertility preservation services, empowering us to make informed decisions about our futures. This legislation would provide crucial support while reaffirming New Jersey's dedication to comprehensive health care. It is important to note that New York's governor has included this funding in their state proposed budget, and I hope to see New Jersey, my home state, lead in this regard as well. Thank you for your attention to this important issue. I urge you to support this bill to ensure that no patient must sacrifice their dreams of parenthood or the choice of parenthood while fighting for their life. I'm happy to answer any questions and speak to you guys further.
Thank you for sharing your story. Glad to hear you're doing well and continue to advocate. And you get the award for the best organization name today, the Chick Mission.
Thank you so much.
Best organization name today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Chairman Sarlo, members of the committee. Eric DeJezero, Edge Consulting, here on behalf of the New Jersey Motor Truck Association in opposition to the proposed warehouse truck tax that's included in the budget. It was included last year, and the legislature did not move forward with it. We urge you to, again, not move forward with it. At a time when we're talking, there's a lot of talk today about affordability and impacts on budgets and inflation. Everything that comes to the store or our front door gets there in a truck and at a warehouse. But this isn't the only challenge the industry is facing. For the last 2 months, there has been an inability to purchase a new vehicle, a new truck in the state of New Jersey as a result of the governor's electrification mandate for electric trucks. You want to talk about affordability? A new electric truck costs 3 times the amount a new clean diesel does. There's no public charging available. There's less payload as a result of the battery pack, which means more trucks on the road at a time when we don't have enough drivers. And there's, I think, a misconception that this is something that only impacts big trucking fleets. Fishermen, beer wholesalers, the county and municipalities you represent. I can't tell you how many discussions I have had with truck salesmen that have spoken to local DPW individuals, construction companies, anyone you can think of that uses a truck, which is every business and government in this state. And this challenge is only a 10% mandate. In 16 months, you as the legislature are going to have to deal with constituents where there's a 43% mandate to buy electric cars that people aren't buying by and large because they don't want. You've seen a year-over-year flat line in the number of EVs sold, and we urge the legislature in the coming months to engage on the issue of these mandates. And incidentally, the last time the legislature voted on an electric vehicle mandate, you voted to take away the ability for the DEP to do the exact thing that they are doing. Thank you, Chairman Sarlo.
Kathy Chin, and then after Kathy is Amita Bose here. Yes. Representing New Jersey Food Technology, or professors, I guess, representing professors. Nidhi Morsia, okay. Jean Howell, okay. Rita Giacchi, okay. That's you all.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Sarlo and members of the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this opportunity. The Murphy administration and the New Jersey legislature are responsible for groundbreaking policies and resources that ensure individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities and delays can live, grow, and thrive in the community. Thank you. I won't lie to you. After weeks of advocacy, watching a solid congressional no votes transform into yes votes for a budget framework which potentially puts Medicaid at serious risk was a really, really tough thing to watch. But rest assured, it will not dissuade us because the lives of individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities count. Earlier that same day, a governor in his last year facing a structural deficit and the risk of losing over 12% of federal Medicaid funding made responsible and moral choices, leaving the state with a $6.3 billion surplus while not putting the responsibility on the back of the people we serve. Instead of a possible 5% reduction, DHS will see a 3% increase. If approved, DSPs and supervisors will receive a CPI increase on January 1 of 2026. The priority waiting list will be reduced by 318 individuals. The Early Intervention Child Find Marketing Program will receive increased funding, and DDD community providers and early intervention providers will not have their rates cut, due in no small part to Commissioners Edelman and Baston and the civil servants who made it their business to exact savings wherever they can find them. Today in New Jersey, we are not losing ground. But one reason for these annual hearings is to give you an idea of how we are doing. ABCD's member agencies will continue to do good work. Their determination to better the lives of individuals they serve is unshakable, as evidenced by their responses to 2 recent crises, the early intervention management system fiasco and COVID. Could DDD community providers use an across-the-board COLA to keep up with inflation? Yes. Could early intervention providers use a 2.5% increase to maintain and decrease the supply of physical, occupational, and speech-language therapists to keep up with increasing demand for services? Yes. Could rehabilitation providers use a transportation rate which will adequately pay them for transporting people with no other options? Yes. If during your deliberations you find extra cash, I'm certainly happy to suggest how you might consider spending it. But in all honesty, thank you for always having our backs.
Chairman Sarlo, committee members, my name is Amitabh Bose. I'm a professor of mathematics here at NJIT. I'm also the president of the Professional Staff Association. We represent over 1,000 faculty, lecturers, and professional staff members. So I'm going to speak in both capacities today. I've been here since 1996. I've seen the university grow from a primarily teaching college to an R1, Research 1, nationally known university. We're doing fantastic work here. We've graduated some very illustrious people, including Chairman Sarlo, who got his bachelor's and master's degree in civil engineering back in the 90s. And the students that we have here are part of the reason why we're doing so well. In the back, you'll see over there, a number of my students actually who showed up. I think they're very protective of their professor, so they want to make sure that I'm okay. They earned them. They earned them. So what I want to talk about is why NJIT is important to New Jersey, and then why is higher education important to New Jersey? Why is NJIT important? We produce 90% of our graduates who are STEM graduates, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, not management, mathematics. We produce 1/3 of all scientists and engineers in New Jersey. That's an amazing figure. NJIT is one of the top 20 universities in producing Black and Hispanic scientists and engineers. In fact, I want to introduce Nalon Reed. Nalon, can you please stand up? Dr. Reed got his PhD here at NJIT in 2014, left in chemical engineering. He left for a while, then he came back, saw the fold. He's now a senior university lecturer in our Department of Chemical Engineering. He's doing fantastic work. He's advising students. He's bringing in money. He's part of my negotiating team for the union, so of course I love him. And he's also bringing his kids here to show them what civic responsibility is all about. So Nalon, thank you very much. Another person that I want to introduce, I will in 1 second, but I want to start it out with this. Who are we educating at NJIT? Of the 2024 entering class, we had 9,100 domestic students. 8,600 of them are New Jersey residents. That's 95% of our incoming class are New Jersey residents. We are educating New Jersey residents. And as proof of that, I'd like to introduce next Mike Kehoe. Mike, could you please stand up? He's not a recent graduate, as you can tell. But Mike was a graduate of computer science in the late 90s, started working at NJIT, has worked his way up through various capacities, IST, now he works for the School of Architecture. He's the union vice president, so of course I like him as well. But he's an example of the kind of work that we do at NJIT. We are developing economics within New Jersey for you to show off and basically make the state work better and better. He did beat me in the beer department. Yeah, he teases me about that, but he's pretty good. I'm not going to show off about all the high rankings that we have at this university. You can read them for yourselves. But I do want to spend a little bit of time on why higher education is so important. I know my time is up. I'm sorry. Okay. Our university works because we have good leadership, from Dr. Lim, Provost Palesko down. We have great faculty, we have great staff, we have great students. Most universities operate on that model as well. We have colleagues here from Rutgers who also operate on that model. We're under threat. And as a union president, I can tell you that the cuts that are in the governor's budget, 5.5% across all of higher education, are going to impact us. It's going to impact our ability to deliver a quality education. It could lead to job cuts. Job cuts, you know, are going to lead to a cycle of badness, a spiral downward. People won't be able to pay their bills, they can't send their kids to school, et cetera, et cetera. That's where we need your help to make sure that we are fully funded as a higher education of New Jersey as a whole. At NJIT, I mean, as New Jersey as a whole, we need the Garden State Guarantee funded, we need OBA funded. New Jersey, we have special needs because we're a Polytechnic Institute, we need some money for that. We also need some money to renovate one of the buildings that I'm sure you had a class in, Clarendon Hall. What do you think of it? Exactly. Yeah, and you know what, I'm gonna use some language maybe people behind me won't, it's a disgrace, frankly speaking. We need high quality facilities that compete with outside universities to keep our students within New Jersey. I'll close with this. We have a great K through 12 system, correct? One of the best in the country. It needs new buildings too. But what does our K through 12 system do? It exports students to other states. We need to keep them here in New Jersey. And the way that you can help us keep them in New Jersey is strengthening our higher education systems, fully funding us, and recognizing the economic output that a place like NJIT, 2.8 billion annually, NJIT alone creates. Think about what Rutgers does. Think about what Rowan does. We're important to the state. I hope you recognize that. Thank you all for your time. Yeah, I've been here a long time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee. I am here on behalf of our Executive Director, Nadia Morsi from Make the Right New Jersey. My name is Eliana Fernandez, and I am the Organizing Director with Make the Right New Jersey. Make the Right New Jersey is a community-based organization that builds power in immigrant communities and the working class, fighting for respect and dignity through organizing legal support, education, transformative education, and policy innovation. Make the Right New Jersey is also the member of the Statewide Budget Coalition for the Many. I am here today on behalf of the thousands of members from Make the Road from across the state, and we are here to urge the committee to fully fund the Detention and Deportation Defense Initiative, DDI, which provides free immigration legal services to income-eligible residents facing deportation and detention. To provide representation to all currently detained New Jersey residents, this initiative will require a total budget of $19.5 million. In the last 9 weeks, we have all become keenly aware of the mass deportation and how this is affecting more than undocumented immigrants, but also targeting visa holders, residents, DACA recipients, foreign students, religious workers, and countless others in the Garden State. And the detention capacity in New Jersey is about to skyrocket. In February 28th, private prison giant Geo Group and the Department of Homeland Security announced that Delaney Hall will reopen Newark with a capacity to detain up to 1,000 people, quadrupling detention capacity in our state. The private prison industry is, by its very existence, motivated to fill its beds. The curve of the overwhelm of legal services providers to the need for DDI does not continue to swell, and to ensure that New Jersey is a state where all its residents can thrive, we must stop the potential of any schools, hospitals, or state agencies supercharging the deportation machine. Therefore, our second ask is that the Budget Committee call for the passage of the Immigrant Trust Act, which will limit how state and local agencies interact with federal immigration authorities. Lastly, as the federal government attempts to gut vital programs for New Jersey families, such as Medicaid and SNAP, we ask that the state pursue progressive revenues policies that ensure those with the most contribute their fair share, including adding income tax brackets for the very high earners above 2 million, 5 million, and 10 million. Again, and to close, we must fully fund the Detention and Deportation Defense Initiative, and we must pass the Immigrant Trust Act and tax the rich. New Jersey must not follow the federal trend of cutting benefits and programs for working and middle-class households while maintaining tax breaks for the wealthy and big corporations. What keeps our community safe is a budget and policies that uplift New Jersey's families. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to have two panels. First panel will be the Jefferson Township folks from the Jefferson Town Board of Education, and then I believe we have Evesham Township School District here, and I'm assuming school funding, school funding formula issues.
That's correct.
So we'll first hear from Jefferson, and then we'll hear from the Evesham School District.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jean Howe, and I am the Superintendent of Schools of Jefferson Township. This year, Jefferson Township received a 6% increase in state aid, totaling just over $290,000. While we are desperate for any additional support, this barely makes a dent in our projected budget shortfall, which exceeds $3 million. The reality is, after years of devastating losses, we are now operating with only 1/3 of the state aid we had 7 years ago, despite rising costs and increasing demands on public schools. Unfortunately, we were given a Band-Aid for a gaping wound. Jefferson Township has lost $55 million in cumulative state aid since 2018. If there is a perception that districts like ours had excess funds before S2, let me be clear, that was never the case. These cuts didn't eliminate luxuries. They eliminated teachers, staff, programs, and opportunities for kids. And now we're being told to do even more with even less. One of the biggest concerns is how equalization aid is determined, the mystery math behind the school funding formula. This year, Jefferson Township received $0 in equalization aid because our local fair share jumped 20% in 1 year. That alone wiped out an entire revenue stream for us. It's worth noting that the Department of Education's funding memo didn't mention caps on state aid increases, yet we were only granted a fraction of what we should have received under the formula, almost $1.2 million less. When our aid was being cut year after year, little was done to mitigate the disastrous effects of S2, and now, when Jefferson is finally in a position to receive an increase in state aid, swift action has been taken to alleviate the impact of losses of other districts, and we're being limited. That's not fair, and that's not sustainable. The headlines say the funding formula is running as intended. That is not accurate. It is unpredictable, it lacks transparency, and it places an enormous burden on some districts while benefiting others. It penalizes districts like Jefferson, where the Highlands Act restricts our ability to grow our tax base. And it assumes communities can bear more of the financial burden without any real sustainable way to do so. For 7 years, we've stretched every dollar. Now we are being forced to gut what's left of our schools. Students will pay the price for a system that refuses to acknowledge the crisis that we are in. This is not hyperbole. It is happening right now in real time, and I urge you to take immediate action. Jefferson Township and many districts like ours are at a breaking point. We don't need Band-Aids. We need real systemic change to suture the gaping wounds before it is too late. Thank you for your time.
We thought the rule was 3 minutes, so I will echo everything Jim said.
We have a question, actually.
I just have a question. Are you on the 6% or the 3%?
We are limited in the growth. So
The
we-
6%.
We did receive a 6%
So
increase.
you were expecting to get that other 4%, correct?
Far beyond that, we got 20% of what the formula would have allocated us. We were supposed to get 1.5 million increase. We're getting 290,000, so 1/5 of what we should have gotten if the formula delivered as it ran.
And then before they did this arbitrary 3%, 6%, were you at least at some point seeing increases?
No,
Not at all.
Not at
Okay.
all. No, not since S2 was implemented.
So you need cap rate. You do need cap rate, right?
We need assistance. We need assistance. I've asked for, we are a pre-K through 12, yes. And I'm sorry, what was the question? Right around 2,700. Yeah. 2,700, right?
These are great points, and it's a big issue. So Jefferson, when they were getting cut, there was no limit to the amount they could be cut. This year, when they would actually get an increase with the 6% increase, they're limited in that increase, and they're being shorted $1,190,000. We should make a statement right now that we won't tolerate this being part of the budget. If we do that, that cut will go away. They'll get an extra 1.1, and they deserve it. It's patently unfair that the governor said, we're going to follow the formula slavishly, foolishly over the past 7 years. And now, when the districts were all getting cut, would get increases, they're being limited. Totally unfair. We should make a statement right now that it'll cost about, I've done the math, about 40 million to 45 million in additional school
More
aid.
than that.
No, if we ameliorate the cuts to those, the cuts in increases to those that got cuts.
And I agree with you 100%. I don't want to get into a huge debate here, but the only school district that has grown to 1,500 students in a year was expected in that 4% to get an additional $37 million is the District of Newark. And they too are in that 6% kind of cutoff. The thing is, with 1,500 new students.
Yeah, and look, I'm more than willing to expand it. It's just, we'll have to do this together, because if we're going to expand it, it will cost more money. We need to know where that's going to come from. But if we just focus on some of the districts that lost money over the last few years, you could do it for $40, $45 million. We should do it right away, because they got to strike their budgets next week. That's a problem.
The preliminary budget was submitted.
And just quickly, and Senator Scanlon, right, I think you know, I've introduced the last couple of years legislation to fill that delta, and I've done it again this year, right? And about $67 million total. So we should talk more. Right. So it's a subset of districts, that's correct. And it doesn't fix the problem. It's another Band-Aid, that's for sure, but it will stop what we're hearing today in terms of, they have to make their budgets quickly, and they're not sure what their budget's going to be.
Your metrics are a little more liberal than mine, which is fine, but we should do it right away, number one. Number two, stopping the cap in increases, especially to the districts that suffered uncapped decreases, is something we should do immediately.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Folks.
Hello. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to share among so many needs heard by the esteemed committee today. We'd like to tell our story, which is very, very similar to what Jefferson just shared. We represent Evesham Township School District, Board of Education, union leadership, and superintendent, testifying together about our district's dire financial situation and formally requesting what was just discussed, an exception to the 6% cap on state aid increases for the 25-26 school year. ETSD's uncapped aid is calculated at $8,467,000. Yet due to the 6% limit, our district will receive only $7,159,000, leaving $1,307,000 unallocated. Our district has faced years of state aid reductions, with funding cut nearly in half under S2. To balance our budget year after year, we've made significant annual cuts, depleted reserves, and relied on local taxpayers who've stepped up beyond the 2% cap, contributing an additional $5.73 million over the last 3 years. For 25-26, we face severe and unsustainable reductions, including the elimination of 83 staff positions, which is 10% of our total staff, affecting instructional programs and student services, outsourcing our transportation department, disrupting student and staff stability while increasing external costs, and eliminating health benefits for our paraprofessionals, impacting some of our most dedicated employees and the students who rely on them. This is not a result of fiscal mismanagement, but rather a direct consequence of state-imposed funding constraints. Our expenditures continue to rise due to inflation and mandated costs and increasing special education and transportation needs, while our revenue growth remains artificially restricted by the state's 6% cap on state aid increases.
The most recent New Jersey Department of Education's Taxpayer Guide to Education Spending shows that our 2023-24 budget was $3,566 less per student than the average K-8 district. With our enrollment of 4,518 students, that means our budget is $16 million less than average for our size. This is the equivalent of over 200 teaching positions missing from our district just to be average. And that was last year's data. We are way worse this year and will be even worse next year. The delay in full funding is unsustainable. Under the current cap, ETSD will not receive its full aid entitlement until 2028-29. By that time, inflationary pressures and exponential growth will outpace any incremental aid increases, keeping our district in a permanent funding deficit cycle, a permanent downward spiral.
Our district respectfully requests that the state step in and correct this funding inequity now. If SFRA aims to fund districts based on need, then the Evesham Township School District must be granted the full $8.4 million it is entitled to under the state's own formula. Without an immediate exception, ETSD will be forced into drastic and damaging cuts impacting educational quality, staff retention, and student outcomes. This is particularly important for districts who over the past 5 years have had to scramble to increase taxes so that young residents can't afford to live in their hometowns and have had to make dramatic cuts to teachers who, you're looking at a veteran teacher here in our district, you could ask her about those impacts and what it's meant for student achievement. And I know it's a problem that many of you are familiar with. Senator O'Scanlan, Middletown Township has faced similar things. Senator Bergicelli, Quinton Township, Lower Alloways Township, Senator Amato, Lacey Township, Barnegat Township, Pinelands Regional, Ocean Township, the list goes on, of a handful of districts. Yeah, but particularly who have lost the funding from S2 and are now are currently underfunded because of the cap. That being said, we're looking to you for help. And would welcome the opportunity to discuss the matter further at your convenience.
Practical speaking, did you have, was there a lot of warehouse growth in your district, or was there a boom in development? Where did you guys, how this, that we see a lot of that and when after F2 was done.
Yeah, that's a great
Many
question.
districts
We've
were
had that
underfunded for years
Yeah.
because of adequacy, including most of Bergen County. You don't hear them screaming because they were underfunded for so many years.
Yeah.
And it's caught up in many other districts around the state. So what do you attribute this
Yeah,
to?
we've had that same question, right? So our enrollment has stayed flat during S2, slightly increased, but our state aid has dropped over 50%. If you go back to our peak enrollment, so this is back in 2007, 2008, since that time till now, our enrollment has dropped 17%, but our state aid under S2 dropped 51%. So how does a state aid drop 51% when enrollment from its historic peak, years before S2, has dropped 17%? That's the burning question. I actually emailed that to a former commissioner of education some years ago, not current, former, never got an answer. And we don't know the answer. Just due to what you call just kind of, yeah, a trend. Smaller families and people waiting later to have kids.
The taxes have increased so much in that town.
Something else I want to mention real quick too is we.
Yeah, we appreciate it very much. Thank you.
We also have a lot of Pinelands territory in our district, which similar to what Jefferson Township was explaining with the Highlands situation. There's so much of our township land that we can't get tax revenues off of. So it's a huge problem in terms of funding our schools.
4,518.
our students, our staff, we're begging for help, and we appreciate that you listened to us today. We did drive up to Trenton yesterday as well for the assembly, and you could see it's a collaborative effort. It's not very often the union vice president and teacher wants to really spend the whole day with the superintendent and Board of Ed members, but it's important for our students and staff that we work on this together. We desperately need your help.
Just hearing you talk about it was like so uplifting. It was like the clouds parting to like a tremendously dark horizon and some ray of light coming through. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to be leading this till the end. So I was going to ask if she's going to come up with Lisa. They're not the next one. They are? Okay. I'm just going to ask if everybody that I call could just move up here so that I can see who's actually still here. I would appreciate it. Okay. So let me just do this. I wish there was a way to keep this on better. Okay. We have Lisa Montalbano, Employee Horizons number 6, and Loretta Baronet, Parent number, well, I guess it's on our list, it's number 20. Okay. So Lisa, are you here? Okay. And then Loretta. Thank you. Start. I am just going to read off names, and if you could all move up here. Gerald Stevens, Vigno Group. Martha Gomez, Wind of the Spirit. Taisha Gibbs, New Jersey's After School and Out of School Time Professional Network. Joe Lee, New Jersey Premier Business Services. Michael Klein, Pinelands Preservation. Stephanie Black, Citizen. And Kerry Flew, Friends of New Jersey School of Conservation. Somebody wrote on here, School of Conversation. So if there is a school like that, I would like to join that. Okay, so we have our first people, Lisa and Loretta.
Thank you. Thank you, Senate Budget Committee, for this chance to testify. I'm Lisa Montalbano, the CEO of Employment Horizons, located in Morris County. Extended employment programs, also referred to as workshops, employ New Jersey's most significantly disabled adults, providing work that's within their skill set and completed without the pressure of productivity deadlines. It's remarkable to me, a 27-year employee at Employment Horizons, yes, I did start when I was 16, to see the challenges and attacks on extended programs for the past 7 years. You see, despite some very loud opinions, not every person with a disability wants to work in a community integrated employment setting where the rest of the workforce isn't like them. For those who lose focus, we have staff that direct them back. For those who lack the judgment to discern safety measures, we've run background checks for all staff, volunteers, and board members, requiring that all visitors report to the front office for entry so they're kept safe. And for those who are 32 years old and their most significant concern is making sure they see the newest Marvel comic movie the night it debuts, they share common interests with 104 other people who could speak all day long about the same subject without being bullied. Extended employment programs are their right and their choice in their community. In the 2026 governor's budget, it does propose a $3.4 million cut for programs like these across the state, for the state's most significantly disabled. And I know that New Jersey's economic situation is not in great shape right now, but I definitely can ask you to consider the people that have the greatest needs. Our program costs $20,300 per year for each of the 105 people that come to Employment Horizons. The standard funding from the Division of Vocational Rehab is $18,300 per person each year. leaving Employment Horizons and 28 other organizations like ours with a significant loss. So we would incur a $200,000 loss per year if the cuts were to remain in the budget. I know you all, as New Jersey legislators, realize the value of these services for the adults with significant disabilities and work diligently in 2022 to obtain grant and aid funding to make up the difference in the gap. If the budget cut were to continue, we couldn't provide the quality service that people deserve, nor could we hire or maintain the caliber of the staff necessary to run an accredited program. So in closing, I ask the Senate Budget Committee to support the extended employment programs in New Jersey and advocate for the continuation of grant and aid funding in the state budget. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Loretta Boronat. I'm an advocate for adults with disabilities and also the mother and legal guardian of a 39-year-old son who has severe autism. As an advocate, I feel obligated to speak on their behalf today to ask you not to cut the $3.4 million in funding for extended employment and programs in the state. For an example of how this would impact them, the lack of funding would prevent programs like Employment Horizons, where my son works, from running as they currently are, causing a shortfall of approximately $2,000 per person. With the uncertainty of budget cuts and threats to existing programs coming at us almost daily, families of adults with IDD are extremely stressed about the future. It's important to point out that extended employment programs and all adult services for that matter are not funded like schools are. School programs for people with disabilities, that is, where they are entitled to that free and appropriate education. Once a person with extreme disabilities like my son graduates from a program at the age of 21, they're sort of out in the cold because there are no entitlements for adult services. So programs are required to rely on different funding sources, especially grants. Extended employment programs like Employment Horizons and Cedar Knolls provide enhanced vocational training for New Jersey's most significantly disabled adults. Without the funding from the state, staffing like they have at Employment Horizons would be impacted, which would diminish the quality of the program because incentives like competitive salaries and raises would have to be lowered. Also, expansions to the program, such as a culinary arts training program that they now offer, would be underfunded. Extended employment programs are a vital choice for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. They are a safe, welcoming, supportive environment that provides adults the opportunity to have the dignity of work and to be active daily and involved in the community. Without these programs, they might be just sitting at home. Extended employment programs are a lifeline for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities like my son. They need the services and support in the workplace that only these programs can provide. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. Next, we'll have Gerald Stevens from Vigno. Is he here? Okay. Martha Gomez, Wind of the Spirit. No, I didn't know there was another person, so.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Again, my name is Sofia Rosa. I'm here to translate for Martha.
Gracias, Sofia. Good afternoon. Thank you for your attention. Mi nombre es Marta Gómez, organizadora comunitaria de la organización Viento del Espíritu, una organización interreligiosa que trabaja por una reforma migratoria justa y humana, convencidos de que la paz la construimos solo trabajando por la equidad y la justicia. Servimos desde el año 2000 para el sector de trabajadoras del hogar y otros trabajadores en los condados de Morris, Union y Somerset. Somos miembros de la Alianza Nacional de Trabajadoras del Hogar y de la coalición en New Jersey, que ganamos el año pasado la Carta de Derechos que entró en rigor desde julio 1, para la cual en su implementación se aprobó para este año fiscal un financiamiento de $100,000 de los $500,000 que habíamos solicitado. Y nuestra petición presupuestaria para el año 2026 es de $1 millón.
My name is Martha Gomez, community organizer with Wind of the Spirit, a grassroots interfaith organization that works for a dignified and humane migration reform. We are convinced that peace is built together in the work for equity and justice. Since 2000, we have been serving domestic workers and other immigrant workers in the counties of Morris, Union, and Somerset. We are members of the National Alliance of Domestic Workers and the coalition in New Jersey that won the campaign for the new Domestic Workers Bill of Rights that took into effect on July 1st, 2024. Its implementation was recommended for $100,000 of the $500,000 of funding that we had requested for the current fiscal year was approved. And we request the increase in for this budget be a total of $1 million for the 2020.
Ustedes como nosotras sabemos que las comunidades inmigrantes están en condiciones altamente vulnerables y atemorizados, lo que genera miedo a denunciar, a hacer quejas por temor a retaliaciones y ahora bajo la administración del presidente Trump mucho más están en esta condición. Así que necesitamos hacer un trabajo de gran acompañamiento para alcanzar este sector. Según la ONU, las mujeres dedicamos 3 veces más tiempo al trabajo de cuidado no remunerado que los hombres. Es decir, avanzar en la implementación de esta ley es cuestión de justicia.
You all know that immigrant communities are in highly vulnerable and frightened conditions. This generates a lot of fear to denounce and make complaints difficult for fear of retaliation, even more so under the current administration of President Trump. We need to do a great amount of work to reach and train the sector of domestic workers. According to the United Nations, women spend 3 times more time on unpaid work more than men, and that is why moving forward in the implementation of this law on domestic workers is a matter of justice.
Con la aprobación de esta ley, ustedes han abrazado la ley de la justicia de las trabajadoras del hogar y necesitamos entonces realmente ese respaldo presupuestario para que las organizaciones puedan tener personal dedicado a ese alcance de divulgación y formación.
As a legislature, you have embraced domestic workers. We're the 11th state to pass the Domestic Worker Bill of Rights into law, and New Jersey is one of the most comprehensive laws. We need your support and commitment with this budget request so that the current law does not stay on paper.
¿Puedo continuar? No.
We can continue? We can continue. We only have a few more words. Yeah.
Esta legislatura podría sentirse honrada que no solo aprobó esta ley, sino que la implementó para las trabajadoras del hogar. Y ustedes como miembros de familia podrían sentirse orgullosos de decirle a las personas que limpian sus casas, que cuidan sus niños, niñas o personas adultas que han no solo aprobado, sino respaldado la implementación de esta ley.
This legislature could feel honored that not only it was approved, but the Domestic Worker Bill of Rights was implemented in New Jersey, and you as family members could be very proud to tell people who clean their homes or take care of their children or adults that they supported this law and its approval and implementation. We hope to be able to collaborate with the legislature and the Department of Labor in the implementation of this law. Thank you for your attention, and I trust that your support in this budget request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The next person is Taisha Gibbs. Is she? What is the name? Oh, Tynesha. Okay. Hi. All right. And why doesn't Joe Lee also come up? I know you're 2 different testimony, but we always think when you both come up, it just makes it go more smoothly. Okay, Tanisha. Yeah.
Can I reclaim my time, please? Thank you. Thank you to the legislature for expanding access to after-school and summer programming to 17 New Jersey-based Children's Defense Fund, Freedom Schools, after-school literacy enrichment programs for urban districts, and the anti-violence out-of-school youth summer programs in Newark, Trenton, Patterson, and Atlantic City. With that said, NJSAC represents over 2,000 school-age child care providers throughout New Jersey, from the top of Phillipsburg down to Salem County and Wildwood. We appreciate the opportunity to provide the following comments on New Jersey's proposed state budget. In last year alone, NJSAC impacted 189,868 youth through 392 OST, that is out of school time, professionals that utilized 410 hours of our targeted technical assistance, peer leadership communities, quality improvement visits, and coaching calls. Additionally, 541,905 New Jersey youth had increased access to quality after-school programs thanks to 604 out-of-school time professionals participating in 4,378 hours of PD that we offer through conferences, workshops, and training. Why do I bring that up? I bring that up because New Jersey's Office of Licensing defines a child as any person under the age of 13. Furthermore, New Jersey Statute 3A:52-1.2 clearly includes school-age childcare programs under the legal definition of a child care center. Despite this, state investment strategies and policy discussions largely leave out school-age childcare. This has created a funding and regulatory gap that threatens access to quality, affordable care for working families who rely on licensed programs before school, after school, and during out-of-school time. By omitting school-age childcare from the broader state investment strategy, we are failing to support the full range of care that families need. This lack of alignment not only undermines access to safe and developmentally appropriate environments for children, but also places an unnecessary burden on working parents and business owners who struggle to sustain child care centers without dedicated funding streams. We urge the state to prioritize investments that will increase access, improve the OST workforce, and support working families. Our recommendations for FY 2026 are: support working families, appropriate $5 million to establish a dedicated after-school and out-of-school time fund to award grants to licensed, subsidized, school district operated and/or municipally funded programs, increasing capacity and enhancing program quality. This will create an additional 3,333 seats in after-school and OST programs across the state. Expand access to affordable, quality after-school and OST programs. In addition, we ask that the legislature allocate the resources necessary to complete the goals of the New Jersey Out-of-School Time Advisory Commission as outlined in Senator Ruiz's bill, S3457, and on the Assembly side, A2414. Establishing the New Jersey Out-of-School Time Advisory Commission will foster essential collaboration among key agencies, including the Departments of Human Services, Children and Families, Education, and Health, as a cog in the wheel of the continuum of care. The commission will align efforts and identify service gaps, ensuring every child, regardless of zip code, has access to quality after-school and summer experiences. And lastly, Vice Chair and the committee, strengthen the child care workforce. Invest $1.5 million in the OST Professional Pathways Initiative. This initiative will address the sector's staffing crisis by recruiting and training 1,714 opportunity youth ages 16 to 24 for child care, after school, and OST roles, ensure equitable compensation and professional development opportunities, and create a talent pipeline for the child care, after school, and OST sectors. In addition, we ask that you restore the $1 million to United in Care to support the many child care workers who are asset limited, income constrained, and employed, providing quality after school and summer experiences while also themselves struggling to afford basic necessities. This vital initiative has already enabled 536 children to receive 3 million hours of quality care, allowing hundreds of parents to stay in the workforce and contribute to New Jersey Jersey's economy. New Jersey currently solely relies on federal funds for after-school programming outside of the two that I mentioned in the beginning of my statement. This funding could both address the shortage of after-school opportunities in the state, particularly in rural and under-resourced areas, and build a pipeline of skilled educators and youth development professionals, strengthening the state's workforce and educational outcomes. We understand that this is a tight budget year, but we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, committee members, for allowing me to speak and advocate for funding for public media in New Jersey. NJPBS is, well, I should say that I'm Joe Lee. I'm the Vice President, General Manager of NJPBS. Many of you know it as NJTV. NJPBS is New Jersey's only statewide public media service, reaching all 21 counties of the state. Last year, we generated 31.4 million broadcast views during our broadcast season, 2.3 million views to our evening news show, NJ Spotlight News with Brianna Venozzi, and 5 million page views to our news website. We offer commercial-free universal access to news, educational content, public affairs, and New Jersey-centric history, arts, and culture programming. As I'm sure you're aware, public media funding is under unprecedented attack on the national level. Calls to defund the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which provides critical funding to NJPBS, is happening this very day, as heads of PBS and NPR have been called to testify on Capitol Hill. These are attempts to undermine our ability to keep the public informed. Now is not the time to decrease state support for the critical services NJPBS provides residents of the Garden State. I'm here to ask that the full $1 million budget appropriation that NJPBS and its viewers have benefited from over the last 4 years be restored so that we can continue to provide the community with context and information about state and local government, statewide elections, programs about the state's rich history and cultural diversity that make New Jersey one of the best states in the country to call home. With this year's funding, we are currently producing a documentary examining how rising sea levels threaten economies and livelihoods in seaside communities along the coast. We will celebrate New Jersey's outsized role in America's fight for independence by diving into the history of Monmouth Battlefield and other important Revolutionary War sites around New Jersey, and maintain technology infrastructure like making significant enhancements to the network's news site to improve the public's ability to source local news stories and critical information to make important life decisions. We work hard to keep New Jerseyans connected through community engagement events and content that provides a shared sense of belonging, like Chatbox platform for statewide newsmakers, Table for All's exploration of the many rich cultures in the state, and the documentary Destination Oak Tree Road's profile of a history-making neighborhood in Edison and Woodbridge. Restoring the $1 million appropriation to NJPBS will help provide stability should attempts to eliminate funding for CPB be successful, and allow us to make necessary investments in maintaining news and information programs in an environment where access to reliable news is becoming more difficult. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Yes, and I want to say I love your programming, and
Thank you.
$1 million just seems really a drop in the bucket. So
I think so.
Except that cruise guy. He's
I
trouble.
will pass that
Make sure
along.
that gets back to him. All right.
Chairman, can I ask-
Thanks, and there'll be support for you guys.
Thank you.
Andrew, did you want to speak?
I have a question.
Yes.
Given what's happening, as you said, right now on Capitol Hill, what if Congress goes ahead and does what it's threatened to do of zeroing out NPR, the corporation? What's the impact on your budget?
That is, we currently receive 1.1 million from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting in the form of a community service grant. So that's 10% of our budget gone. And that doesn't mean that the cost to us is going to decrease. Costs are only going up. And so it's a significant cut for us. And then there are other programs that or costs that CPB cover for us that will also go away.
Thank you. And then this $1 million is another roughly 10%.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And I'll just echo what I think other people are going to say is thank you for what you and all of your employees are doing. We need your news and your documentaries now more than ever.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Chair Greenstein. I too want to add that in a market where we are situated here, whether you get overcome by Pennsylvania news or up here by New York news, it's critically important for New Jersey to have its own identity. And O'Scanlan, I kind of like that cruise guy.
All tongue in cheek. He's great. He does a good job.
I know, I'm kidding.
In fact, he asked me to ask you publicly to give him a raise. So it's,
And why don't we also have Stephanie Black, is she here? She's a citizen. Okay, and Carrie Fu.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee for inviting me to be with you today. I'm Michael Klein. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Pinelands Preservation Alliance. We were founded in 1989. We just celebrated our 35th anniversary. We promote the public awareness of the value of the resources of the Pinelands, and we fight for laws and funding that protect and preserve its delicate ecosystem. I'm sure you all know the Pinelands is over 1 million acres. It supports almost 50 endangered species. And most importantly of all, there's 17 trillion gallons of pristine waters in its aquifers that supports thousands of residents for drinking water and irrigation for farms. The need for funding to protect the Pinelands is critically important from among the many, many issues that need your support, from mitigating floods, managing stormwater, and protecting against the growing and existential threat of wildfires. I want to focus on just one, which is fixing our state parks and forests. Within DEP, Parks Management operates and maintains 40 state parks, 11 forests, 5 recreation areas, and they total over 454,000 acres. 5 of those state parks and forests are located within the Pinelands. State parks and forests are an underappreciated economic engine in New Jersey. Each year they attract 16 million visitors, and they generate $8.6 million in revenue. The proposed budget for DEP this year would cut Parks Management by more than $12.6 million, which we're asking you to please restore. The specific line items are in my testimony. I've neglected to thank your staff for distributing my testimony to you today. The losses in the fiscal year 26 budget don't even include over $500,000 that was cut from the fiscal year 24 budget for hazard to help provide grants and loans for significant hazard dams. As you've heard from many witnesses today, including Mr. Lee just before me, the unpredictability of the federal budget really imperils the issues that we all care about. For Parks Management, the governor's proposed $45.6 million in federal funding for Parks Management, and we're all afraid that's going to wind up on Congress's cutting room floor. So as you think about restoring the budget, we also encourage you to think about a dedicated source of funding for our state parks and forests. The cost of keeping facilities functioning and safe. There's clogged toilets in some of the facilities. There's impassable trails from downed trees, put visitors in harm's way, and they jeopardize keeping our state parks open at all. I thought I'd be the only one using the word toilet today, but Kate Ratner from the Monroe Board of Ed beat me to it. So I appreciate all the really critical issues that you're considering and the competing issues that the Budget Committee always has to consider, and I thank you very much for your time.
Is that right? Did I turn it on? Am I on? Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Greenstein and all the members of the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Carrie Kirk-Flew. I'm the Executive Director for the New Jersey School of Conservation, and I'm grateful to be here talking with you. I'm coming to you with an urgent request to fully fund the School of Conservation at $3.5 million, so we may continue to serve the thousands of New Jersey students each year for conservation and environmental education programming. The New Jersey School of Conservation is North America's oldest year-round residential environmental education center, located on 240 acres in Stoke State Forest in Sussex County. Our mission is best expressed in our motto, environmental education for everyone, everywhere. And thanks to your consistent support and that we've received from Governor Murphy, we've been able to fulfill this mission to date. Your strong partnership has allowed us to reopen the School of Conservation at the height of the pandemic. It also allowed us to secure the unanimous bipartisan support of legislation that places management of this state historic environmental center under the management of the Friends of the New Jersey School of Conservation, a nonprofit organization that brings together educators, environmental advocates, labor leaders, and the business community to work together to chart our course for the institution. Because of your support in 2024, we were able to serve more than 2,000 students and educators who came from as far away as Atlantic County and as close as Sussex County. We also were able to hold 89 programs at the School of Conservation, of which 34 were schools, including elementary, secondary, and college level education trips, accounting for 160 total days of programming. Our schools represented communities in 13 New Jersey counties, and more than 50% of the students who visited us were from overburdened communities and high-need schools. So far in 2025, we have 104 school and teacher professional development programs scheduled that account for 190 total days of programming, and we continue to field calls every day for education trips. In addition to restoring and expanding our education programs, we're also committed to maintaining and repairing our historic state-owned campus. Our work has included such things as roof replacement, plumbing, heating, and general upgrade of our campus to meet the needs of and meet modern codes. We're also working to make our 90-year-old Civilian Conservation Corps campus more welcoming to differently abled people. However, all this progress is being threatened by the $500,000 allocation included in the current budget proposal. That would prevent our ability to serve the students and educators of New Jersey as mandated by our legislation and essentially shut down all operations, only 2 years after you helped to save the school and reopen it under the Friends for New Jersey students and educators. On a recent education trip to our campus and during a discovery hike, my education director overheard one student saying to his classmate, "We should really pay attention and appreciate this. We don't know when we're going to be able to do something like this again." Our children and educators deserve an environmental education center that prepares and provides tools to young people and educators that will help them face the environmental challenges of the future. Please support the New Jersey School of Conservation's request of $3.5 million so we continue to offer critical environmental education programming, climate change mitigation, outdoor education, and conservation education programming. Thank you for your support. We had to cancel it because of the budget hearings. Yes, so we're gonna reschedule for sure. But we had school groups out at the camp today too. Thank you.
Now I'm going to call everybody else who's on the list. If you could all come sit up front. Sally Jane Gellert, Georgette Shelton, Theodoria Berry, Masudi O. Idawu, Edwin Asuda, Isela Aris, Joseph Brown, Allison McLeod, Jacob Kaplan, Alvin Cox, Kim Case, and Suzanne Greusser. And you're Sally Jane Gellert, right, from the Lackawanna Coalition.
I am, and I am here with
And Georgette, Georgette from the South Jersey AIDS. No, you're not Georgette, are you? From the South Jersey AIDS Alliance, is that right? Oh, you're in. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Once again, as I did yesterday, I'm privileged to
Make sure
speak.
your light's on too.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
privileged to speak right after Carrie Flug, and a high school friend and I went to a 2-week heritage course the summer after we graduated college, and it was amazing. And you gotta save that school. I was so infuriated with the university when they abandoned it. I'll turn it over to Vito to talk about transit, though.
And what is your name?
My name is Vito Havrilla. I'm the Legislative Director and Vice Chair of the Lackawanna Coalition. I'll be reading our budget statement. Good afternoon. So, in our last three budget statements, the Lackawanna Coalition warned about the impending fiscal cliff in New Jersey Transit. For fiscal year 2026, we are asking the legislature to look at the fiscal situation at New Jersey Transit, mechanical issues with rolling stock, and weekend service improvements. NJIT finances, we have three financial issues for New Jersey Transit Management, and we want you to ask New Jersey Transit Management what will be done to address these. One, deficit at the end of fiscal year 2025. NJT will be at a deficit on June 30th, 2025. In fact, the COVID relief money will be drained sometime in May. How is the agency planning to handle this? Two, overly optimistic fare box revenue for fiscal year 2026. Fiscal year 2025 revenue breaks down as follows. Budget, $947 million. Projection, $900.3 million. The difference, $46.7 million. Fiscal year 2026 assumes a 6% revenue increase. 900.3 million times 1.6 is 954.3. Budget revenue for fiscal year 2026 is instead set at $980 million. This is a fairly substantial difference, 25.7 million. Given how off the original target is for the current projection, we wonder if the fiscal year 2026 number is realistic. Please ask NJT to justify its prediction. Three, unexplained commercial revenue increase of $66.8 million. Commercial revenue is stated to increase $66.8 million for fiscal year 2026. Can we get more details on this revenue source? Our request for the legislature. The governor's budget has a decrease in the state operating subsidy of $145 million to $87.0 million. $58 million less. The state operating subsidy has been consistent at $145 million for a few years. This is quite reduced from historic levels, perhaps a result of the COVID relief money being available to allow state funds to be redirected. However, with COVID funds gone, we ask that you reject the governor's very low subsidy and restore the $58 million needed to bring the state subsidy in line with recent years. That would be one per mil, of the total New Jersey budget. If NJT does not make its revenue projections, the subsidy would help. Please restore the $58 million that the governor has cut without explanation. Finally, non-financial concerns. The mean distance between failures. NJT rolling stock is in poor shape with 5 out of 8 cancellations due to mechanical failures. With the last year, MDDF has fallen from 72,000 miles to 48.5 thousand miles. Unfortunately, MDF chart NJT's budget presentation does not show what type of specific kind of rolling stock is facing mechanical problems. There's a particular issue with one kind of rail car, general problem at the shop affecting a problem we cannot tell from this presentation, and thus we're asking the legislature to request these details from New Jersey Transit. Weekend service improvement. Weekend rail ridership has returned to near pre-pandemic levels or surpassed it. We have two specific requests. Montclair Boone Line, we are calling for hourly weekend service, MSU to Hoboken, North Jersey coastline. We ask for the restoration of express weekend service from New York to Bayhead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Georgette Shelton, South Jersey AIDS Alliance, and Watson Theodoria Berry, Dean of the Bloomfield College at Montclair State University. Is she here? Not here? Okay. And we can also have Mosadi O. Idawu. Are you here? Not here. Edwin Asuda, are you here? Okay. Isela Aris, are you here? You are. Why don't you just come up? Thank you. Okay.
Good
Georgia.
afternoon. Thank you so much for staying so late. I understand it's been a long day. My name is Georgette Shelton. I am the CEO of the South Jersey AIDS Alliance. We are a community-based agency dedicated to the fight against HIV and AIDS, and we've been in existence for 40 years. I appreciate the opportunity to provide insight into how the proposed budget will impact us and the people we serve who are living with HIV or at high risk of getting HIV in Atlantic, Cape May, Cumberland, and Salem counties. I am worried about the basic needs of the people we serve, which includes housing, medical care, and the possible impending CDC HIV prevention funding cuts. We fully support the State Department of Health budget, which includes a $13 million funding allocation for ADDP, the AIDS Drug Distribution Program. In the past few years, the rebates received from pharmaceutical companies for HIV medications have helped cover the needs of New Jerseyans living with HIV. However, in the last 2 years specifically, the rebate rate has been reduced, but the cost of the newer medications has stayed high. The new medications have fewer side effects and work better to ensure our patients are routinely taking their meds, which is crucial to ensure they can't transmit HIV to anyone else. This phenomenon is not unique to New Jersey. New York, Maryland, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania have all seen similar trends with their ADAP programs, leading them to look for alternative solutions like working with an insurance benefit manager to move people from ADAP to the healthcare marketplace. Community-based organizations like ours have embraced this best practice and work with clients to obtain benefits from programs other than ADAP. But the program must remain solvent and is a lifeline for individuals living with HIV. Sustained investments in HIV through prevention efforts and ensuring people have access to effective treatments is the only way to end HIV in our lifetime. It would be really nice to be out of a job. We also agree with Medicaid. Medicaid covers HIV screening, prevention, and treatment services that are necessary to end the HIV epidemic. It covers HIV pre-exposure prophylaxis, which we call PrEP, which prevents the acquisition of HIV with a daily pill or a bi-monthly injection. It also covers effective HIV treatment, which when used consistently reduces viral load to undetectable levels, preventing HIV transmission to others and allowing people with HIV to live longer, healthier lives. Cutting Medicaid will force states to decide whether to increase taxes to continue this care or to stop providing it. Without consistent access to treatment, people with HIV are at risk of developing AIDS, and more people will acquire HIV. We request that the legislature support requested Medicaid funding levels outlined in the governor's budget. We remain concerned about federal funding cuts or caps to Medicaid currently proposed by the current Congress. The proposed cuts would be catastrophic for continuity of care. Medicaid block grants and per capita caps are equivalent to Medicaid cuts across the board. Shifting costs to states will result in fewer people being covered. Moreover, states will be forced to make deeper and deeper cuts whenever Medicaid costs increase because of medical inflation, medical innovations, such as new long-acting HIV medications, natural disasters, or epidemics. Medicaid cuts will reduce states' ability to meet. Yep, my last thing was that safe and stable housing is a basic need, and it can be difficult or impossible to care for your health if that need is not met. I urge the committee to accept these recommendations and ensure adequate funding for all the programs and services critical to our collective efforts to end HIV. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Domestic abuse and sexual assault crisis center.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you so much for staying late and taking the time to hear from us. I'm the Executive Director of the Domestic Abuse and Sexual Assault Crisis Center in Warren County. I am new to the area, and in calendar year 2023, we served 1,723 people through direct services. This is shelter, this is SART, legal assistance through accompaniment, and many of the other services that you are already familiar with. That's approximately 1.5 of our entire, the population of our county. We are the only shelter in Warren County. And Even though we only employ approximately 30 staff members to provide these services, we make a big impact because we are one of the only agencies able to say, yes, we can help with that, given the flexibility of the services that we offer and the way that our organizations are funded. We're 87% federally funded. So my ask for you today, in addition to expressing my incredible gratitude for your $2.25 million investment in the FY25 budget, today I'd like to request that the committee consider restoring the $2.5 million legislative add-on from FY25 to the upcoming fiscal year budget. And that you continue to support the work we do across the state at your broadest capacity, as we face an uncertain federal funding landscape and a 43% VOCA cut. Being able to be some of the most flexible service providers helps us to address the poverty that we face in our county. So thank you. You're welcome.
Okay. Next do we have Joseph Brown? Okay, thank you. And Allison McLeod, are you here? Why don't you both come up? Thank you. And just identify yourself.
I'm Joe Brown. I'm the president of Hudson Community Enterprises, a human service agency in Jersey City, New Jersey that serves all of Hudson County. I ask that you consider restoring the devastating cuts in the governor's budget to our extended employment program. You've heard from several agencies about the great vitality of the program and how important it is to people with disabilities. And my colleague will be right behind me telling you the same thing. These people that are served by this program, and in Jersey City there are over 100, are among the neediest and most disabled individuals in our community. Through this program, they're able to receive training and the dignity of holding a job like any one of us. Historically, the funds provided by this program have not covered the total cost of providing these services. In our own agency, on average, only 75 to 80% of the costs are covered by EE funding. Several of my colleagues have confirmed it or will confirm this fact. Thank you for considering this request. And let me just say that I miss Sandy Cunningham. Yep.
Hello. Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm here on behalf of Allison, who couldn't make it today, but my name is Jessie Sutherland, and I'm the Director of Politics and Policy for the New Jersey League of Conservation Voters. We're the statewide political voice for the environment, and we really thank you for the opportunity to testify today about our priorities in the state budget. We urge the legislature in a fiscally challenging year to invest in 3 key areas: our infrastructure and resiliency, our state resources, and our communities. All of these are investments in our future. New Jersey is only one of 2 states on the eastern seaboard that lacks dedicated state funding for resiliency. It's all federal. We urge the state to proactively invest $10 million to make sure our communities are more resilient in the face of climate change. We also encourage the legislature to invest $40 million once again in grid modification and upgrades, as you did last year, to invest in our clean energy future. The U.S. EPA estimates New Jersey will need over $30 billion over the next 20 years to address drinking water, sewer, and stormwater systems. Clean drinking water is a fundamental right for all New Jerseyans, and we urge the legislature to make the full $60 million allocation in this year's budget. We also urge ending raids to the Clean Energy Fund, and if there are diversions, they continue for the purpose of electrifying New Jersey transit. More than ever, we have seen the importance of open spaces on our physical and mental health. We urge increased and robust funding for the New Jersey DEP, and particularly for park capital development and maintenance. When launched in 2022, New Jersey became the first state in the nation to take through the BPU Whole Home Pilot Program. A $2.65 million allocation ensures low-income residents with energy efficiency needs also have a safe, healthy residence, expanding to serve more communities in the Garden State. We thank the legislature for its continued commitment to the Delaware River watershed and for contributing New Jersey's commitment to the Delaware River Basin Commission for the previous 4 years. And we ask to continue fully funding the DRBC at $893,000. And finally, our communities depend on our future and our children. The New Jersey School of Conservation is the oldest continuously operating environmental education center in the United States. Located in Stoke State Forest, it brings environmental education to children from diverse areas across the state who might otherwise never experience nature and outdoor education. We urge the legislature to continue funding their great work at $3.5 million. In recent years, New Jersey has seen a spike in warehouse sprawl development. A $500,000 allocation to the Office of Planning Advocacy would allow for the development of a voluntary pilot program for towns to re-examine their master plans and zoning ordinances to make decisions about appropriate siting for development in their communities. And finally, we urge a $2 million allocation to Sustainable Jersey to power environmental best practices for towns, schools, nonprofits, and other non-governmental entities. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Okay. Last few here. Is Jacob Kaplan here? Okay, thanks. Are you with Access New Jersey?
That's me.
Okay. And also, is Alvin Cox here? Okay, why don't the two of you come up there? Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead. Since Alvin is the chair of the board of my organization, I'm going to defer to him to go first.
Okay. Thank you, committee, for allowing me to give my testimony this evening. My name is Alvin Cox. I serve as the Executive Director for Pathways to Independence, a nonprofit organization located in Kearney, New Jersey. Pathways provides day and employment supports to adults with disabilities who reside in Essex, Hudson, Bergen, parts of Passaic, and Union counties. As the executive director of a nonprofit agency which supports adults with disabilities and operates a supported employment and an extended employment program, I'm here today asking that you do not cut fundings to the extended employment program and to increase rates for the supported employment program. The governor's proposed budget identifies $3.4 million cut to the extended employment program. This is especially hard to accept, seeing that the previous year, the governor's budget cut $3.4 million from the original $6.8 million that were awarded to provider agencies. Agencies like Pathways were already struggling with the first cuts from budget year 24-25. Eliminating the remaining $3.4 million from your budget would be devastating. Pathways to Independence currently provides support to 50 adults with disabilities within our extended employment program. But Pathways would not be the only agency affected by these cuts. There are at least 27 other agencies throughout the state that provide workforce training and employment opportunities to individuals with disabilities, totaling almost 1,000 individuals. Agencies like Pathways and individuals we support are counting on you to restore these funds back into the budget. Another important issue that needs to be addressed in this upcoming budget is the funding disparity in supported employment rates within the different departments. For example, the Division of Developmental Disabilities rate is higher than the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation Services rate. As providers, our goal is to assist all individuals with disabilities to obtain their highest level of employment and continue to support them to maintain their employment status. Our goal is not to chase rates. Our most important goal should be the success of all individuals with disabilities in attaining employment. Whether they are in the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation or clients from the Division of Developmental Disabilities. Increase all supported employment rates to $84 per hour. I'd like to end with a budget quote from past President Barack Obama. And he says that a budget is more than just a series of numbers on a page. It is an embodiment of our values. I say, please value the individuals with disabilities that we support. They're counting on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Alvin. Hi, my name is Jacob Kaplan. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Government Affairs with Access New Jersey. It's a pleasure to be with you on this lovely evening. First, I want to thank the vice chair and the chairman in his absence for the opportunity to speak today. I don't want to repeat too much on what Joe and Alvin just said. You understand our perspective. We don't believe that in a budget where we're increasing spending overall, that we should be trying to balance that out by cutting funding for programs with people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Additionally, we really don't think that it's an unreasonable thing to expect that supported employment be funded at the same rate across state government agencies. And we don't want to create a false incentive or a perverse incentive of chasing rates across agencies rather than ensuring that the highest quality services are provided. And third, one thing that hasn't really been mentioned much today by our members, but we have an ongoing concern about how the direct support professional funding has been dispersed by DVRS under the Department of Labor. Basically, they do it as a lump sum at the end of the fiscal year rather than building it into their rates like Division of Developmental Disabilities under DHS does. And this creates a tremendous headache for our providers. It creates uncertainty for the DSPs because they don't know when they're going to get the bonus, how much it's going to be. Last year, DVRS didn't even get us the funding for it, get our members the funding for it until after the fiscal year already ended. So they had to deal with that bookkeeping nightmare as well. So having a more logical kind of a streamlined way of handling this funding, we're not necessarily asking for more of it, but we are asking that it be dispersed more fairly. And finally, we usually have the Workforce Development Partnership Fund to lean on for funding for a number of our programs. The WDP it usually runs a multi-million-dollar surplus. And this year, going through the budget documents that were put out by the governor's office, it appears that the fund has been raided. For what purpose, I don't know, but the appropriations that the governor suggests from the fund exceeds what they're reporting the balance of the fund is. And I can't make sense of it, and we're trying to figure it out. And this, jeopardizes potentially funding for programs for people with disabilities, funding for survivors of domestic violence looking to get back into the workforce, upgraded skills training for union workers, things like that that are funded through WDP. So it's important that this fund is kept solvent as is required, and that the money's not being diverted unnecessarily at the expense of workers who are looking to have a little bit extra support. So I thank you for your time today, and hope you have a nice evening.
Thank you again.
Nice. Thank you. Okay, the last two. Isn't this amazing? Okay, let me find it here. Okay. Is Kim, bye-bye, thanks. Is Kim Case here? She left? Okay, and Suzanne Grosser.
Hi.
You
Good
bring up the
evening.
rear here. So we love you for that. No, press the button. It has to show red. There are two buttons on. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, yes, okay. Thank you for staying. My name is Suzanne Grosser, and I am the Director of Legal Services for the Rachel Coalition, which is a division of Jewish Family Service of Metro West, New Jersey. I'm going to supplement this at some time with something in writing. I just want to speak to you directly, eye to eye. I just came from court, and as a director, I've been the director for 22 years, but a lawyer dedicated to domestic violence for 34 years. My agency provides counseling, legal services, services to children, court advocate services, training to attorneys, training to court staff, training to other providers, and DVRT, as well as court advocate volunteers. We service over 3,000 individuals a year in those programs. But what I really want to say to you, what can't be put on paper, is how catastrophic it will be if New Jersey doesn't continue, well, is continuing, but should not cut any funding, should increase the funding. As you've heard by other people, my esteemed colleague Nicole Morella put it before you today, and you've heard from many domestic violence organizations. Why? Because we're really scared. And if the federal government does cut continue to cut the VOCA funds and the VAWA funds, our doors are going to be closed. And what does this mean? It's not about us. It's about our clients. And I'm really glad that you're doing this in Newark today. This is where I mostly practiced my legal career. People are going to die. And I know that people I know I'm coming before Budget Committee. You've done so much, Senator Greenstein and other colleagues here to help domestic violence survivors and victims to create laws that protect them. But without funding, doors are closing. I don't know if you've heard this already, but we can't even get people into the shelters. Now, my agency doesn't run a shelter. We are the out of shelter program, but we are in Metro West, New Jersey. And like I said, a lot of our work is also in here, Newark, New Jersey, Essex County, Irvington, all the towns. And like I said, our program through counseling, through legal services, through court advocacy, through supporting the DVRT. And you've heard this from Nicole, and you heard this from a survivor today who spoke. Without New Jersey, you are a leader on domestic violence. You are a leader in making laws that protect victims, and they make a difference. But I can tell you, if you don't have the service providers, people's lives they're going to die. Because you can have a great law in court, but if you don't have a lawyer, you don't have an advocate educating people about their rights, they're not going to win. It's hard. You may make the great laws, but they have to be enacted. And they need the counseling for safety planning, because laws and restraining orders aren't enough. I know you know this because you're so dedicated to bipartisan for victims of domestic violence, but it's the budget. It's the budget. And I know you hear this year after year, and this last thing I'll say is this time with the federal government being so unclear, our program particularly, and many are only funded by VOCA, and if they cut it or they decide not to give it, we are, within a little bit of time, going to close. And there are already too few services for victims of domestic violence survivors in New Jersey. But thank you for all the support you've done. Thank you for the budget that you're going to do. But please tell your colleagues to dig deeper. We need it. We really need you. The people in New Jersey need it. Thank you.